I lose this game?
Yep.
Violent outburst into questing beast, perhaps?
Yeah, that
right?
could be a way.
So it's like, make sure you don't put yourself in a situation where somehow Kai has those combinations. Now we know, of course, that he doesn't have it. So Kai's going to go, Calcano's going to go through the motions. He will be fine this turn.
Yeah. Now remember that Calcano has not played a land yet this turn. Currently has access to 10 mana. It looks like he's going to start by putting 8 in.
So go down to 1 maybe?
I was just kidding.
Untap.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, this is the Sunday stage. You take your time. No rush within reason.
Look at that mana advantage. 10 mana versus 3.
Yeah.
Not bad.
All right. 1 floating.
It'll be a Karn liberated.
I mean, probably just have to counter here if you're Kai.
Kai's going to respond by sacrificing a Scalding Tarn. He'll fall down to at least 12.
I think Christian's thinking this. Kai has 3 cards in hand, right? What's the worst case scenario if this Karn gets countered? It's like he has to have exactly Force of Negation, exile a blue card, and Violent Outburst in hand. Those are the exact 3 cards you need to stop this Karn from happening, right? If you just countered, it's fine. You can play something else.
Yep. Right now, it's all just what's worst case scenario for me.
Yep.
Yep. And that's you start going down your little mental checklist of just how can I possibly find a way to lose this game. I got a nice life total. I've got access to this. So here is Karn the Great Creator.
Go get explosives. Explosives for 0.
That doesn't
Pop
sound
the rhinos.
so bad. And there is Engineered Explosives.
Pass.
That'll be for 0.
Think you can wait on it. I don't think there's any
Your turn.
counter target triggered ability effects.
Yeah, no stifles or binds or anything like that. Looks like Kai just drew a land for the turn.
It's a Karn and
He'll turn these rhinos sideways. 1 at Karn, 1 at It Doesn't Matter, because they are in the graveyard now.
So really good sequencing there from Christian Calcano, using every last bit of his mana that turn.
Unstep, draw 3 off the ring.
Oh,
Yeah, it
so
looks
many
like,
cards.
yeah, how about a couple of more cards
So many cards.
here? A Chromatic Star and Urza's Mine among those 3 cards.
I lose 3, 14.
And now Calc will fall down to 14.
Draw.
And it looks like he's found another copy of Ancient Stirrings as well.
Minus.
Step 1 is going to be bringing Karn, the Great Creator, from 3 loyalty down to 1. This card is a whole bunch of fun
It's
when
under
you've got it
Titan time.
going. Oh, this again.
Yeah.
I remember this.
We've seen this one before.
Yeah.
The only way Kai can interact with this is a subtlety, I suppose. Oh,
And that
jeez.
is that. Christian Calcano is going to win game number 2 against this powerful Rhinos deck, which, Paul, it hasn't looked that powerful at all.
No. And I mean, this Tron deck on the other side just looks totally unstoppable. I mean, that game, I just want to look at that game 1 where it's just like, okay, Calcano's in trouble this game, right? It's like, okay, he mulled the 5, he got all of his Surge cards countered, but still was able to pull it out with that Karn, with the 1 ring. I mean, this deck is just, can kind of play that mid-range game, the control game, and then at the end, it's like a big combo deck. Just has it all.
These players are going to begin sideboarding here for game number 3 in our first quarterfinals matchup. We're going to take a short break while they do so. When we do come back, can Kai come back on the day that he normally never loses? We're going to find out. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Sunday stage here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. We are here in Barcelona, Spain, and it has been one heck of a weekend. 269 players to start. We've whittled it down to 8, and eventually we'll be whittling it down to just 1. They will become our Pro Tour champion. Cedric Phillips, Paul Chion, getting ready to bring you more of Christian Calcano versus the person he wants to play against the most in his Magic career, Kai Buddha.
Kai Buddha, and with a 2-0 lead.
I know, this is the stuff that dreams are made of, but in this instance, you got to get to 3, not 2, because we play best of 5. Now, the first 2 games have been relatively lopsided here for Calcano. Kai does have the opportunity to turn things around a little bit with his sideboard. He's got some good cards in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of cards that really don't do much game 1 in Kai's deck against Tron, because Tron plays a very specific strategy. But after sideboard, Kai can bring a good amount of disruption. But the most important card that Christian needs to be mindful of is the 2 copies of Blood Moon in Kai's sideboard.
Well, we got fun opening hand sizes this time around. 5 for Kai, because he may be looking for some specific things. And of course, we know that these Tron decks these weekend, they don't mind mulliganing down to 3 if they have to. Calcano this time around down to 4, but it's still a totally fine opening hand here, Paul, with an Urza's Mine, a Chromatic Sphere to provide green mana for the Ancient Stirrings in hand, a second Tron piece in Urza's Tower, and a freshly drawn Warping Whale.
Yeah, so if you include Christian's draw step, I mean, he gets 7 looks to try to find a power plant for the Tron.
And where things go from there, well, normally pretty good for the Tron player. This time around, Kai does actually have a hand that yields Rhinos on turn 3. A Flame of Anor as well coming in from the sideboard alongside a couple of lands. So we're going to head back over to Calcano.
And I'm actually curious to see... Okay, I saw that mine and I thought that completed the Tron. I'm curious to see how Calcano's going to structure his turn, because you could cast the Ancient Stirrings, but I like this. This is heads up. He has a copy of Warping Whale in hand, which is a way to counter a Crashing Footfalls.
And so this is also a little bit of fun back and forth between these 2 players as well, right? Because we're talking open deck list. So Kai knows that Christian has access to Warping Whale in his 75, and both these players know this, right? Now, it would stand to reason that given that Calcano's on a mulligan to 4, that he would have nothing to do on the second turn, right? It would make sense to say, yeah, he just plays a Chromatic Sphere. He doesn't have a green spell to cast, so there's no reason for him to cycle, and he just said go.
Yeah, but at the same time, you might have to be thinking,
oh, you're going.
Just going for it.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I don't think I don't.
You can't play a long game.
Yeah, you can't reasonably try to play around Warping Whale in this spot. You cast your thing. You assume your thing is going to resolve, or at least you hope it does.
Right.
And then you get kind of whammied.
And pressure is on you, Mr. Calcano. Of course, we know he has the answer here, so this Shardless Agent's going to have to do a lot of damage.
To say the least. You see Calcano's going to take a look at all of these cards that have been cascaded through, wants to get an idea of exactly how Kai is sideboarding. So he is reading Flame of Anor.
That's completely fair. It is a newer card. It's, of course, in the Lord of the Rings, but just a nice versatile removal effect. You can use it to kill an artifact or draw some cards. No wizards in Kai's deck.
Yep. So there is Warping Whale. That is going to take care of the Crashing Footfalls very timely on that mulligan to 4. So we're going to head back Calcano's way. Urza's Mine, Ancient Stirrings, and we will see. It's a Chromatic Star. So, green mana, draw a new one. And it'll be a Stirrings now. Another Urza's Mine has been found. Calc will take a look at the top 5.
Oh,
tower, a power plant.
There it is.
Another power plant, an Ugin, and a forest.
Gonna take the... Yeah, not bad.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yep. Here's the power plant to complete the Tron.
Christian does need to find some action here.
That's the only thing missing from this very good mulligan to 4.
Yeah, probably want to run out that Star and Crack to draw one of your powerful 4-mana plays here.
There's the potential at that, yeah. Could run into a copy of the One Ring or Karn the Great Creator.
I guess perhaps the other consideration is what happens if I don't draw anything and then I find an Ancient Stirrings and I have no green man.
Yep. This will be a star.
Floating, make green mana.
So Kyle casts a single green floating, new card coming.
Yeah.
Oh.
And, oh, boy.
Oh no.
It'll be an
Okay.
O-Stone. Now, Kai does have the answer to that in Flame of Anor.
Right, he does.
That O-Stone isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, and would likely fire off that flame before he hits draws another one of his cascade spells.
Yeah, I think the tough part
안녕하세요.
I would have preferred perhaps for that flame to be drawing a couple cards.
Yeah.
물 떠왔어요, 물. 마실 물이 없어서.
So Kai's plan here, a couple of options. Likely not going to just go ahead and blow up the stone now. I think he's okay if Christian cracks the stone just to deal with this 2/2 in play.
Yeah, I think that would be favorable here for Kai.
So it's the question really is, do I want to ice this Urza's tower on upkeep, slow you down? You might play an Ulamog next turn, for example, or keep up.
이거 보니까 트론이 되게 잘 겨냥해서 나온 것 같던데요?
Kai going to give this one a pretty long think about exactly how to move forward in what has become a
트론이 원래 티어가 이렇게 높은 덱이 아니었죠.
Have to imagine he thought for sure, I finally get to do some cascading.
Turn 3, I got it this
Right?
time.
근데 트론이 셋이나 올라왔어.
On the battlefield and
그러니까 이게 잘 겨냥해서 온 것 같아요, 트론이.
so Kai will just play a Stomping Grounds tapped and pass the turn back over to Calcano. Two Urza's Mind and a mystery card coming.
Yeah, no ice here. Keeping up the
원래 강했던 게 테모로 코뿔소랑
Okay.
BR
Kai's got a little time.
사기덱 요건데
A little bit.
사기덱은 거의 하나인가?
Sylvan Scrying
올라오고.
draw step, not one that can be played right now. So looks like Kai's going to use the flame to just draw a couple of cards. So
Sure. Looking for a potential blood moon, but of course that's not really going to work against the Oblivion Stone.
근데 이러고 이제 우승을 락토스 하면 웃긴 거죠.
Otawara and Questing Beast
Yeah,
have been added to hand.
you don't really want to just be playing more creatures into that Oblivion Stone. Unless you just go, hey, you know what? I'm going to set myself up to draw a Cascade spell. It's going to force you to blow up this stone, so now a Cascade spell or a Blood Moon off the top are very good draws.
Sure. So Questing Beast and that Charlotte's Agent will be swept away. And we'll head over to Calcano, who has an Urza's Mind, a Sylvan Scrying, and a Worm Coil Engine.
근데 이번 프로투어는 되게 빨리 메타가 바뀔 것 같아요. 이거 하고 나서 메타가 되게 빨리 바뀔 것
You can
같아요.
ice it for a turn. You can bounce it with an Otawara, but
너무 덱들이 편중돼
it's
있어.
difficult to find a clean answer to Wormcoil Engine in the Teamer colors.
Well, things are getting a little interesting now. Blood Moon's the draw here for Kai. Couple of basics on the battlefield. And this is going to make things very difficult here for Christian. And what's unique about this Blood Moon is now you can get a little funky with the bounce your Wormcoil Engine. Maybe have the ability.
캐스케이드는 좀 너프를 먹지 않을까? 지금 저거 코뿔소가 너무 센 것 같던데.
Yeah, but like you have to think you need to bounce the Wormcoil, have a Blood Moon in play.
깡패야 코뿔소.
I suppose you can just run out the Blood Moon and take a hit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, use your life total as a
Yeah,
resource.
run the Blood Moon, take a hit, then bounce the Otawara, and then Mystical Dispute. You also have the option of icing it at some point.
Correct.
To save yourself some life points
Yeah.
too. Okay.
And Kai's mana is going to work totally fine. Basic
Right.
Forest, Basic Island, and those other lands or mountains now as Wormcoil is going to come across. So it'll be 24-12 when all is said and done. Calcano did draw a copy of Beseju Who Endures. So Calc has drawn an answer to this Blood Moon.
Needs to draw one of his 3 forests or Chromatic Sphere or Chromatic Star. Lots of cards.
Combat.
Here comes Wormcoil again. Yep, so Kai's going to continue to use his life total as a resource. He'll fall down to 6. Calc is up to 30, and now here's the Otawara. It's time to channel that.
Yep.
That'll allow Kai to get out from underneath this Wormcoil Engine.
How many in hand?
4 cards left. Yeah, remember Otawara, you can still use the ability when in hand.
And now Kai's showing another copy of Force Negation.
Kai doesn't have any way to put pressure on Calcano, who is sitting at 30 life. Still a lot of time here for Calc to get out of this, especially with that Boseiju in hand.
Yeah, and
로드몬 한 방에 아무것도 못 하고 있는 중.
okay. Yeah, this is safe actually. So icing here because there's no way for Calc to be able to generate enough mana to be able to cast Wormcoil Engine this turn. Now let's see what
핸드에 카운터 4개.
Nothing of consequence is just going to pass the turn back. So you see the hand here for Calc.
핸드 카운터 5개.
Wormcoil Engine and Boseiju. And Kai's going to pass the turn
Look at
back.
Kai's
He's got all counter spells.
4
times.
아 뭐야 6개야?
creature spell here.
Yeah, and, like to me,
Do you force this?
I think so. It's a tough question for me to answer because I have
You know the hand?
저것은 포레스트다.
Well, yeah,
So-
for us, we go, of course you force it.
correct.
Right?
Correct.
Because keep in mind, Kai also has to keep in mind that Christian can go search for a Boseiju with this map if it resolves. And it's not too hard for Christian to generate a green mana with the spheres and the stars in his deck.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to play this game as though Blood Moon is the end-all, be-all, if you're Kai, I think if you get into his position, you're saying any ways for you to generate green mana, I'm countering.
Right.
Right? So your Expedition map, no. Chromatic Star, as it is to counter that with a Force of Negation, no. Same thing with Sphere.
Yeah, but this is a tough game to play unless you have
뭐지? 안
pressure.
보인다.
Yes.
Kai really needs to find a Cascade spell quick.
Now,
Cycling?
this Lorien reveal is actually
성가족겠죠?
a good draw. Because assuming Kai has another basic island in the deck, which I'd be surprised if he doesn't, and there it is, he can actually hard cast these Force Negations.
이게 한 턴 더 빨리 나왔으면 카드 하나 아낄 수 있었는데 중요한 카운터.
These Chromatic Star Sphere Expedition map style effects.
I'm just thinking the other thing, Cedric, where now whenever you draw Lorien revealed, you can.
근데 반박
Yeah, now it's time to peel that. Okay. Oh yeah. start.
박을 날리는 게 낫지 않았을까?
Calcano's at the
확정.
Sphere
아
today.
이거는 근데 생물도 카운터 칠 수
Now, is
있으니까.
Kai going to be consistent with this game plan? Now he's going to let that one go.
Oh, and if he does,
뭐야, 이거?
Christian will be able to get his
아
mana
이래 이
back
새끼들아.
here with the Boseiju.
And it's very difficult to play around a Boseiju in this spot. They don't play a ton. You don't know what Calcano's been drawing.
Such a powerful land that if you're it's one of those. If you're green, you got to play at least one.
그러니까요.
Most decks go up to 2.
It's so
보세이주
easy for us here
카운터가 안 됨.
to just say you have to counter that sphere. You
Right.
have to counter that star.
Yeah.
Yep. And there is the Boseiju.
Christian's hand once again unlocked now. And will likely be able to fight through a lot of Kai's counters. Could maybe even play it a little bit slow if he wants to play around some mystical disputes, given that now he has access to 11 mana.
I'll pass.
Yeah, and,
Huh?
and I like Calc's play here.
Yeah.
I don't need to cast Karn the Great Creator. I don't need to do anything. I'm at 30.
Yeah, and the thing is, Kai doesn't have any pressure.
Yeah.
And he's just been passing. What can he have?
Yeah.
You have to put it together. And you're thinking it's probably just a bunch of counter spells and potentially something like a Force of Vigor.
Yeah.
Right?
And even if Kai on the end step there goes Violent Outburst into Rhinos, okay, I'm at 22. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be totally fine. I'm not in a rush. I want to make sure the spells that I have do resolve.
Right.
And this will be my first attempt at resolving one.
This one is not going to resolve.
No, I don't think it will. There's a Force of Negation.
Number 2.
We're going to go
Oh,
disputing.
okay.
All right.
Right?
It's not oftentimes you see Mystical Dispute counter something when the opponent has all this mana.
Right.
But that's a victory, a small one there for Kai.
You will take it.
All right. And now he's going to search up a Steam Vents with that Misty Rainforest. Now, Paul, you've talked about pressure quite a bit in this matchup. Kai needs to find some.
Oh.
It's about that time. He needs to find a Cascade spell. He needs to not draw pressure.
Pressure or Blood Moon number 2.
Yes. That's what it looks like here. Let's see what this draw stats.
위기다.
Okay. All right.
Pressure.
That's a little something
Okay.
there in Violent Outburst.
부대 카이 부대 이제 위기인데?
Kai does have the counter for the Karn the Great Creator in Christian's hand.
Mhm.
Oh. Kai,
Or-
Christian does find an Oblivion Stone here too. Do you want to counter that because you want to put pressure?
고민에 빠졌죠.
He answered that right away. That's
Okay.
I-
코끼리들
Kai has made a pretty loud declaration in this game that he doesn't really mind O-Stone being around because if you remember the previous O-Stone, he had the opportunity to blow it up with the flame.
근데 왜 카이 부대 5점이에요? 뭐야 5점 된 거야? 얘?
So I think that Kai is basically with his counter spells, he's putting a premium on your threats.
Yeah.
Not your sweepers.
Yeah, so identifying that cards like the One Ring and
뭔 짓을 했길래 5점이지?
are far more
이게 더
important
궁금한데?
for
Yep.
the force of
Yeah, and Kai says no. You don't get that one.
Alright.
아니 봐봐 결국에 반박 남잖아. 아까 카운터 칠 때 반박 하나 날리는 게 맞았다니까?
And Calc at this exact moment has access to 4 mana.
난 그렇게 생각합니다.
So no ability to activate that Oblivion Stone. So now would be a really good time for Kai to draw something like a Force of Vigor or another way to take care of that Oblivion Stone.
Yeah, there's 2 more Flame of Anors. You see the Boseiju. So lots of ways to kill O-Stone, but this would be the perfect time to find the answer.
No, that might be counted still.
Although getting that tower would also be pretty juicy potentially.
Yeah. And you saw Kai stop our table spotter there real quick, saying, "Hey, this could get countered. It's happened already once in this match. There could be a
Right.
warping whale."
There are 2 Warping Whales in
That's
Christian's
right.
deck, so
Looks like Calc's gonna take a look at the graveyard here, see what resources Kai has gone through. These two did have a discussion. Are those all? Is that all 4 force negations? Guy said, "Yeah, I've used them all finally." So Calc doesn't have to play around that one anymore.
And it resolves.
So Crashing Footfalls does resolve, and there are those 2 rhinos. Enormous draw step here for the German Juggernaut.
금방.
Crashing Footfalls.
22.
and have we already seen another Footfalls get cast this game? We did, right? We saw
이게 포스였어 봐. 든든했을 거 아니야.
from
야 포스 남겼어야 된다니까 하나. 이거 아까 먹을 때 이거. 이게 반박이었어야 된다고. 내 말 맞죠?
Because taking a look here, Kai actually shaved down to 3 Footfalls. So that's something to take note of.
Okay.
Because I don't believe there are any more Footfalls left in Kai's deck if that's the case.
Okay.
Right? We've cast 2 and there's 1 suspended.
Calcano has drawn another Oblivion Stone and is simply going to pass the turn back. Fire Ice, the draw step here for the Hall of Famer. He'll serve in with these rhinos. Those are going to die. And Kai will pass the turn back. Looks like on the upkeep, we've got Nice headed to the tower.
All right. 8 mana for Calcano.
And like 2 tap
Oh, another ice.
Looks like it.
power plant.
Looks like I'll tap the power plant card coming here once again. The Wooded Foothills. Now we'll head back over to Cal.
칼은. 아니 칼은이 아니고 웜코일. 썬더링 타이탄.
Unlock this ceaseless hunger.
Ooh. And if
This one floating. Yeah. Sure.
There is no stone.
can't dispute that. Okay.
Questy B?
헤비.
Pressure.
18.
But Calcano will be able to drop an Ulamog this turn. It will get countered with the dispute.
울라먹도 있대 울라먹.
That's a way to get Quest and Beast off the
근데 울라먹은 카운터 쳐도 진 거야.
Another Tron here.
Yeah.
카운터 쳐도 진 거긴 해.
Calcano did find a Tron line he could actually play through Mystical Dispute.
Right.
Questing Beast and Triumph. Do you have anything floating or? 1. Then I'll.
Yeah, Kai's going to Mystical Dispute that and going to lose his Triumph in that Questing Beast.
Yeah, but
카운터는 쳤지만
yes.
Yeah, he is running low on ways to win the game.
끝나버렸다.
A little bit of a concern.
Right.
And now by playing this Wooded Foothills and having a hand of Scalding Tarn, he now has nothing left to
I
do.
think Kai is left with just the Footfalls and 1 copy of Murktide Regent.
슬픈 것보다 상성이 안 좋은가?
Do it.
3대 떡은 좀 그런데?
In play?
Mhm.
사이드 게임도
Just the
졌으면은
Regent.
완전 셧아웃 된 건데?
Chromatic Sphere yielded a new card at an Ancient Stirring. You see Calcano's going to take a look at the top 5 cards. Among those was Chalice of the Void. It looks like Chalice of the Void did come in after sideboard because sometimes with these Karn the Great Creator decks, you can board in those silver bullets.
Yep. And especially on the draw, the play of Karn into getting Chalice is often not going to be fast enough, right? Because you're going to get Tron on 3, but your opponent's on the play, so they can already cast their Cascade spells,
좋은 거지?
making it more important for you to have that before they can do that.
반지.
It appears as though the One Ring is the selection here for Calcano. So he'll tap 2 Tron pieces to cast
대사기 온.
artifact.
사기 온.
And now, Calcano is protected, and a burden counter is placed onto the ring. So a new card coming.
Your turn. Go down to 4.
And Kai's going to go down to 4 via this Wooded Foothills. Breeding Pool will be the selection.
화이트 땅이
Shrines or
원래 없어도
stars.
되나? 아, 테무르구나 이거는 사시가 아니고.
So close here. With the One Ring, with all the stars, with Tron, Kai nearly out of resources. Playing against one of his childhood idols here.
That's right.
Yeah, resolves.
There's the footfalls. Looks
슬퍼
like
보인다.
Kai's last one. And he's drawn.
Oh, subtlety. Okay, that's a creature. Keeping that in for the Worm Coil engine because you just want the aggressive start and you want to subtlety the Worm Coil engine.
Yeah. We're going to head back over to Calcano now, who does fall down to 17 from the One Ring. Ulamog, this
울라먹이 2장 들어가?
again, as Calcano's going to activate the ring, put another burden counter there, and 2 fresh cards coming alongside that brand new Ulamog.
Ulamog is hungry.
울라먹 출동인가?
And now here's another copy of the One Ring. That'll resolve. Calc's going to keep the new one. And that new one will have a burden counter placed onto it.
And the nice thing here for Calcano is you've already seen both of the questing beasts from Kai.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry about some kind of surprise attack that'll get your life total down.
한마나.
It's all about checking boxes here for Calcano. Pretty far
네.
ahead in this game.
포레스트 가져오나?
Figure out ways not so much to win, but not to lose.
Absolutely.
As you see, an expedition map is going to be played and sacked via the Urza.
포레스트 필요 없다.
Get a replacement tower here for Calc.
You're getting those redundant
손에 남아도는 실반 스크라인 없는 카드다.
issues from Kai's side.
아 어차피 스타 있구나. 크로마틱 스타.
And now there is a tower.
Star? Sure.
There's a star with the mana floating.
Could just keep up the Oblivion Stone activation here in case.
Time for green. Yep.
We'll filter first, it looks like.
Had mana floating.
Yep, going to sacrifice that for a green. And now here's an Ancient Stirring. So nothing floating.
뭘 찾는 것인가?
Turn. And remember, Calcano's already played a land for the turn as he searched for Urza's tower with an expedition map.
우진.
There is Ugin as well.
Yep, here comes that long turn.
근데 접자. 8강도 잘한 거야.
Choice.
8강도 잘한 거야. 접자.
Kai's going to draw a card. It's a Shardless Agent.
괴롭다. 접자.
Don't think
8강도 잘한 거야.
we'll see though.
I think the bad news here for Kai is even if we did,
Doesn't matter.
I don't think it would matter.
Yeah.
Of course, you're seeing Kai not attack here because Calcano does have protection via the One Ring. Kyle's still going to use his mana efficiently with the 5 that he had left over to blow up the Oblivion Stone. And there is one permanent that doesn't die from O-Stone.
Indestructible.
Yes, indeed.
One ring.
적이라고 뭘 자꾸 옆에서 딴지 걸고 싶어서 쳐다보고 있어 저지. 이 일이 일어나기 전부터 보고 있었어야지.
That's another tower here.
그렇지 않아요? 저지 딴짓 하다가 이제 이거 맞아 하고 이러고 보고 있잖아요.
A 10 and an 8 drop
Yeah,
this turn.
That's right. That's a
Just Tron thing.
이 일이 생기기 전부터 체크를 해놨어야지.
You're lucky I didn't hit my 18th mana source.
그러니까 저지들도 명예직 명예직 아닌 이상 맞으면서 해야 돼. 곤장 맞으면서 배워야 돼. 명예직이면 상관없는데 저 명예직도 아니잖아. 돈 받고 하는 거잖아. 곤장 맞아야 돼 저거. 일 제대로 안 하면.
Just in case Kai finds a blood moon off the top.
7 mana.
7, yeah.
You played the knight, right?
I played
부대형 졌어. 흰머리 더 나기 전에
I probably
검은 머리라도 지키자.
here, but That means Christian's gonna run that again next turn.
검은 머리라도 지키자. 더 해봤자 흰머리만 늘어.
Not the ideal subtlety, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
몇 개 없는 검은 머리 지키기 위해서 스트레스를 줄여야 돼. 접자. 님은 탈모라면서요. 못 지켜요. 탈모는 못 지켜.
No.
Paul, you want to cook?
포기해요.
Is it time to cook?
Kai's gonna cook.
Kai's gonna cook.
All right,
Okay.
let's all cook together. Lauren revealed, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Yeah, a violent outburst among those cards. There's an attack there with subtlety. Kalkano's going to fall down to 13, but if one Ulamog is good, 2 is better.
Absolutely. Perhaps just gonna go for the basic forest next.
한 번 더.
Good draw.
님 이제 레드만 없음. 님 레드만 없어. 레드만 없어, 님. 아니 블루만 없어? 너 심한데? 님 블루만 없음.
And now there is 8 mana for an Ugin.
야 나가.
That is going to do it. Christian Calcano is going to win.
너무 압도당했다. 블러도 문 깔고 지는 거 보면 너 답이 없는 건가? 아니 운이 좀 안 좋았나? 내가 물 떠오느라고 못 봐가지고. 근데 너무 압도당했는데?
Oh yeah, and Calcano is living that dream. One step closer, defeating his childhood idol. Clean sweep for Christian Calcano. Really, really impressive.
Very, very impressive stuff. Calcano is a fan favorite here on the Pro Tour, and he is with Will Hall to talk about his big win.
Christian
calcano 살이 더 찐 것 같아 얘. 배가 더 나왔어.
Your dream win against Kai. This is your hero that you've just beat in the top 8 of Pro Tour.
예전에 이 정도는 아니었던 것 같은데 지금 거의 터지려고 하는데?
It's just unreal. This is crazy. Like, you know, just never thought I'd be in a spot like this and playing against literally like, you know, one of the best of all time in the top 8 and then just getting through. Like, I just, you know, I feel just super relieved and I'm just super happy and, you know, I'm just enjoying the moment and it's, you know, everything's great.
We're all so happy for you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
사랑 축하.
You love to see it. Christian Calcano could not be happier winning that quarterfinal match. We're going to take a short break, and when we do come back, it's Simon Nielsen and Stefano Vinci.
아이 깝죽이. 아이 깝죽이 보기 싫은데. 나 퀘스트 좀 하고 있을게요. 나 퀘스트 꽉 차 있어. 있으대? 준양이 갑시다. 준양이. 준양. 나 메타캐리 챌린지 온 서트 받아라 나의 준양이를. 쉣! 내 핸드 쉣!
Welcome back to Pro Tour, the Lord of of the rings here in beautiful Barcelona, Spain. Cedric Phillips, Paul Chion bringing you
게임 시작하기 전까지 이거 하다가 옆으로 쓱
an
빠질게요.
opportunity to watch Christian Calcano defeat his childhood idol in Kai Bude. And we're going to watch more Magic as we, Paul, are going to crown ourselves a Pro Tour champion on Sunday. It's my favorite part of competitive Magic.
Oh, absolutely. Just the stakes are so high. And we get to watch Simon Nielsen, who's been on an incredible tear.
Yes.
Back-to-back top 8s and a top 8 last year as well at a set championship. So that's 3 top finishes.
와 이거 하나씩 다 보여주는 거야?
Top 8 bracket. The quarterfinals on the top. Javier Dominguez.
동시 진행 아니고 하나씩 다 보여주는 거야?
Jake Beardsley, first time at the Pro Tour.
알려줘.
One hell of a debut going up against Marco.
알려줘.
There you do see the calculator. Christian Calcano has toppled the German juggernaut. And now the match that we turn our attention to, Simon Nielsen against Stefano Vinci. Tron and Rhinos is what's going to be in front of us. You do see Simon Nielsen, those 3 top finishes that have happened for him very recently on one heck of a tear. For Vinci, just 1 top finish could become
아까 했던 거 그대로.
champion this weekend. Nielsen did win the first game of this match. This Tron deck that Team Handshake has brought, Paul. Ooh-wee. Yeah. Is it a doozy?
Unbelievable. They had something like a, what was it, like a 78% win rate
It's
or
a
something
large
on day
number.
1. I think they fell off a little bit at the end, but there were also a lot of mirror matches.
Yeah.
They just
뭐야,
started
동시
fighting
진행은
at
아닌가
the
본데?
end, so somebody
번째
had to go
게임부터
down,
보여주는
but
거 보니까.
incredible deck.
근데 이것도 트론이 이겼네.
Pretty interesting innovations as well.
Well, let's take a look here at
트론이 뭐 거의 코뿔소
Nielsen does have 4
파기장가 보다.
to Stefano.
코뿔소들 다 죽어나가나 보다.
7. This Tron deck, of course, does mulligan quite a bit because it is looking to put together the Tron lands. That's goal number 1. From there, it doesn't have too hard of a time winning the game. For Vinci, going to cycle a Lorien revealed to search up
내 상대 게임 안 해요. 개빡침.
Fiery Islet.
밧줄 태우다가 끝날 때 한 번씩 움직여.
Of course, not too relevant against the mono green Tron deck. If you're Stefano, though, you have to be at least feeling good that Simon, of course, not only mulliganed to 4, but led with Forest, right?
Yes.
Leading with Forest means that Simon, at the earliest, will get Tron on turn 4.
So we are going to head back over to
이게
Vinci,
뭔 덱인지 모르겠어요.
who will play a breeding pool untapped.
무슨 덱이지?
Now, in the last match that we watched, we saw some difficulty with Kai being able to actually cascade into Rhinos. That didn't really do its thing. And then while we didn't see game number 1 here for Stefano, we do see a Crashing Footfalls go on suspend. These Teamer Rhino players that made the top 8, they're having a tough time so far.
Yeah, well, here's, I mean, this is kind of the small difference.
아니 얘를 그냥 깔았어. 이거 무슨 뜻이지? 무슨 사인이지?
When you're comparing this deck to something like Living End, which has the same number of cascade spells, but it cycles a lot more. It draws a lot more cards. This deck, not so much.
That's true. That is very true. Another Ancient Stirrings there from Nielsen before passing the turn back over to Vinci, who will lead things off with an island for his turn. And oh, do my eyes deceive me? Are we going to see Cascade into Crashing Footfalls into Rhinos actually on the battlefield on turn 3?
And look at this. I believe this is a main phase. Is this a main phase Crashing
This does not want to get Warping Whale.
Right. And remember, Simon Says only plays 1. But still playing around it because there's no reason not to.
And we saw how good it was in that last match between Calcano and Kai. So, main phase, that Violent Outburst. Instance can be played at sorcery speed after all, and now those Rhinos are on the battlefield. So we're going to head back over to Simon, who does have a power plant on the battlefield and a tower in hand.
And I saw a copy of the One Ring as well, so that would be a nice way to buy some time if Stefano doesn't have a counterspell for the powerful legendary artifact.
Here come those Rhinos, and this is the game plan for Teamer Rhinos against most opponents, but definitely in this matchup, which is get some pressure on the battlefield by turn number 3 and clean things up after that with some disruption and counter magic.
Yeah, once you get the Rhinos in play, you're just kind of playing a tempo game. It's like, I have these
나
two
위기야,
permanents in
님들아.
play. Everything else I
Emergency.
do is just to try to stop what you're trying to do, right? It's like, I'm going to counter things, I'm going to tap your lands, I'm going to bounce some permanents, and I'm going to try to finish you off with whatever I have in play.
Simon did play in Urza's Mind, so the Tron is online and played a copy of the One Ring that did resolve. So Simon has protection from everything until his next turn. In the meantime, we are seeing a cascade here of another Violent Outburst on Simon's end step. Simon will take a look at those cards, and while he does that, Stefano will put 2 more Rhinos onto the battlefield.
So that's a lethal board here, but of course Simon does get 1 turn. Stefano does not have Questing Beast, at least in the main deck here, so can't just run that out there.
No, does he have anything like Stomp or Bone Crusher Giant?
The D1 ring. Taking a look here, and no.
Okay.
No stomps.
Okay.
So this 1 ring will
이김.
allow Simon to live for at least
이김.
Players have found some innovative ways this weekend to one-up the protection from the 1 ring with main deck copies of Questing Beast, with Bone Crusher Giant, and a bevy of other cards.
Yeah, I saw some tech from a mono-white hammer player in the form of Stern Proctor. It's a 2-mana 1/3 flyer, so when you play out the ring,
Sure.
right? If you play out the ring, you can't pay for the triggered ability. Hopefully I can combo you off before you die.
Wow. Hey, whatever it takes. Speaking of which.
Or Strict Proctor, rather.
Well, this is an Ulamog that's going to be countered by Mystical Dispute. Now, that Ulamog is going to take care of 2 of those 4 Rhinos, and now the follow-up is a Relic of Progenitus, which will immediately tap and exile something from the graveyard.
This puts Simon down to 4.
And now this Rhinos that was on suspend is going to resolve. So we're going to head back over to Stefano. Can Stefano actually cross the finish line here? Because Simon is looking to make it difficult.
Yeah, I'm thinking about cards like Fire Ice. I have a couple copies of those.
Yeah, because that will get the job done. Here's the attack with the Rhinos that can attack. The other ones, of course, are summoning 6. So Nielsen's going to fall down to 4. Does Nielsen want to burden counter on that ring and fall down to 3? It looks like the answer to that question
He
is
has to dig here. Now, remember, Simon Mulligan was able to find some, but needs to find an answer. Oblivion Stone, another 1 ring to survive.
There are outs here.
Has a 1 ring. Down to 3.
나또 배드핸드.
Use this 1 ring here to draw a couple of cards.
배드핸드
Probably
킵
just
전문가.
has to fire off another one, unless he can find something like an Oblivion Stone.
So there is the activation of the current 1 ring. Second burden counter placed onto it. So 2 cards coming here for Nielsen. And Paul, as you mentioned, it looks like there is another copy of 1 ring in the hand to give Nielsen a little protection, perhaps.
Yeah, now, not sure what else Stefano's working with here, but if he had something like a Force Negation, would be able to close this game out.
And this is one of the things that makes playing against Rhinos a little bit difficult, because you think of this deck as just kind of a Cascade deck with interaction, but they have a lot of interaction.
Yeah.
They have cards like Subtlety, they have Force Negation, they have Brazen Borrower, Mystical Dispute. They have a lot of different ways to interact with you when they have
위기예요.
up like this. Right.
알려줘.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, basically, you just have the shell where you go, hey, I get to play the 4 Footfalls and the 8 Cascade spells. Everything else, you can just play counter magic that does not cost 2 or less, because that's the only deck building constraint, right? Because of all the Cascade spells that you have.
Yeah. So the evolution of this deck over the past couple of years has been very, very fun to watch, as you're going to see a Fiery Islet get sacrificed there in response to the 1 ring. Whatever Stefano may have been looking for, I don't think he found it. So this 1 ring is going to enter the battlefield. Going to sacrifice this Relic of Progenitus with a mana or 2 floating will Simon.
This will buy Simon an additional turn, but still needs to dig here to find an answer for the army of Rhinos on Stefano's side.
And now here's a sphere.
얘들아, 나 죽어가요.
Looks like 1 green mana is floating.
살려줘.
Oblivion Stone.
There it is.
All right. All right.
There it is. And now I don't, you know, now that Simon's at 3, it's really tough to go down to 2, because that puts you in fire range.
Yes.
So I don't think we're going to see an activation here from Simon Nielsen with that 1 ring.
Now remember, there is a green mana floating, and now it looks like Simon is tapping a green as well. So this will mean that no mana is floating to cast a Sylvan Scrying. Okay. And it looks like
위기야.
Scrying is going to resolve. So perhaps it's time for another Tower of Power.
Lots of mana.
Oh, it's actually time for another Saga.
Okay.
This is an innovation by Team Handshake.
Oh, shot.
A couple copies of this card this weekend. And there was at one point in the very recent memory of Modern that Ursa Saga was arguably the best card. And we really haven't seen much of it this week.
And I think Team Handshake was thinking a similar thing. It's like, hey, this is one of the best lands, right? Why don't we play it?
Yeah, we can even search for it.
We can search for it. So in the late game, when we already have 1 million mana, all of a sudden, all of our search effects can at least get us a relevant card.
Yeah.
Right?
The follow-up there was an Oblivion Stone and a passing of the turn. Of course, no attack there from Vinci because of the protection from the One Ring.
Now Simon does have access to the instant speed activation here on the Oblivion Stone. We'll pass with mana up. Curious to see what kind of interaction or disruption Stefano has.
I will also note here too, partner, if you take a look at Stefano's lands, there is a real lack of red mana over there.
I'd sacrifice the Islet to find some action, but this also means that he doesn't have the ability to play Violent Outburst end of turn, doesn't have the ability to cast Fire.
GG. GG.
Among the cards in hand here for Nielsen is Karn the Great Creator. We've seen him already
슬프다.
for some mana perhaps to cast this card, and he will. So the very
아, 액트가 좀만 빨리 나왔어도 할만했을 것 같은데. 그자잉?
it'll fall down to 3 loyalty, which means that Simon's going to go and find an artifact from outside the game.
Yeah, you can either go for an Explosives or a Chalice here, both fine options, because those are cheap things you can play, while also giving you the ability to still activate the Oblivion Stone.
It looks like,
Oh.
ensnaring.
Yeah, I mean, Simon is at 3 cards in hand, and also still has the mana to crack the O-Stone.
또
There's
배드엔드.
a land for turn, and Simon will pass the turn back, bringing himself down
지옥의 배드엔드.
fewer cards in hand.
철창 깔고, 아니 철창이 아니고
Whale and Dismember.
그 뭐야?
Be seeing Dismember get cast anytime this game.
I think I agree with you
Yeah.
on that.
일반화 아티. 깔고 시작한 적이 한 번도 없어.
Now remember, this is a game in which I believe, if memory serves, Simon mulliganed to 4.
Right. Yeah. One Ring does a lot of work. Does a lot of work.
Boy, does it. Now
Yeah.
this is a Fury that's looking to finish off the Karn. But Karn's already done its damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And just trying to think of the number of answers that Stefano could find for an Ensnaring Bridge here. We're looking at Otawara, Boseiju, and a single copy of Brazen Borrower.
Okay.
So Stefano does have outs here.
On the end step, we'll catch you up real quick. There was a Urza Saga activation to generate that construct, and then a Oblivion Stone Fate counter placed on that construct, hence the die above it. Now, we're in the main phase, and Urza Saga will get that third counter for Chapter 3. Before it goes away, it'll bring another construct to play.
Right, and get a map, and then you can just get a Saga and play it again, and all of a sudden you're just going to have an army of, what, 10 constructs,
Yeah.
potentially?
Now-
They're going to be huge.
They will be huge. They won't have the opportunity to attack just yet.
Right.
But you can get pretty
The long
funky.
game.
Yeah,
The long game.
the
I know
longest
what
of
I know what you're thinking
Yeah,
of here.
you can little fake counter here, little fake counter there. I'll blow up my own
Hey,
bridge.
look, Oblivion Stone has other lines of text here, and of course, like you mentioned, put fate counters on all your other permanents and destroy the rest of the world.
I gotta tell you, Oblivion Stone has been around for a real long time,
Oh yeah,
and
Mirrodin right there.
yeah, and I would have thought at some point, maybe I don't want to say a better one would have came along, but maybe just a different one. This thing's just still doing its thing for, we're going on 20-ish years.
We've had different iterations of it, but nothing quite on the same level.
No,
right?
No, it's just still here and cooking, and it's awesome. It's a really good card. I'm having difficulty figuring out what Stefano can do to get himself out of this situation.
I'm thinking, especially because you have the O-Stone plus the bridge, I'm thinking burn spells. I'm thinking there are 4 copies of Fire Ice in Vinci's deck.
Okay.
Simon Nielsen's at 3, right?
That's the out.
If the games go a little bit long, like you said, if Simon's on the go very long plan with this Oblivion Stone, and if Vinci's going to be drawing some cards here with Lorraine Reveal,
Or will he? Or will
right,
he?
Warping Whale.
That's right.
Warping Whale. Never mind.
So, Saga's going to go up to 2. I thought he was going to be drawing some cards as well. But
Right.
this Warping Whale, we saw it from Calcano in the last match. We see it here from Simon. They don't play a ton of them do these Tron decks, but have been good every single time.
I mean, it's a very narrow card. It's pretty unassuming, but for this specific matchup, it's very, very powerful.
So Nielsen's going to tap 4 mana. Now going to play another copy of the One Ring. Well, I'm sure he has a reason for that.
Perhaps has maybe too many cards in here.
Oh, okay. That would
right?
that would make the most sense. The protection he doesn't really need.
Yeah.
Clearly not drawing any cards with the one that he has on the battlefield. So just kind of just by deduction.
All right. Now it's time to put some fate counters on things. We saw that Oblivion Stone get tapped. Curious what has fate counters on them.
So the fate counters are on the constructs because they have the die in front.
Got it.
So that's where your fate counters currently live.
So need to put one more on the bridge to protect everything.
Well, what I believe Simon's plan.
Oh, excuse me, never. You don't want to do it on
the
the
only
bridge.
thing you don't want to put it on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You are absolutely right. Yeah.
But again, given where this game is going, he's in no rush to do much of anything, would be my best
or
guess,
is he?
but I could be wrong about that. So here's an Oblivion Stone activation. This is going to be blow up everything with the third Saga counter on.
This is an attack for 18 here, Cedric.
Yep.
He
So
gets
now
an artifact.
you make a construct, you get an artifact, and say, okay, can I win the game right now? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like 6 artifacts on the battlefield. I know that Relic of Progenitus may look like it's on the battlefield. Don't believe that it is, just so that you know at home. I think that's an exile stack. Let's add another artifact here with an expedition map.
Back for 21 here. How many more artifacts do you have, Simon?
And you can see Vinci's hand. We actually have a really good look at it. 2 Force Negations and 1 Brazen Borrower. Now, Force Negation, exiling Force Negation is going to take care of that expedition map.
This is lethal, right?
Well,
No. This is an attack for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 18.
18. You have to bounce it. Stefano was 1 mana short. If he had 1 more mana,
We would have the game.
could have bounced and then cast the Borrower and won the game.
Yeah. And Stefano is coming up a little bit short here because that was
a little short.
and also because that was lethal.
다 죽여가는 중.
Stefano couldn't just play Brazen Borrow and attack.
다 죽여가고 있어요.
And that is going to do it on a mulligan 2-4. Simon Nielsen is going to win game number 2 here against Stefano Vinci. Mono Green Tron has got the stranglehold on Teamer Rhinos early this morning.
Yeah, and you saw that innovation, right? That little tiny twist. Urza Saga edition. Nobody
트론이 상성상 코뿔소 도살장가 봐요.
and it won Simon the game.
Opening hand.
코뿔소 뿔 다 잘라버리는 중.
Vinci's going to start things off with the wooded foothills.
나만 하지 않는 중.
Back. Nielsen, a little bit more powerful of a start with an Urza's Tower and an expedition map.
But I think after sideboard, you have to think the Teamer Rhinos decks gets a few more toys to play with, right?
님들아,
Tron is a bit more linear.
너 공짜야 공짜.
Ways to kind of interact.
80% 공짜야 공짜. 빨리 사요 빨리 공짜. 코마 공짜. 쓰는 거 코마 써요 코마.
Okay.
타는 잘 안 쓰기는 해. 공짜야 공짜. 공짜인데 얘네들은 사지 마. 공짜여도 이런 건 먹는 거 아니야 님들. 코마. 나 코마 있나?
Stefano's going to fall down. It looks like to 16. That means a Shockland is on the way. Just trying to figure out exactly which one he'd like to find. And it's going to be a breeding pool that enters the battlefield untapped.
I will say the spiciest card that Stefano has in the sideboard that I'm pretty excited to potentially see, Commandeer. 2 copies of Commandeer out of the board.
Right.
Nice card there, friend.
Been a minute
I'm
since
going to just take that one real quick.
Been a minute since I've seen that one.
Yeah.
님들아 아까 그것보다 이게 더 낫지? 나 이거 있거든? 또 살 필요 없을 것 같은데? 우주 이무기 코마 있거든요. 이거 있는데 굳이 또 살 필요 있을까?
Fire Outlet's going to deal a damage, and this is not a Blood Moon. It is the pressure that this Rhinos deck can apply.
All right. That's 10 power right there. Will it be enough? It's 10 power.
웃기지 마요. 안 살 거예요. 꼬시지 마요.
Simon will have Tron on turn 3, but only access to 2 mana.
안 살 거야. 웃기지 마요.
Because of the ice.
So there is Expedition Map being sacrificed.
아니 봐봐. 나 저거 사면 돈 없어. 메타게임 챌린지 간당간당해요. 안 돼.
With the mine, over the next turn cycle. So we head back over to Vinci, who's got 10 power on the battlefield. Can cut Simon Nielsen's life total in half, Paul.
오늘은 이거 슬슬 보다가 내일은 그래도 메타게임 챌린지 방송 오랜만에 해야겠다.
Do you have counter magic? How are you going to try to stop Simon's best play next turn?
Yep. And you can get a decent look there at Vinci's hand. You'll see a Crashing Footfalls, a Fire Ice, and 2 copies of Subtlety, it looks like. Crashing Footfalls will go on suspend. And that other card, I think is the most important of the bunch. Didn't get a great look at it the first time around, but certainly did on the second, and that was a
근데 이제 매직 그만해.
so
너무 많이 했어.
very,
매직 그만.
very good hand there for Vinci.
Right, so you have all your angles covered,
Yes.
right? You have Force of Negation for...
네, 한 달치 매직 지금 했어요.
You have the
두 판.
subtlety for a potential Wormcoil engine,
Yeah.
right? Not only that, Stefano, I believe, has an ice for the tower. So that means Simon, at best, will only have access to 7 mana next turn.
And you see, with that assumption and that cutting of mana, that means probably only 1 spell, right? And as we know, Vinci can handle 1 spell.
Yeah, 7 mana means you can't play 2 copies of the one.
아, 스탠이 나와야 되는데 계속 아레나랑 상관없는 쓸데없는 블록만 나오니까 재미가 없죠. 반지의 제왕 저거 그냥 오프 딱지 모으라고 나오는 블록인데 아레나에 나온다고 누가 해요? 아레나는 게임성이 중요하지 컬렉팅은 전혀 중요하지 않은데. 근데 컬렉하는 블록만 계속 내니까 사람들이 재미가 없지. 밸런스 패치도 맨날 미루면서 그런 개 쓸데없는 블록은 주구장창 내니까 사람들이 하겠어요? 안 하지? 난 그렇다고 생각합니다. 솔직히.
With finding that tower, that means that Simon will have access to at best 7 mana this turn. This is a subtlety that is going to take care of
뭐야, 끝났네?
and this game. Stefano
그래도 한 판 이겼네?
on the board here
라이노가?
in this quarterfinal as Team Rhinos
콧불 재생했어. 콧불 재생.
We turn our attention to game 4 now. Nielsen with 6 cards, Vinci with 7, and Nielsen will kick things off with an Urza's Power Plant and an expedition map.
Yeah, and that's exactly the way that you want to see that's exactly what you want when you're on the Rhino side. We have seen these Rhinos that kind of stumble in a lot of these matchups we've seen so far against Tron, but that's kind of the blueprint. Turn 3, put pressure, play some free spells, get just enough disruption through so you can get in for those 20 points of damage.
And Urza's Mine is land drop number 2 here for Simon Nielsen. If I were a betting man, which I'm certainly not.
No, never.
That third land probably going to be in Urza's Tower.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
that's a good guess.
Yeah. It's a lot of mana.
It's loads.
Catch your Triumph into a Steam Vents here for Vinci. That's going to bring him down to 17. Be a good time for an ice if he's got one.
안 되겠다.
We're going to see Simon sacrifice.
디아블로 좀 하고 있어야겠다. 님들아.
There's the Tower of Power.
방송 보고 계세요.
With the ice, Simon will have
옆에서 디아블로 앵벌이 하고 있을게요.
Well, not. The plot thickens. It'll be a Beseju who endures. That's getting
트론이 더 싸죠.
so. That's very
당연한 거 아니야?
one for Vinci.
big.
These Team of Rhino decks, they don't play a ton of those, but they do effectively get to play one, I'll say, for free.
Yeah.
아니 그런 당연한 이야기를
Some decks play an extra in the sideboard just because of how powerful the card is. Stefano only on the 1.
The aforementioned Urza's Tower is Nielsen's land for the turn. We're going to head back over to Vinci. It'd be a great time to have some Rhinos.
Yeah, and I imagine Stefano might, given
파이언이야?
this turn, probably just run out a Cascade spell.
Oh, yeah.
But Simon, I think, has a Warping Whale.
Well, that might be the story of this Sunday.
Yeah.
It's just how good Warping Whale has looked and may continue to look if he has one here.
It's going to be great here. Or he can just go Blood Moon. But yeah, here we go. Same plan as game 3.
There is a Charlotte's Agent, and there is the Warping Whale.
So good.
Now, Vinci does have a pretty good hand. You mentioned Commandeer, Paul.
Oh, no.
That is there, but I'm not going to talk about Commandeer anymore. I'm going to talk about 8 mana.
Tron. All right. So Simon, like you did mention, has to be mindful of potential Commandeer.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
The Stone Brain.
That has come in straight from the sideboard.
Okay.
You name Crashing Footfalls, it turns off all of Stefano's Cascade spells.
It does do that.
Could name Blood Moon if you think you don't have an answer for that. So a lot of decent choices here. Is this worth forcing?
Very, very interesting. Now, again, Vinci's hand, you do see the Commandeer there. There is a force negation among other options, but this Stonebrain is resolving, and it is naming a card. So we will find out here what it is naming just a second, and it is going to be Crashing Footfalls. The one from the graveyard is exiled, so we can shortcut that and know that that's being named. And now Nielsen's going to write down the cards, and we'll say them aloud. It is a Commandeer, a force negation, an Otawara, Soaring City, a Mystical Dispute,
이거 뭐 불렀어요?
a Brazen Borrower. So, Paul, let's talk about the implications of this. With no more crashing
라이노 불렀나?
that means the clock that
뿔소
this
불렀나
Rhino
뿔소?
deck provides is significantly slower now.
I mean, it's a Cascade deck and you have no Cascade targets, right? So now all of a sudden you're looking at Shardless Agents only doing 2 damage. We did
뭐
see
불렀지?
2 copies of Questing Beast get boarded in, so he's going to have to rely on that.
Okay.
There might be some number of Murktide Agents, but it's
뿔소 불렀나 보네.
the clock was just been
왜
significant.
뿔소가 3개야? 이러고 보고 있나
We
보네.
have to worry about things like end of turn violent
왜
outburst.
코뿔소가 하나 부족하지?
Now, if we try to spin a negative into a positive, if you're rooting for Vinci at home, okay, Shardless Agents, that's a blue card.
Right.
That's a blue card for Subtlety and Commandeer and Force Negation. That's probably the best it's going to get now. Violent Outburst, I don't got much for you.
뭔 소리예요? 저거 손에 있는 것도 타는데.
That will be
손 깎구만.
a total blank.
무슨 소리예요?
Here's an Oblivion Stone via Nurse's Tower.
아니 저러니까는
Yeah, that's one of the fun things about this.
모노그린으로 맨날 진다고 하는 이유가 있구만. 카드 능력을 몰라.
Those pieces, and
드는 이유가 있구만 이거.
Right, and it's one of those things where you when you're sideboarding, you have to think it's like, okay, this card's probably good, but when I play this matchup 100 times, how often am I actually
신나야겠어.
Stonebrain?
Yeah.
And if the answer is 5%,
또 비 엄청 온다.
maybe it's just correct to just bring it in out of the board.
Yeah, and it can maybe win a game all by itself, which is what it may have just done here. As those Crashing Footfalls are long gone, folks.
I will say, it will be probably tough here for Simon to run out Karn here, given that Simon knows that Stefano has the Commandeer. Because we saw how powerful Karn the Great Creator is.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Against the Tron decks. We've seen these Tron decks nearly
근데
because one person
저
has
코끼리 대 코끼리 없으면 뭘로 이겨?
all of your artifacts.
망한 거 아니야 이거? 살리는 순간 이길 게 없는 거 아니야?
All right, but Simon might be here on plan B here, or maybe it's plan A. Who knows? Urza's Saga in play.
Well, we saw just how good it was earlier in the match. It could
이길 게 없는 거 같은데?
Oblivion Stones, plural on the battlefield. One does have a fate counter, one does not. Here for Nielsen. So it looks like Simon is going to play a chromatic sphere with a mana floating. We'll transition that colorless mana into green.
아니 뭐 짤딜 넣을 수 있다고 치면은 뭐 상대가 5점이고 그러면 뭐 짤딜로 이길 수 있다 생각할 텐데 16점이게 돌 2개 깔려 있는데.
If he wants.
And there is the
와 트론들이 다 올라가네.
We'll see if this does resolve.
나이스 님들아 트론 미러 매치는 개빨리 끝나거든요.
In Vinci's hand.
Right. Could also get a Boseiju or potential Blood Moons off the top.
나이스 대회 빨리 끝나겠다.
And there is a looks like a hard cast.
결승 트론 미러 매치면 내가 볼 때는 한 30분 컷이야 30분 컷.
And definitely not playing the Karn.
거의 한 4턴이면 결과 나와요.
Oh, I think Simon's position is
응 나 칼은 네 땅 먹음 하면 끝나요.
too much of anything. You see Simon starting to go through those cards on that little board that he has.
나이스.
Just crossing those off. These are the cards I know about. These are the cards I don't. And these are the cards that are long gone.
Dispute, Commandeer, the notables.
And that was an attempt there from Simon to create a construct via the Urza Saga to block that Shardless Agent, since that construct would be a 3/3. And Petty Theft is going to bounce that. So the Agent's going to come through there for 2 more points of damage, and Nielsen's going to fall down to 14.
Yeah, but Simon, we saw him do this in a previous game. He's just going to do it again. Make a construct, get an expedition map most likely, and fetch out another one.
Yeah, this little Saga chain that Team Handshake has put in this deck, very interesting addition.
Yeah.
뭐 없는 것 같은데?
And when the game
14점이고.
like this, where there's nothing else going on,
신나게 때려봤자 뭐 또 나오면 돌 깔리고.
Yeah.
심지어 우르사 때문에 토큰 나온
So
것도
there is the Saga.
오히려 더 빨리 때리겠다.
Searching up an expedition map, tap that Tron piece, go get another saga.
우르자 사가
play that
토큰으로.
saga. We're on chapter 1.
와 근데 우르자 사가가 트론에 되게 좋다.
Fate counters coming in as well.
Yep.
어쨌건 나중에는 땅 찾고 나면 썩어나 남아 도는 게
And this kind
랜드
of goes to show you
서치인데
that
그걸 다 생물로 바꿀 수가 있네.
There are no sacred cows in deck building. When I saw their deck list, you know,
보성은
Sylvan Scrying,
생물로.
which I thought was impossible in this deck.
-1 Sylvan Scrying, +1 Talisman.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought that was crazy. They cut 3 chromatic stars. They're only playing one of those. I thought the deck started with 4 stars, 4 spheres, 4 scrying, 12 Tron pieces.
No,
Not anymore.
apparently
anymore.
not. You're gonna see a lot less stars
I think so.
in deck lists.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's interesting. I mean, but at the same time, it's Team Handshake, right? So you go, okay, they had great reasons for this. My brain doesn't understand it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But I'm sure they have good reasons for all the decision points that they had for this deck.
Brazen Bar was going to come across. There will be no more attacking on the ground for Charlotte's Agent, as Vinci has knocked Nielsen down to 11. Subtlety among the cards here in Vinci's hand. That we know about that Commandeer, that Mystical Dispute, as does Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, and Stefano, if he wants to race, could play out the subtlety, but of course the Oblivion Stones kind of prevent that from happening. If Simon feels like his life total is in danger, can just pop one of these 2 stones he has in play.
Mm-hmm.
This is a potential attack for 4, given that the Urza Saga is in play.
So that construct does come across. You see the Charlotte's Agent very quick to block. So we're going to head back over to Vinci. Brazen Borrower,
Yeah?
take me home.
Think you can go down to 8? Does Simon want to preserve this life total here?
He's thinking about blowing
Yeah.
up that Oblivion Stone
No?
that doesn't have a fake counter
Okay.
on it, but he's going to take 3 more and fall down to 8.
Yeah, because this turn you want to make another token, then put a fate counter on the token. Actually had the mana to pop the stone still if you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I want to pay to put a fate counter on all my stones?
Sure.
Sure?
Yeah.
Why not?
You got extra mana lying around.
Yeah. They all have protection from Oblivion Stone.
Nielsen will draw a card. Chapter 3 here on the saga.
지금 옆에서 휘린도 돌리고 있어요.
Simon will activate to make another contract.
휘린도 겁나 돌리는 중.
This is how he won game number 2 on that Mold of 4.
I mean, just from the lands here, we're looking at an army of 6/6 tokens in play right now.
Oh yeah, it adds up quick.
It's just,
It adds up real quick.
it's incredible.
There's the Chromatic Star,
The one of,
singular,
yeah.
for Team Handshake.
Yeah, and the one copy there, a nod to the Rakdos Evoke deck that we will see in the next round.
Yeah.
When Corey and Riley join us, as Chromatic Star does not have.
와, 비 엄청 온다.
So that's probably the reason why they cut down on that one.
근데 우리 동네 하늘에 빵꾸 난 것 같아.
Ice
이 미친 듯이 와요.
construct token. It's going to slow that down a little bit. As Fire Islet will now be sacrificed, and Vinci will draw a card.
And for Simon here, I mean, in a great position here to win the race here, right? You're looking at 3 lethal attackers next turn, right? Has the mana to put a fate counter here on the construct and then still blow up the
여보
stone.
친구야.
Might choose to do that here, going down to 5. Okay, no, never mind, going down to 5. If you got triple fire, you got triple fire. You've already used a fire ice.
Yeah.
So, extremely unlikely.
Yeah, again, just using life total as a resource here is Simon, and doing a beautiful job of it. And remember that Simon does know a couple of the cards in Vinci's hand as well.
He had
From the earlier activation of the Stone Break.
Now, if you're on Vinci's side, though, what can you even have? Like, you have to deal with all of these permanents. Each individual construct here is a 6/6.
Yeah, as things currently stand, each of these constructs are lethal on their own. Now, I'm curious if Simon can add anything to the battlefield. Will he?
Yeah. Also, but has to be mindful of the Commandeer.
Yep. That's still going to be on his radar the entire time. I think that's part of the reason that we haven't seen him cast a Karn the Great Creator.
Like, all right, you know what? I'm just going to attack. What do you have?
I have a hand
Nothing.
to shake. That's what I.
트론 둘 올라왔네요.
Simon
트론
Nielsen,
둘.
a member of Team Handshake with Handshake Tron. gonna win this match over Stefano Vinci 3-1. It's been a Tron weekend here in Barcelona, Paul, and it has worked itself through Rhinos once again.
And we're going to see another Tron matchup here in the semi.
야, 이거 트럼프 한다는 거 아니야?
Calcano, who's going to be going up against Simon Nielsen. We saw that matchup before. Pretty much just a mirror. They had a lot of fun. It's all about who's going to put down that card.
100도 그렇게 안 비싸잖아요. 트론.
For Simon over the past handful of tournaments, Will Hall is
트론 부문 온다.
right now.
우승하면 진짜 품 온다.
Nielsen, you just locked up your top 4 position in this Pro Tour. I want to talk about the sideboarding.
Yeah.
I saw you bringing in Stoneboard, Brains, taking out Chalices. Talk to me about why you're doing that on the play and on the draw.
Yeah, so in the Rhinos matchup, I actually went against my team's plan. But we're talking about bringing Stonebrain to take the Rhinos, but on the draw, that's just not fast enough because they will over cast the first make the first Rhinos. So on the draw instead, I should bring in the Chalice of the Void so that I can play it in time. But on the play, it is fast enough to have the Stonebrain, especially if Natural Tron. So that's why. Still think it's a bit iffy because they can do stuff like ice down the Stonebrain if you play it turn 2, and then cast Cascade. And sometimes they can beat you with their subtleties and questing beast and such. So I was actually feeling pretty worried there in that game. But what really mattered is that I knew he had Commandeer in hand after using Stonebrain, so I could just never cast my Karn, and that was really important.
Yeah, you got to play around it. So you're telling me a second ago you weren't even prepared for this matchup. Tell everybody at home why you're not prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I stayed up late last night playtesting Javier's quarterfinal matchup because on the team Handshake, I'm the only Amulet player. So I just had to do it, right?
Team player through and through. Thank you very much, Simon.
일단 상황에 2개 올라온 게 트론 2개 올라왔어요.
I think he did just fine. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on a huge quarterfinal victory. We'll see more of him and more of the quarterfinals here from Barcelona right after this short break.
이제 마법물체 좋은 거 나오니까 귀신같이 떡상하는 건가? 트론? 아, 마음이 뒤숭숭하다. 비 너무 많이 오니까. 물난리 나진 않겠지? 이겨내요. 중력을 이겨내.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. It is Top 8 Sunday, and we are in our quarterfinals, gearing up for quarterfinals 3 and 4. And here is
아니, 지금 방송 장비를 저 정도 해고서 맨날 실수하는 거야? 이 새끼들 시발서 써야겠네, 이거. 지금 방금 봤어요? 방송 장비들 엄청 까라는 거? 저러고 맨날 실수하고 놓치고 이러는 거야?
Hey everybody, if you are getting FOMO about the action here in Barcelona, you can join us in Vegas September 22nd through the 24th.
예, 인공지능이 필요한 이유예요. 저 비싼 인건비에 사람들이 일을 제대로 안 해. 인공지능이 필요하다. 아, 보니까 직원 한 20명 있는 것 같은데? 방송 진행 직원 20명 정도 있는 것 같은데?
streets, everything you could want.
근데 우리나라 3명이서 방송하는 인방보다 퀄리티가 안 좋네.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Dabuti gearing up for quarterfinals of 3 and 4. Let's
다 놓치고.
look at our bracket and find out what's already happened in our quarterfinals so far. As you can see, Christian
트론끼리 결승 한 명 갔네 일단. 트론 한 명은 결승 진출.
Mani, what are your thoughts on what we've already seen?
Well, I think it was really touching.
그럼 이제 하나의 트론이 더 올라갈 수도 있는 거예요. 하비에르가 1등이라 다 성공이거든요. 트론이고. 그러니까 하비에르 잘해요. 그러니까 하비에르 올라오면 결승은 트론 대 트론이야.
Against the team of Rhinos. Now they're setting up for a rematch of their mirror match from the Swiss that happened on day 2. And one person that doesn't need to get ahead of himself, but maybe salivating already, is Dominic Harvey, looking at the other side of that bracket, perhaps, and thinking, man, if I can get past this Tron and one more opponent, it's just going to be Tron in the finals.
And Amulet Titan wants to play Tron.
Amulet Titan wants to play Tron, Maria.
Okay, so there's the other set of our quarterfinals that we are turning to next. Let's take a look at quarterfinal number 3. Dominic Harvey.
근데 아뮬렛 타이탄은 트론한테 셀 것 같은데? 그쵸 님들아? 아뮬렛이 할만하지 않아 트론 상대로? 같은 나이빌인데 아뮬렛이 좀 더 그거 아니야? 공격적인 나이빌 아니야? 트론은 수비적인 나이빌이라고 친다면? 하비에르는 뭐 무난하게 락토스 다 죽여버리고 올라왔고 한 번 진 게 코폴스한테 지고 골가리한테 졌네. 근데 아뮬렛이 타이탄 씹어 먹을 것 같은데 아뮬렛이 보자 모노그린 트론한테 0패 다 이김. 아뮬렛이 트론 다 이기고 올라오. 이거 우승 아뮬렛인가? 덱 뭐 여러가지 아직 남아있긴 한데 일단 왼쪽 테이블은 아직 경기를 치러야 되는데 락토스, 아뮬렛, 그리고 라이노, 트론 이렇게 남아있고 반대쪽은 트론 2개 올라왔어요. 그러니까 결승 한 군데는 트론이야. 4강 중 2개가 트론인데 걔네 트론끼리 싸워요. 그리고 나머지 쪽은 이제 다양해요. 그래서 생각보다 재밌어요. 근데 아뮬렛이 트론한테 유리한 것 같거든요. 내가 볼 때 안 질 거야. 아뮬렛이 다 이길 것 같아요. 그러면 아뮬렛은 4강만 이기면 우승이야. 근데 아뮬렛 중 제일 잘한다고 볼 수 있는 하비에르를 지금 이긴다. 이지한 거지 그럼 나머지는. 칼카노가 됐든 깝죽이가 됐든 이제 이지한 거지. 아뮬렛 우승. 안 되겠다. 아뮬렛 짜야겠다. 아뮬렛 덱도 싸 보이는데 아뮬렛 짜야겠다. 트론은 원래 하던 거죠 뭐. 딱 맞춰서 노는 거고 아뮬렛은 콤보 덱이고.
As well. Valakut plus Dryad of the Elysian Grove means that you don't actually need mountains in your deck. So this deck can really put together wins out of nowhere in large chunks of damage.
지금 설명 나오고 있는 게 아뮬렛 덱이에요. 아뮬렛 덱. 아뮬렛 깔아서 랜드들로 부스팅해서 그 한 턴에 저거 뭐야 녹타이탄 같은 거 깔고 막 이러면서 녹타이탄으로 어택 가고 또 땅 깔고 하면서 막 난리 쳐요. 좀 엔진이 간단하진 않아가지고 말로 설명하기 좀 애매해. 그러니까 땅이 깔리면은 그 땅이 이제 핸드로 올라가는 땅인데 막 탭돼서 들어오는 땅인데 언탭해서 땅 뽑고 핸드로 올리고 다시 땅 여러 개 까는 걸로 땅 여러 번 깔면서 또 계속 부스팅하고 이런 식으로 해서 타이탄 뽑고 타이탄으로 어택 깨가지고 또 땅 나오는데 그걸로 뭐 하여튼 복잡해. 쉽게 설명이 힘들어요. 그러니까 아뮬렛 때문에 탭돼서 나오는 땅들이 언탭되고 그로 인해서 마나 부스팅을 하고 그걸로 이기는 덱이에요. 근데 이게 설명이 되게 오묘하다. 이거 아뮬렛이 복잡해요. 그러니까 한 번에 한순간에 뭘로 트론처럼 쉽게 뭘 떨군다 이건 아니야. 그래서 조금 더 복잡해서 설명하기 약간 애매해요. 한번 봐보세요.
which means Javier now has his work cut.
바운스 랜드를 뽑고 바운스 랜드를 올리는데 한 턴에 뭐 랜드 플레이를 2번 한다 3번 한다 뭐 이런 식인 거야. 그럼 6만화가 나오잖아요. 그걸로 타이탄이 나와서 타이탄으로 땅을 가져오는데 그걸로 또 땅을 뽑아가지고 그 턴에 타이탄이 어택을 가가지고 막 힘들어요 저. 자, 보세요. 복잡해. 설명이 힘들어. 미안해요. 나도 한 번도 안 걸려봐서 정확한 설명은 힘든데 대충 메커니즘은 알거든요. 근데 설명하기 되게 힘들어요. 여튼 같이 만화 사기치는 덱인데 아뮬렛은 진짜 아뮬렛이 나왔냐 안 나왔냐가 중요해요. 아뮬렛이 깔려있냐 깔려있지 않냐. 그리고 트론은 뭐 삼신기 모으면 되는 거니까 어렵진 않고 대신에 그 다음 드로우 몇 턴 안에 카른 같은 거 깔아서 상대 손 뭐 필드 이런 거 메타 하느냐 이게 중요한 매치일 것 같고 아뮬렛 같은 경우에는 아뮬렛이 있으면 이기고 없으면 질 것 같은데요. 원래 그런 덱이라 뭔가 할 말이 없어. 아뮬렛은 아뮬렛 나오면 되게 세요. 근데 아뮬렛 없으면 덱이 구조적으로 그렇게 뭐 이길 수 있는 게 아뮬렛 없이 이길 수 있는 게 없으니까. 아뮬렛 있음 이지. 아뮬렛 깔렸어요.
in the top 8 on Sunday.
Yeah, after starting 2-2 as well. How impressive.
Yeah, just deciding, all right, I'm not going to lose out from here. All right, we kick things off
언탭하죠 땅.
with an amulet of vigor.
그래서 그거 탭해서
Exactly where you want
나와서 또 땅을 깔죠. 언탭 되죠. 다음 턴에 아뮬렛 하나 더 가져오고 게임 끝났어. 다음 턴 끝났어요. 칼은 나와야 돼.
Yep, absolutely a solid start. This is kind of poising it for Dominic Harvey to have that amulet next turn and win the game already. So Javier
아뮬렛 타이탄 1000불이라고요? 아니 무슨 죄다 1000불이야. 살 수 있는 게 없네. 아니 매직 안 해. 파이오니아가 한 개야. 그 이상 못 가겠어요. 안 해. 아 100만 원이야. 안 해.
For the Tron player, and there it is, 1-2-7.
Yep. Yeah,
1-2-7.
Exactly. Turn 3 is the big turn for both of them.
이제 봐봐요.
Dom can win as early as turn 2.
아뮬렛 하나로 이제 부스팅을 엄청나게 해요.
So let's see what Dominguez wants to do with all this mana that he's unlocked here. First, we're going to kick things off.
아마 다음 턴에 끝날 거예요.
A kind of tame start.
다음 턴에 끝날 거야.
Yep. Starting off with that, and most of the time, you don't really need all 7 pieces.
아뮬렛을 이 상태로 놔두면 다음 턴 끝.
Like, you know, the Karn liberated days where you just automatically used all of your mana on turn 3. Now it is kind of 4 mana for the One Ring, which will prevent Primeval Titan from dealing damage next turn, or Karn the Great Creator to find something useful.
저거 뭐야? 더 지니어스 롤브레이커? 쟤 뭐야 쟤? 저 슬리브 뭐야 저거? 더 지니어스 롤브레이커 저거 뭔데? 님들아 저 슬리브 뭔데? 나도 모르는 건데 왜 저 친구가 갖고 있어? 그리고 그것보다 저 친구는 지니어스를 어떻게 하는 건데? 아니 넷플릭스에도 지니어스 없지 않아? 쟤 더 지니어스를 어떻게 하는 거야? 그게 더 신기한데? 아니 넷플릭스에도 있어서 뭐 그러면 모를까? 저거 넷플릭스에도 없는 건데 어떻게 알아 쟤?
Cycling away a relic as well, so it looks like Dominguez is really actually looking for something specific. Sylvan Scrying going to be used.
여기서도 국뽕이
Let's see what he
타오른다.
It's going to be a Tron piece, a utility land. No, he's going for the tower. All right.
몰라요. 근데 어떻게 하는 거지? 그냥 짱구 걸리는 거 좋아해가지고 찾아서 본 건가? 아니 어떻게 하는 거야?
I'm on 20 live.
That is big for dismembering the Dryad because now at least if there is a primeval
이제 아뮬렛이 봐봐요 어떻게 되나?
damage as well.
Yeah,
But Dom is moving pretty fast.
아뮬렛 이제 지랄하거든요?
Might be doing some damage.
So this produces
야 이거
ridiculous amount of mana here.
보여주죠? 상대한테 보여주죠? 야 너 죽었어 알잖아.
With the bounce lands, the
타이탄 나올게.
primeval titans, both players understand.
타이탄으로 헤이스트 어택하는 땅 가져올게.
These bounce lands will untap with one amulet. It'll stack so you'll get to untap.
그냥 보여주죠 시원하게.
Land adds 4 mana. And now
너 그래서 뭐 할 건데? 아 헤이스트에 더블 스트라이크 줄 거야.
to give it haste and then
응 알아서 쳤어. 지금 무슨 일이 일어나는지 10분 안에 모르겠죠. 뭐냐면 타이탄이 땅을 가져와서 헤이스트를 받고 더블 스트라이커를 줘서 때려서 상대를 죽였어요. 근데 그게 다 땅들이 탭돼서 들어오는 땅인데 아뮬렛 때문에 언탭이 돼. 그러면서 걔네들이 펌핑을 친 거예요. 땅들로. 그래서 그냥 죽은 거예요. 네, 아뮬렛 때문에 땅들이 언탭돼서 나오니까 그걸로 마나를 뽑고 헤이스트랑 더블 스트라이커를 바로바로 준 거야. 네, 어떤 느낌인지 알겠죠? 그러니까 그 시스템이 간단하진 않은데 빠르게 부스팅을 해서 타이탄이 나오고 그것 때문에 아뮬렛으로 인해서 부스팅이 되고 그로 인해서 끝나요 게임. 그냥 방금 그거잖아. 아뮬렛 깔려있고 타이탄 보여주니까 그냥 접잖아요. 그냥 죽어요. 그냥 죽어. 그러니까 복잡하진 않은데 그냥 알고 나면은 간단한데 그냥 처음에 볼 때는 복잡해요. 모르는 사람이 볼 때는. 근데 사실 복잡한 건 아니에요. 간단해. 그냥 타이탄이 나와서 땅을 찾고 그 땅이 타이탄을 강화시키고 그렇게 맞으면 죽어요. 결론은 막을 게 특별히 없으면 그냥 죽는 상황이 나아요.
Makes the Mycosynth Gardens really useful in this specific situation.
근데 아뮬렛 자체가 없으면 또 토론한테 시간을 주고 그로 인해서 이제 카른이 나와서 땅을 먹을 수도 있고.
See, I looked at this deck because I'm a big fan of Primeval Titan, one of my favorite cards of all time. Banned in Commander, so I don't get.
그러니까 아뮬렛이 있냐 없냐가 너무 차이가 많이 나기 때문에 그렇게 쉽게 그냥 무조건 좋은 덱이다 이렇게 말하기는 아직 일러요. 그러니까 게임 해볼 만은 해. 물론 높은 확률로 아뮬렛이 이기겠죠. 아뮬렛이 원래 저런 벽덱 중에서는 거의 최고에 가까우니까. 오르자사가 너무 좋죠. 아뮬렛 가져오니까. 대사기야.
At some point when you wanted to go for a long game, I mean, you've had to jump through hoops to win the games. Way back in the day with this deck, it's a little more streamlined with how many amulets you can put into play these days.
The old card Summer Bloom used to be one
of
the
0만화 아니고 1만화. 1만화 아티어.
How powerful it made the Amulet Titan.
Yeah, it was banned for this deck.
That's exactly right. Yep. But now with the Dryad of the Elysian Grove, we're seeing even more mana being generated, thanks to again the amulets, plural. Don't forget that Mycosynth Gardens is a copy of amulets.
1만화랑 1만화 뮤트로 가져와서 플레이 깔걸요?
And it looks like two land drops.
Excuse me, sorry. I see Summoners Pact. I'm like Amulet. I'm getting Primeval Titan every single time, but no, we are getting Arboreal Grazer,
the true powerhouse. So Arboreal Grazer does just ramp up for extra mana here, being able to give you one more land drops. You see Dom's little land drop counter down there. Played the 2 for Dryad already. Now Grazer just adds the.
더 지니어스는 세상이 아니다.
Not the Titan. Colossus still does some great stuff.
Cultivator Colossus.
갑자기 외국에 장동민 팬클럽 생겨. 뭐지? 왜 이 사람 팬클럽이 생겼지?
And we're going to see exactly how many lands he wants to put into play here.
Each one you draw a card, and there's going to be, as of right now, 8 triggers on the stack with the amulet, is what he's explaining.
근데 진짜 저 슬리버는 어떻게? 아니 저걸 알고 있다는 것도 신기하다. 캐나다 친구.
I'm surprised that Dominic Harvey isn't walking with a neck brace into the tournament hall, because just to hold up the size of this guy's brain.
It is, yeah.
Holy
absolute
moly.
Genius with the deck, and look at that, 2 very, very fast games. But now sideboarding does come into play.
Yeah, so now
스타워즈도 있을걸요?
change a little bit as players have access to their sideboards, but Harvey
아뮬렛이 또 이겼죠?
don't have an into Urza's Saga. Poor old Domingue. I never thought I'd feel sorry for a Tron player. I never thought I would think, oh, Tron is just, oh man, such a shame. Dominguez here, but
불머리!
this is what he's doing. But the Stone Brain.
위기 비상!
The Stone Brain is excellent. We've seen Team Handshake Tron
불머리 깔림 비상!
in a lot of matchups, including the mirror, just to hope to draw it on turn 2 to be able to interact
바로.
a little bit earlier. And yeah, I guess
불머리
not
추방.
anymore because it's been teared under.
Teared a torn
불머리 추방.
Exactly right. So we don't have to worry about the Stone Brain. A relevant piece of interaction here from
뭐야, 트렌드 스타?
Corey missing that key card, Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, missing Amulet. You do have Urza's Saga on 2, so Amulet will be joining the party next turn. Both of these decks utilizing Urza's Saga in, you know, slightly more unconventional ways. We see this more of as a value card to just make some constructs. Maybe you play it with Urza, Lord High Artifice, or something like that.
Go and get something like a Shadow Spear.
Yeah, something like that.
But now it's an actual real combo piece, like a tutor.
결국에
For both decks.
아뮬렛 나오면은 또 꼬이죠, 게임.
Go get Tron Piece or Haywire Might for disruption.
또 꼬일 거야, 아뮬렛 나오면.
Your Haywire Might can actually pick
추방시키는 애 나오긴 했는데 만화 없고.
As it's an enchantment land, it can indeed be blown up by the might, but not in time before the third chapter procs. The card is sacrificed and replaced instead by a one mana artifact, which you'd have to imagine is going to be a copy of Amulet of Vigor, unless Harvey has.
어쨌건 견제할 수 있는 게 두 장이나 나왔거든요, 하비에르가.
About how what this matchup looks like. He agrees because he generally seems to know what he's talking about. He agrees it's a pretty bad matchup for Dominguez, but he pointed out that some of the best lines for Dominguez involve Khan the Great Creator fetching something like an Ensnaring Bridge from the sideboard. But then you can play around that with Valakut and Dryad of the Elysian Grove. So maybe instead you go for something like the Stone Brain to get rid of the Titan. Or a Metamorph, right? Phyrexian Metamorph to copy it yourself.
아뮬렛 가져왔어요, 그래도.
Which isn't too bad in a deck that likes to search out lands. But again, all of these lines, you're still playing from the back foot. You're still trying to sort of play from behind in Dominguez's spot. We're kind of laboring the point, but Corey, it is a really rough matchup.
Exactly, and those are really applicable for game one, the Great Creator and Snaring Bridge, but post-board, as we already saw, there's ways to exile different artifacts and enchantments, as we already saw.
Tear Asunder coming in from the board, of course. You're absolutely right. Oh, man. The Amulet Titan sideboard is just wild. It's so wild.
Speaking of wild, it's always
That's Summoning Pact.
Summoner's Pact. When you only have one mana in play, you're like, I'll figure out how to pay for this a little bit later.
That's future.
이걸로 이제 랜드를 여러 번 깔죠.
I hate that guy.
So here we see Azusa.
7만화요. 타워만 3개 뽑아.
Get this into play. There was one floating, and one floating from the Urza Saga there to be able to cast it.
All right. And we found our 4 mana.
Yeah.
타워가 하나 더 뽑아요.
Farm in the stronghold.
If Javier can deal with any of the lands in any way, then Dom is just going to lose to the Summoner's Pact.
Oh, yeah.
Like a Beseiju.
Let's go.
You know?
Let's go. I do like that. You got a Beseiju on the Rot Farm, and you force your opponent to lose to the upkeep pack trigger.
Exactly. Yep. And you see both players playing lightning fast. They both know the interactions here, or little there is, from both sides of the decks, and just both players know their deck quite
근데
well.
어쨌건 아뮬렛을 날리고 나면은
This matchup, typically, obviously, the bracket is usually released the night before, like obviously last night. They'll know.
Dismember.
So you can bet your bottom dollar that both of these players will have been testing this matchup. Their teammates will have been helping them out in testing this matchup, so they'll know what to expect, what cards matter, what cards don't.
Yep, absolutely. So now this is great. Javier got the One Ring in play, so can start gaining some card advantage.
But you can see he's talking through these lines. He just said, I might die if I attack.
But he's forgetting having to pay for Pact. That is maybe an oversight that Javier's having, because no matter what, it's going to be a turn-off.
Ah, I see. So Dominguez should be remembering that Harvey's locked out next turn, essentially. He doesn't have any mana. Paying for the Pact here. Able to do that. Double green thanks to the... And look, Dominguez saying, oh, yeah, the Pact, right.
Yep.
The Gemstone Caverns obviously...
프레스트가
second green mana.
Correct.
없는 거야?
Absolutely. And getting a little bit of sideboard information. Cards that Dom did not want.
다음 턴은 위험한데 진짜 하비에르. 포레스트가 없어?
Javier taking out the 3 relics. No real graveyard interaction. Warping Whale looks like to be taken out, as well as Walking Ballistas.
Okay.
And then bringing in Stone Brain, which we saw, Pithing Needle, Leveler, and those Haywire Might.
2 copies of the Haywire Might. You can see one of them on the battlefield. And now Khan, the great creator, the headline act in this Tron deck these days, picking up the Stone Brain. And recognizing that the Stone Brain essentially unbeatable here for Harvey, we're going to pack it up and go to a game number 4 here. So
오, 그래도 어쨌건
Yes.
사이드 게임에서는 약간 하비에르는 그래도 조금은 가능성을 보여줬죠.
Other artifacts because the One Ring has indestructible. So you need cards like Terra Sunder, Haywire Might in order to exile opposing artifacts.
Yep.
The problem with that is that means that Khan can go and get them again. If that had just been an actual factual naturalize instead.
근데 아뮬렛이 이제 아뮬렛을 가져올 수 있는 방법이 너무 많다. 우르자 땅도 그렇고 아뮬렛도 예전보다 훨씬 더 안정적이 됐다. 아뮬렛 원툴 덱이긴 한데 그 원툴을 가져올 확률이 높아졌으니까.
A relic and taken out a worm coil engine while
그렇지 않나요?
has brought in a One Ring and taken out Gemstone Caverns. What are we looking at here? We got a Stone Brain.
Stone Brain on turn 2, the one of once again. Javier's got to be really excited about this. This is kind of how you steal games, is by drawing this. It is a one of right now, since it's in the game. Javier's just realizing if I have this as a Karn target, it's just too slow. But if I naturally draw it on,
일단 우르자 사가도 가져오고 아까 서머니 팩으로 타이탄 가져올 수 있고. 그 다음에 기본적으로 히든 스트링 같은 거 옛날에 썼었는데 지금 쓰는지 모르겠네. 타이탄을 부르겠죠? 근데 타이탄 불러도 발라콧에 죽을 수도 있는 거라 모르겠네. 근데 타이탄 부르겠지? 타이탄은 그냥 나오면 끝나버리니까.
Bounce land plus Titan. You know, you can't just have the traditional. I'll play a bounce land, play Titan.
뭐 서버 플랜을 어떤 걸 만들어놨는지 나도 몰라가지고.
Well, let's see if he has the goods. He's thinking about it, which means that there's obviously some play to it. This is not a bloke who seems to get himself into the tank very often.
그럼 플랜의 차이가 있지 않을까?
Mana there. A nice little bounce land at home, if you will.
Yeah, Crumbling Vestige is doing its best impression here.
Okay.
Now a Slayer's Stronghold.
I mean, this is the Stonebrain picking off Titans again. But that being said,
아마 이러면 뭐 발라콧 같은 걸로 이겨야 될 텐데.
You can still Dryad Valakut win if Javier doesn't have an extremely fast and powerful draw.
Even without Scapeship, Valakut's getting it done. All right, the Stonebrain activated, sent to the exile zone, and it looks like
일단 타이탄 빠지고.
I don't even know if he said the words. They just both know.
Yeah, kind of like indicated. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
그러면 이길 수 있는 수단이 진짜 많이 줄어요.
The contents of the hand here, something that we'll often see competitive players do at the highest level.
Absolutely. So
as we can hear there,
그리고 시간을 많이 가져갈 수가 없거든요. 그러니까 발라콧으로 이기는 플랜이 있다고 해도 그 플랜이 빨리 나오지 않는 한 트론이 또 엄청 그거니까 부스팅 같은 거 잘해가지고 빨리 이기니까 빠르게 이길 수 있는 수단이 있어야 되는데 뭐가 있는지 모르겠네. 물머리로 빠졌을 때의 플랜이.
Takes note of the Terra Sunder that's in there, of course, and going to pluck out these prime times. So he's already found all four of them. You can see them there over in the exile zone. And now just having another look through, bit of recon.
Yeah, and basically what Javier is looking for right now, number one, what was sideboarded in and out. Number two,
100% 나올 건데 저 지금 디아블로 하고 있어요. 나의 힐린드가 멈추면 죽어요 저. 힐린드가 멈춰서는 안 돼.
And Harvey, very sportingly, keeping his hand revealed so Dominguez... Oh, no, never mind. Sometimes you'll see that just to save time. Players will play with the cards that have been seen face up. But as Dominguez...
MIQ는 모르겠네. 하긴 할 것 같은데? 근데 여러 번 하고 무조건 먹기 위해서 할 것 같진 않고 트라이 한두 번 하다가 못 뚫으면 그냥 말 듯? 스탠다드 아직 나온 건 아니니까 나오면 그때부터 아마 좀 열심히 할 듯? 아마도?
So Harvey now, we're going to see the One Ring for 4 mana. Dominguez knew about this. He could have named it with Pithing Needle, but maybe he's got a One Ring of his own that he wants to make sure he can get value from.
Does, and could have Karn the Great Creator to shut off other rings. But yeah, as it's
일단 전에도 말했듯이 나 이사하는 것 때문에 신경 써야 될 게 많아가지고 요번에 좀 쉬어가는 게 있어요. 좀 길게 이사 문제가 있어가지고
thanks to the Pithing Needle shutting it down.
Just drew Natural Tron here, so that saves a ton of mana by having to activate map.
네.
So
이사가 우선이기 때문에
mana output this turn by like 5 or 6.
이사 가서 정리되면 이제 그때 다시 열심히 해야죠. 그전에는 내가 뭔가 신경 써서 하기에는 네, 꾸준히 할 수가 없어요.
See what the find is here.
Map, Haywire Might?
Haywire Might seems really good against the One Ring.
Haywire might be the call.
Only knows one. So the one reason that maybe Javier won't actually just go, okay, Tron right away and maybe cast Wormcoil Engine. The One Ring is more important right now, so we could easily still see Expedition map sacked for just a forest if you don't have a Chromatic Star, Chromatic Sphere type effect, and just Haywire Might, the One Ring, just get it out of there.
The One Ring has been pretty dominant in Modern throughout this weekend.
Yep, even better to get the Sphere here, then you have the green source so you can play Tron as well. So nice play there from Javier.
Does he have the Haywire Might in hand?
Haywire Might from the Urza Saga.
No, he just fetched the...
Okay, so he was thinking about it. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have one in hand. We're going to see.
Hey.
I think that was a Leveler.
Cityscape Leveler? I think you're right.
Yep. Leveler, Ancient Stirrings, or just, so basically it's all creatures right now, so we might see that green just fired off with the Stirrings to try to find Karn the Great Creator. That's really the card you want right now.
Green pull for the hometown hero. And Natural Tron available to him, Corey?
Natural Tron was drawn. There's also the map, so you do have the ability to go search up Boseiju, but the Pithing Needle on there, so probably not going to see that line. We're not going to use that line, excuse me.
And there's the Ancient Stirrings.
Yep.
That green mana coming from the Sphere, I believe. Haywire Might off the top. I think that was a Karn as well.
Ulamog and Karn.
Ulamog and Karn.
Really the world as an option. I think Karn was the choice. Ulamog being very good, but what getting Ulamog would say here is, okay, next turn I could Ulamog you, great. But right now, Javier wants to play something impactful right now and shut down some things from Dominic.
울라먹 엔딩이 기대하는 그건가 본데? 엔딩인가 본데? 사람들이?
We've seen the explosive potential of Amulet Titan, or as it is now after the Stone Brain, Amulet. And so Dominguez, I think, respecting the fact that Harvey could get up to some nonsense if there isn't something else put on the battlefield that makes a difference to the board as it is now. Let's have a look at what's in Dominguez's sideboard. Ooh, thinking about a
Phyrexian Metamorph.
Is that to maybe make another Pithing Needle?
Basically, it's being mana efficient. I feel like every Magic player puts that kind of stuff to the front. Be like, all right, if I Karn, I can immediately...
I want to cast something that costs 3 mana because otherwise I'm leaving value on the table.
But the one thing it would do, you could play Dryad and then play another land if you want. I don't know how impactful that is, especially with not having another land. Basically...
Could also cast a 3 mana The One Ring.
A 3 mana The One Ring?
Yeah, if you cast the Phyrexian Metamorph and copy the One Ring.
Oh, very true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that could be very reasonable because that does shut... Yeah, that's much better line. Absolutely. Being able to shut down your opponent's ring and have a ring.
That's the other thing. Don't forget about this Karn the Great Creator. It shuts down the opposing The One Ring. Doesn't shut down the Amulet of Vigor. That's a triggered ability, not an activated ability.
Very true.
It's still good to go.
But the Stone Brain already shut that down because you really don't need the Amulet mana anymore.
Yeah. Well, this, it always feels good to play an untapped Valakut. But no, I take your point. It's definitely not having its the impact that it would otherwise.
You can also just get the Stone Brain again and get it set up for next turn. And basically, if you Stone Brain Valakuts at this point, there's only Colossus plus Urza's Saga tokens to get out of it.
The Constructs and the Cultivated Colossus, your only real avenue to victory from there. Or Azusa.
There we go.
The old 1-2. Get in there.
Take one. Or, of course, your opponent just being heavily burdened.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Could happen. We've seen stranger things happen at this Pro Tour, Corey.
The last time we were in the booth,
yes,
if you
indeed.
will.
Holy moly. If you're just joining us for the top 8, wow, what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome. By all means, welcome. But you are definitely going to want to go back and have a look at some of the matches we've seen throughout the weekend. Some wild ones from throughout the Swiss rounds. So do yourself a favor and bookmark some of those VODs when they go up so you can get across them. But right now, Dominguez thinking what he wants to search up with this Karn. It has resolved.
왜 이렇게 느려? 뭐 하는데?
by 2 to go and search something out of the sideboard, and a key decision point here for Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Basically, just nothing's that super impressive at this particular stage. So Javier's just deciding, do I want to get something to set up for next turn, or just something that I can cast now? You even see a relic pulled up front, which is less than ideal.
He's surely not thinking about Sundering Titan.
Yeah, Sundering Titan. I mean, Sundering Titan is very good, but you can get that next turn because there's a cute little interaction.
그렇죠. 아레나였으면 제한 시간 다 됐지.
All your lands are every type. Sundering Titan has 5 targets.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no! I was looking at Harvey's lands and I was like, well, he doesn't have any basics. Like,
Oh, he's got all the basics.
광고맨들 혼내줘야 돼. 아레나로.
Just a 7/10.
But Sage is an island. It's also a swamp.
Oh my goodness! But of course, with the Dryad of the Elysian Grove, the whole point of playing that is that it makes all your lands mountains as well as everything else, so your Valakut procs. But no, that turns Sundering Titan into a quintuple Stone Rain.
So more than likely, we're going to see Karn next turn tick down and then Sundering Titan. That's why it was ticked up this turn, just basically so you can't kill it. You know, if it gets ticked down and Javier goes for something like Relic, Metamorph, something like that, then Dryad attacks it down to 1, and now you can't get Sundering 5 Stone Rain Titan.
Oh, dude. And then on the way out as well, the Sundering Titan kills another 5 basics. Oh, I know it's kind of disgusting, but I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, and to be fair, Dom does have that Pact of Negation in hand that we saw very early on.
Yeah.
So that still will be a way to prevent that for a little bit.
But does he have double blue?
He's got 5 islands.
As we've talked about. As we've talked about, Corey. As we've talked about. Wow, this Dryad of the Elysian Grove is really just a great big spanner in the works on so many different axes here.
Yeah, most of the time it's only positive for Dominic, but it can have that kind of implication as well. And yeah, without Titan, you're not really going to see a way to just win the game this turn. Something like Valakut to deal 3, second Valakut will deal 6, and that's 9 damage. Dryad could attack for 2, 11 damage right there is kind of the most. But one thing you could do is get a construct here, and if there is a land, you could give it haste with Slayer Stronghold. There is a Rot Farm, and that can be played twice, so that's 4 mana.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing here. Look, Harvey is building up a bunch of mana here. We saw him reach for those mana counters.
And it doesn't work where you can go like, all right, I'll do blue and red off Rot Farm and then blue and green. You know, you can either tap it for green and black, or you can tap it for 1 of any color, you know, so.
Yep.
Okay, so there is the 4 mana. Playing the Rot Farm, bouncing itself, playing the Rot Farm again, bouncing itself.
So Rot Farm in hand.
Okay.
Now, Cultivated Colossus is the play. All right, this is a huge creature.
Yes. Oh, I mean, this can get haste as well.
Oh, thanks to the Slayer's Stronghold.
And there is Sunhome.
Oh, Sunhome.
If there is enough lands here...
Don't forget, all of these lands tap for all 5 colors.
Dom did not have any lands when he started this Colossus, so his draw...
아니, 무슨 일이 일어나고 있는 거야?
The deck is mostly lands, but still...
땅 깔면서 들어오 먹는 애가 나왔어요.
End of Javier.
So Dominic Harvey talking Javier through exactly what he's doing here.
So power and toughness is equal to the number of lands. So right now we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 10-10. Dryad is 12.
Has to bounce one of the lands, I believe.
Yep. So it'll be a 9-9, but with Slayer Stronghold it's 11. Dryad makes it 12-13. Construct cannot get haste now because the other Slayer's... the Slayer Stronghold is tapped now.
18. Yes.
But 1, 2, 3, 4. Double strike it.
지금 제로 제로 이기려고 하는 건가? 그 친구로?
And is that enough? Is that lethal here? Dominguez on 18 life.
Let's see.
For all his careful planning.
Javier could just be, or Dom could just be playing around thinking, what can you have? Because I believe the Colossus has 11 power, and if you give it double strike, that is 22.
So picks up the Crumbling Vestige, Golgari Rot Farm. Bouncing the land to its hand.
하비에를 지금 펜 돌리면서 빡쳐하는 거 보니까는 불리한데요? 하비에를 원래 불리할 때 펜 돌림.
Currently now crunching those numbers.
그리고 특 한 3번 하면 한 번씩 떨고.
Baumeister sitting next to me doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And this game could be over if Harvey can conjure up 18 damage from a board that did not look like it was capable of one-shotting Dominguez at the end of his last turn. Played the Khan, went upstairs, was ready for something huge like a Sundering Titan next turn. All of a sudden, that play looking a lot less impressive now that Harvey has 500,000 lands in play.
And needed that Colossus, too.
So here's the attack, maybe?
Just thinking, what can you possibly have to stop this?
Well, we know that Dominguez basically doesn't have anything.
Exactly, yeah.
He is as close.
But Dom's thinking, what could you possibly have?
Yes. So here's the attack. The Cultivator Colossus.
Has haste thanks to the Stronghold.
Yep, the Slayer's Stronghold giving it +2/+0 and haste. And Vigilance as well, right? It shouldn't be tapped.
It should be untapped, yeah.
It should be untapped.
A very minor thing, but definitely.
So it looks like Harvey's trying to figure out where this damage is going. And a judge has noticed, yeah, this card should be untapped, yep. But it is attacking. Important to note, it is attacking.
Yep.
Double strike.
어우. 아니 아레나였으면 무슨 일 일어나는지 다 알 텐데 오프라인이라
11-9 that can be given double.
둘이서 지금 무슨 일이 일어나고 뭘 하는지 모르겠어 님들아. 하여튼 공격하고 뭐 더블 스트라이크에 막 지랄 났나봐요 지금.
Yes, it was made a creature by the Khan, so it's gonna.
막 지금 블럭하고 난리 났는데 죽었어 하여튼. 더블 플레이는 제였네요. 땅 까는 애. 어차피 저게 타이탄이 없어도 불러올 수 있으니까 하나만 넣어도 제로 이기는 게 플랜인가 보네. 발라쿠도 있고 준비가 잘 돼 있네 기본적으로요. 그죠? 발라쿠 돌머리로 뺀다고 해서 발라쿠시래 타이탄 뺀다고 해서 지는 것도 아니네. 그러니까 아뮬렛이 엄청 유리하다.
The double draw on the last one got him into 8th, got him into a great matchup, and he kind of made that matchup look easy.
대신 나랑 이제 오프에서 만나면 내가 그거 할 거야. 피스트 할 거야. 나 지면 얼굴에다 할지도 몰라요. 조심해요.
Full credit to Dominic Harvey putting on a clinic with the deck that he knows and loves. And look, even though Dominguez bows out at this stage, it's still been so excellent to see him thrive and flourish in his hometown of Barcelona.
And back to back.
여튼 이렇게 되면은 아뮬렛은 결승 가면은 결승 상대 정해져 있거든요.
And the last one is definitely nothing to something to still be proud of for sure.
And his tale is not yet fully told, of course.
무슨 얘기냐? 4강만 뚫으면 우승이다. 아뮬렛이.
Dominic Harvey, Titan Master. You just won your match against arguably one of the best players currently playing the game in Javier Dominguez. I feel like that's quite favourable for you. What are your feelings on that matchup?
Yeah, Tron typically going back 8 years or more at this point has always been a good matchup for Amulet. This time I'm on the draw because I'm 8th seed in the top 8. I'm against, as you said, one of the best.
아니 근데 더 지니어스 슬리브는 진짜 한국 사람도 잘 모르는 건데. 저 친구가 어떻게 갖고 갖고 있는 게 더 웃겨. 심지어 슬리브 품질이 좋은지 안 좋은지 모르겠지만 그거 아니에요. 그 명찰 뺏었다가 숨겼다가 조태 시즌. 그리고 연예인들 이거 지들끼리만 편먹어가지고 존목질하다 끝난 그 시즌 아니야. 존목질 시즌. 그 시즌에 남은 거랑은 숫돌숫돌밖에 없지 않아? 맞죠? 숫돌숫돌밖에 남은 거 없죠. 숫돌숫돌이랑 가버낫밖에 없지 않아? 그 시즌 남은 거?
wondering what's taking them so long. Can they hurry up, please? We got to get out of here, get to dinner. Turns out I was pretty glad they didn't hurry up because that
최악의 시즌 아니에요?
예?
그때부터 이제 룰 개정했잖아. 룰 브레이커 하고 나서 룰 개정한 게 도난 안 됨. 강도짓 안 됨.
And now that I have this as well, that's just miraculous. A ton of events again. I'm going to try and make the most of it.
Well, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Well, Harvey certainly making the most of the chance he was given at this top 8. We're going to take a quick break, my friends. On the other side of it, we've got Jake Beardsley coming up against Marco Del Pivo, Rakdos versus Rhinos as we round out our quarterfinals here in Barcelona, Spain at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings.
넣으면 되죠. 대구로 넣는 카드 많이 안 넣었어요? 그런 것들을 아껴서 썼어야지. 다 그런 건 실력이에요. 백탓을 할 수 없어요. 오케이? 다 그런 거 생각하면서 해야 돼. 생각 안 하고 있다 집히니까는 짜증나가지고 왜 잡힘 이러는 거 아니에요. 원래 다 잡힐 수 있는 거야. 그거 생각하면서 남겨놓고 그렇게 해야 돼요. 발라쿠도 넣었을 거 아니야. 조금 넣으면 조금 넣은 대로 이제 잘못한 거예요. 오케이? 아 이제 어떤 덱이 또 올라올까? 한 자리 나왔거든. 한 자리. 이제 멸종 희귀종 락토스랑 그거 아니야? 코뿔소? 제일 많이 들고 나왔는데 멸종 위기종이요. 한때 최고 많이 있었던 그건데 덱인데 이제는 없어. 코뿔소도 이제 멸종 위기종. 걔가 얘네 둘이 멸종 위기종이라니까요. 둘이 원래는 가장 많은 그거였거든요. 근데 지금은 멸종 위기종이야 둘 다.
Taking down Javier Dominguez with Amulet Titan like we just saw. So it's going to be Tron on one side of the bracket, and then it's going to be two non-Tron decks to face the powerful Urza lands in the finals.
So Javi still needs
이거는 락토스가 유리할 것 같은데? 락토스가 올라가서 아메르한테 털릴 것 같은데? 이 친구 머리 봐. 뭔가 아우라가 느껴진다. 머리에서. 락토스가 이기지 않을까? 락토스가 코뿔소 잘 잡는 것 같은데?
was a different story. This deck was looking really impressive.
Exactly. Rhinos so far and Tron were the decks of the tournament. Yeah, like you were saying, Rakdos Evoke was the sheer numbers. So basically this deck didn't have the best, you know, results so far, but...
봐봐.
And we're getting griefed here. Beardsley's getting Beardsley's given us the grief.
벌써 좆됐어요.
Del Pivo has both force of
벌써 좆됐다고.
Shardless Agent stripped from his hand as Greek is evoked for free for 0 mana with the Orcish Bowmasters, and then a Feign Death in response to the evoke trigger means that it can come back. And Corey, a really key interaction there with the timing of the Feign Death. Talk to us through that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the timing of the Feign Death, you can stack it where there'll be 2 triggers on the stack.
저봐, 저거 지금 캐스팅하고 있잖아.
Bottom, so that you get to take a card first. You get to take that Force of Negation, so then the way is clear to then cast Feign Death. If you do it the other way around, you'd have to Feign Death with the.
근데 지시라는 탈 아니어도 얘 있으니까.
It wouldn't go so well.
So really important
얘로
to stack
빼면
those triggers
되니까.
correctly. You want to stack the evoke trigger on the bottom to make sure that the discard effect resolves before the evoke effect, so you can remove something like a lightning bolt, a force of negation, or what have you.
Exactly.
Not that a lightning bolt is going to be relevant here, but
근데 땅이 없나 본데?
we move now to
위풍당당 원랜드 킵인가 본데?
where he has a 4/3 menace. That has already stripped 2 cards out of the hand of Marco DePivo. Is he advantaged in this situation, Corey, would you say?
I would say a little advantage, but the one thing that Team of Rhinos has going on for them is you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck, and the top decks are very big. So if you can top deck Shardless Agent, all of a sudden that advantage bar is swinging way back in favor of Marco.
Having 1 4/3 menace is pretty good, but having 2 4/4 tramplers is even better.
And a 2/2, yep.
And that's what Del Pivo is going to be able to do if he finds... not even Shardless Agent. Violent Outburst can also do the job at instant speed. Douthie Voidwalker, the play here for Beardsley, does that have any relevance or impact in this game?
Not really. It just attacks for a lot, but that is kind of the only application. It's going to create a big clock. Yeah, that's really about it. Maybe if you can have your opponent discard Force of Negation, then you could Force of Negation your opponent's Rhinos. So we have always been saying maybe Dauthi Voidwalker is not ideal in this matchup, but there's always outside applications when you can play with your opponent's cards.
That's true, and at the end of the day, it is just a 3-mana 3/2 with a great evasive ability. Here, however, is a 3-mana 2/2 with a completely different ability that is going to change this game, turn it on its head. Shardless Agent cascading
Shadow!
crashing footfalls.
섀도우잖아, 섀도우 쟤는.
For the
옆에 있는 애는.
basement price of 3 mana is putting 10 power into play.
Yep, absolutely pretty strong, and you do got to just go through all the motions here to cast it. These then get shuffled.
그래서 대충 양념 쳐놓고서 섀도우로 패면 끝날 것 같은데?
Not forgetting that trigger, he said, well, the crashing footfalls will be exiled with a void counter. He's very quick to point that one out. I can't imagine anyone would ever forget that trigger when they're controlling a Dauthi Voidwalker, though. You are exiled.
근데 이미 좀 많이 맞아서 그래도 캐스케이드 떴네.
Absolutely. And a quick shout out
퓨리가 있잖아, 손에 퓨리. 그럼 하나는 메나 쓰고 하나는 섀도우.
Just beat me in an RCQ like a month and a half ago. He's a great player.
근데 퓨리 왔다 갔다 되면은 이길 것 같고 일단 퓨리에 있는 건 봤는데.
Now, well done, Jake. Well done, Marco. And well done to all of our top 8, of course. An incredible achievement for all of them. Even the people bowing out in the quarters can be very proud of themselves for their performances across the weekend.
Nothing like adding a 1 to the top finish margin here when you get to top 8 on the biggest stage. You know, there's nothing like it.
So, the Shardless Agent resolves after the crashing footfalls. Got a nice big board here for Del Pivo. Let's not forget, however, I believe that Dauthi Voidwalker can cast the crashing footfalls once it's Jake Beardsley's turn, so I think he can actually add a bunch of power to the board as well.
I believe so as well, yeah.
Dauthi Voidwalker has created a fair few very interesting rules questions for us, Corey, as we have cast these matches throughout the weekend. We've seen Dauthi Voidwalker cast multiple copies of Wormcoil Engine. We've seen Khan the Great Creator pilfered by cards like Ragavan. We've seen all sorts of nonsense taking place throughout our tournament this weekend. As I mentioned before, do yourself a favor, go back and watch the VODs when you get the chance after this top 8 has concluded, because lots of ridiculous games.
Second main phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see Beardsley here.
Sacrifice Dauthi Voidwalker, cast Crashing Footfalls without paying its mana cost.
So there you go.
And it doesn't have a mana cost, so that's why it's a kind of a strange interaction. But yeah, can still cast that, can cast anything off of it.
Yep.
We've pointed out a couple of times, timing restrictions apply to the card that you cast. It says it's because it says you may play the card, not that you cast it, you may play it, which means the timing restrictions apply, so you can't just flash in a Crashing Footfalls, as it were. So now Del Pivo is the one who has to deal with 2 Trampling Rhinos. He's got some more on the way. The Crashing Footfalls that has been suspended will come back next turn.
I like this from Jake, not blocking here. We see a Fury in hand already. So if you're able to find another red card and a Feying Death, you can then just deal with your opponent's battlefield instead of trading.
And now Del Pivo is down to just 10 life after this Orcish Bowmaster's come down. So this is looking a little dicey here for the Italian. That attack, obviously, he wants to put pressure on, make sure that Beardsley is put under the gun. But now it's Beardsley's turn, I should say, to turn around and say, well, mate, you're on 10 life. I'm going to...
뭐야, 상황이 어떻게 된 거야? 누가 코뿔소 덱이야?
First in hand from Marco. Otherwise, I agree. I think this seems slightly...
왜 코뿔소 공공재 돼 있어?
Especially when you have
피렌즈 좀 돌다 오니까는 이상해져
The only thing
있는데?
I would want to do if I was in Marco's spot is just stay alive till that point.
Now, unusually, when it comes to suspend, right? So the suspend mechanic has a weird thing where if you suspend a creature and it resolves, it comes into play through the suspend mechanic. It gains haste, but these rhinos don't. They don't gain haste. So it means that you play the card resolves and they can't attack that turn.
Yes.
So that does make a bit of a difference here. But we're seeing now Thoughtseize and in response Fire Ice to tap down one of the rhinos. So that shows that Del Pivo had at least a little bit of a defensive option.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And we saw the reveal to the hand, just a crashing footfall and a land.
Whatever, that's sitting in the hand. That's gonna even if he's suspended, that's not resolving for 10,000 years.
Your last card
so whatever.
was it was a land of some. Okay, Misty, thank you.
Both players communicating very well exactly what's going on in the game. This is a huge moment and the biggest moment, assuredly, in both of their Magic careers.
Yeah, so far. So far. Orcish Bowmasters, another trigger for that, and we see the Orc army tick up to 3.
Yep.
And, to 2, I should say. Yep. And a trade with the Crashing Footfalls. That Orcish
한대
Bowmasters
5점.
coming about because of the draw card off of the ice.
Yep. And now 2 more rhinos coming into play, putting the slight advantage back to Marco. And now, one thing of note, that is 3 rhinos used already. So only 1 more available. This is one of those matchups where Jake can really deal with all of the rhinos. With Fury Fang Death, that deals with 2 of them straight away. These type of things can really run Marco through all the rhinos.
We do see Team of Rhinos now, though, these days having something of a backup plan. Murktide Regents in Marco Del Pivo's list 2 of that card. And Fury, in addition to 4 copies of Subtlety. So, in the past, I would have characterized the Team of Rhinos deck as a bit of a glass cannon. It had 1 trick and it did it very well, but if you didn't win with the Rhinos, you were kind of trying to attack with a Brazen Borrower, essentially.
Yeah.
Which didn't always get there, but now a card like Murktide Regent, when you're filling your bin with these instant and sorceries, can close a game out on its own.
Absolutely. Yep, you see that, and it doesn't get hit by the Cascade rule, of course. You cast it for 2 mana most of the time, but it is a 7 mana spell. We've seen Questing Beasts in those spots here from Kai Buddha and team.
Questing Beast really good against the One Ring's protection ability. Not relevant right now, of course. But it's back to Beardsley after this Rhino tramples in for 4.
So Marco did attack with one of these creatures, and that means if Jake has a red card for Fury off the top, that is a lethal attack by exactly, unless Marco has anything. So once again, I gotta.
무슨 일이 일어나는지 모르겠는데 왜 둘이 같이 5점씩이지?
It's not just playing around a Fury. I mean, there's Fatal Push.
아니 사기친 거 아니었어?
There's
락토스?
things that Jake could have to deal with one of these rhinos.
Well, let's see what Beardsley can bring to bear here. Marco Del Pivo on just 5 life, 2 Rhinos, and an Orcish Bowmaster for the American. Is he going to be able to knock Marco Del Pivo out in this game? Number 1, using a stolen copy of Crashing Footfalls.
레드 스펠이 없어서 못 사나 본디?
No way to present lethal for Jake, so now Marco will be able to attack for 12 on the crackback.
And if he has something like another Fire Ice here to tap down a blocker, don't forget, all these Rhinos have trample. This is 12 trampling damage coming across to an opponent who's on just 5. Oh, here's the attack from Beardsley. He's presenting lethal. Del Pivo has to respond.
Wow, this is interesting because as it stands, Jake does not have really anything to do if you block Rhino and then block Bowmaster here. Go to 1, but of course it's risky. Like there's lightning bolts, there's everything. So Jake's saying, I'm trying to force you to block Rhino,
하지마 구라야.
or I could kill you. But the flip side, maybe you make this attack to incentivize that exact same thing. So this is a mind game right here because Jake has no way to stop Marco from just attacking for 8 next turn. GG.
야 라울 있으면 돌진이라 어차피 막아도 지잖아.
The Orcish Bowmasters. If we block the Orcish Bowmaster and it dies with
아니야?
death, it comes back and pings for the final point of damage.
I agree. I just don't think that.
아니 만화는 다 서 있네. 뭔가 있긴 있겠네.
Another card to play around. I think it's Grief, Dothy Voidwalker, Fury.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. I could have saw that incorrectly.
Let's find out. Del Pivo thinking very carefully about how he wants to play this.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have lightning bolts in his deck. He does have fire ice.
Yep. And makes the block.
So they trade off. 1 damage gets through with the Orcish Bowmasters.
Now you can play Douthie.
Now Douthie Voidwalker the play here for Beardsley. Back over to
좋아.
Pivo. I don't think
어택.
those are correct. I think it's the other way around.
I think.
파이어인 나이스.
Yep. I think
GG.
should be at 5. Margot should be at 4.
That's my understanding.
Because yeah, otherwise, this wouldn't make.
준 거 아니야?
So now the Rhino is coming.
왜 얘가 4점이야?
And Beardsley goes to 1. So yeah, that is confirmation. Those life totals were. Oh, is it 1 to 4?
Yeah. It should be.
Okay. All right. It's 1 to 4. All right. Both of the players have that on their sheets.
이 섀도우잖아.
Should be correct, but Marco should have 4.
Yes. Yeah. The life totals are the wrong way around on the screen.
Yes.
All right.
This attack from Jake last turn was legendary because
얘 왜 4점에서 또 4점이야? 이거 맞았는데.
to untap when there was no way for him to untap.
왜 덜덜덜 떨어?
Awesome.
얘 손 덜덜덜 떨고 있거든요.
So once again, the Douthie Voidwalker has a Crashing Footfalls underneath it.
And top deck Fang Death.
Undying Malice Bowmasters.
Or yeah, one of the effects.
Yeah. That's a concession.
And Beardsley can.
Okay. Damage. You'll go to 1. Trigger Bowmasters target you. Okay.
And there's the final 1 point of damage coming across with the Bowmasters.
아 얘가 4점이었고 얘가 1점이었던 거죠.
That 1 point of damage from
그지?
the Bowmasters.
얘가 1점이고 얘가 4점이었던 거죠.
The battlefield with the
지금 또 20명 있는 프로그래머들 잘못해가지고 이거 잘못 표기한 거지. 나왔다. 20명 분해가 저거밖에 안 되나? 어디에다 뭘 해야 되는지도 몰라.
Stole that one. I think that is the best way to.
얘 중계는 진짜 문제가 있어.
Confident attack when didn't have the goods to back it up and really got paid off there. Nice attack from Jake.
Opening things up with a Thought Seize now, which is going to take care of the violent outburst, leaving Del Pivo really with 2/3 and not much.
Yeah, but I mean, Crashing Footfalls being at 3 here.
진짜 대단해. 중계진들 좀 잘랐으면 좋겠다.
That in the opener against this deck because. You know, you just automatically will be like, all right, do some stuff for a couple of turns. I will get Rhinos. And that's not a guarantee when you just have 3 drops that would get you Rhinos against this Rakdos.
We've been saying all weekend you can't Thought Seize the top of the deck. You also can't Thought Seize the Exile Zone.
That is very true.
You can't Thought Seize a card that's been suspended. So
high-level analysis right there.
I take your point. It feels really bad. I've played a bunch of Team of Riders and it feels bad to suspend most times.
Yeah.
Why is this card in my opener? But in this situation, I think it's actually better than it looks.
Yeah, there's some matchups, most of the time mid-range matchups, where it's actually pretty good, especially with.
아니 왜 보는 사람들이 이거를 뭐가 잘못됐고 뭐 상황이 어떤지 이거를 이해를 못하게 하냐고.
Chalice, counter spells to fairy, anything that just can make the 5 turns you dumped into this Crashing Footfall.
라이프 같은 저런 사소한 것도 잘못하면 어떡해.
And speaking of Teferi, it's pretty shocking that we did not have a single copy in this top 8.
No, particularly considering how well.
중계팀 뭐 하는 거야? 보면서 우와 프로들 잘한다 이러고 보고 있나? 개꿀잼 이러면서 보면서 하는 건가?
What happened?
어려운 것도 아닌데 왜 못하지?
They didn't draw enough of them.
Didn't draw enough.
You're good to go once the Voidwalker's in. Yeah.
All right, Voidwalker comes into play. Crashing Footfalls down to 2. Back over to Del Pivo.
All that stuff was in response to the Dothy Voidwalker, just so Voidwalker doesn't have the option of, let's say, draw 3 cards for free.
Oh, we saw Beardsley slamming those Void counters down.
Yeah.
Sure, that'll be exiled.
And
there's those.
The Dead and Gone is exiled with a Void counter.
There's those interactions where if you kill the Dothy, it still goes to the exile with the Void counter. Something that we all understand perfectly.
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly.
If you're sitting there wondering about this replacement effect or which card goes where, oh my goodness, you are certainly in the minority, Corey. Imagine not understanding deeply complex rules interactions in Magic the Gathering.
Honestly, it's so easy. I feel like we don't even need to explain it into detail.
No,
you know.
No. Let's not disrespect the viewer's understanding of these complex rules interactions by explaining something as no. Look, we don't know. That's why judges are there.
Yeah.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker coming down now for Jake.
근데 라이노 덱이 약간
This is a card.
포텐이 있긴 하다 덱 자체가. 아까 핸드 진짜 안 좋았는데 어쨌건 두 번 나오니까 거의 이기는 정도까지 밀어붙였거든요.
Not necessarily in the namesake deck. Is it Murktide? That had a very quiet weekend as well.
Yeah, didn't really get any new cards from the.
얘는 저것도 넣네.
But here as a 5/5 flyer on.
키도 쓰네. 원래 키게 쓰던가?
Yeah, not bad at all.
다른 버전도 쓰던가?
That does happen is, you know, when an instant or sorcery leaves your graveyard, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So if you get this down early and then you're able to amass a graveyard again and play second Murktide, it will boost this one as well. An interaction we're not going to see a lot of, especially with only 2 Murktides in the main deck, but it can come up.
Yep, worth raising for sure here. Probably the other thing worth raising is that this is a very quick clock here for Beardsley. Although the deck does have a lot of removal, Rakdos Evoke, it's able to deal. Well, having said that, 5 toughness, the magic number against an opposing.
원래 키키 쓰는구나.
Absolute Fury not doing a great job. Terminate if it's left in the deck, which it's reasonable. It deals with half of Rhinos. You know, that's not an ideal rate.
모던에 양념술사가 없나? 양념술사가 더 좋아 보이는데?
To jump through some hoops to only deal with half of it.
Yeah, I'll be at 13.
Okay, Jake takes 5 here from Marco's copy of Murktide Regent, and these Rhinos have come into play, of course, off of that.
근데 왜 키키를 쓰지? 양념술사가 이 덱엔 더 좋아 보이는데?
The hard way, yep.
핸드 소비가 빨라가지고 빠르게 소비하고 양념술사 까는 게 더 좋아 보이거든요. 이유를 모르겠네.
The proficiency that Jake has with this deck, you know, has been playing this deck a lot, and just make sure to announce all the triggers.
Very, very clear communicator.
Not make any mistakes.
뭔가 이유가 있겠죠? 뭔지 모르겠지만.
At the highest level of Magic because of something as simple as basic player communication. Jake is not about to fall into that pitfall.
No, absolutely. And I mean, this is just great to be able to get in these really good habits, even if it's something, you know, as easy as Bowmaster, for sure, I'm going to target you. We see like Javier and Dom, they're basically not even telling each other what they're doing. They're playing their spell.
Right? Yeah. Reminds me of Reed Duke. Reed's another really clear communicator when it comes to the resolution of triggers, maintaining game state, all that sort of stuff. So amongst the best players in the world. Oh, Croxy, here we go. This is a name I've not heard in a long time. Check this guy out.
All right, Croxy coming in, forcing the discard. There goes 3 damage. You know, even if the land didn't go to the graveyard or anything because of Dothy, it still will be the 3 damage here, and that'll be poised to. Oh, looks like it's Rhinos with buyback time.
Yeah, it looks like it because the Feigned Death or the Undying Malice on the Douthty Voidwalker in response to, well, before I should say, before exiling, sacrificing it.
And this is a pretty nice play here from Jake because even if there is a removal spell like fire or something, you can just sacrifice it in response.
야, 손 그만 떨어. 보는 내가 불안해.
With dead gone.
Yeah, because you can sacrifice Dothy in response, but it's still timing rules.
Trigger the Undying Malice on the Voidwalker, and I'm going to go ahead and choose Crashing Footfalls.
We don't really need to be here, Corey.
No.
그리고 다시 나오죠.
Beardsley's doing that job for us. That's great.
We'll just hype up Jake.
카운터 올리고.
We can just chill and Jake's taking care of business from the feature match area here.
And here is the spicy thing that Jake
대사기다.
in his head and probably doesn't want to say.
코뿔소 싸움에서 이긴다. 대사기다.
And Dothy Voidwalker still in play.
Because there is still the Voidwalker that's come back now.
Yeah. Because how it works, the Undying Malice will trigger as the Crashing Footfall's on the stack. So Dothy will come into play, then Crashing Footfall resolves, the Dothy sees it go, they can cast it again next turn.
And this would happen if there were 2 Douthty Voidwalkers in play as well. You sacrifice one, the second one exiles the card that it just cast, and oh my goodness.
But it would not work if there was only one, because then it would go to the actual graveyard type of thing.
Yep, and I think we're halfway towards discovering perpetual motion with that, with that line. All right, Beseju going after the Kiki Jiki here after the dust has settled on those Rhinos crashing into each other. Beseju also going to the exile zone with a void counter on it. And another really important note here. With
저거 다 되지?
Oblivion Ring, Fiend Hunter, some cards that exile other cards, they're often attached to them.
Yep.
Douthty Voidwalker does not.
이러면
you don't exile cards with
락도스가 유리한가? 아직?
Blink one or Feigned Death one or whatever. It can cast any other card that has a void counter on it in your opponent's exile zone.
Yep, absolutely.
So if you kill a Voidwalker on turn 2 after it's exiled something and they play one 10 turns later, those void counters are still good to go.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see what we're going to do now. Here's a second
나와야지 이제 무덤에서 철컹철컹철컹.
Announces that as well. Announces the blood crypt entering the lap zone very briefly before it's retrieved and put back onto the battlefield. And is that Croxa being escaped?
인거 같은데? 이러면?
So Croxa's coming back. Is this gone?
Gone, bouncing your Murktide region. It'll go back to exile from the other Voidwalker.
And wow, yeah, that was the question asked. Can you cast either side?
And now with the Murktide region,
락토스가 어떻게 이기네?
that he doesn't have a chance against
풋볼수들 다 뚫고.
state that Jake Beardsley has built up. And so now Jake Beardsley just one game away from a semi-final berth here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Coming to you from Spain, Barcelona, where we're hanging out today. Corey, it's great to have you along. Thanks for joining us here on Pro Tour Sunday. Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer.
Haven't been seeing a lot of that on
첫턴 라가반.
But this is one
대사기죠.
of the matchups, play or draw. It's pretty
못 잡으면 큰일 남.
because there's nothing like Ren and 6, Orcish Bowmaster, something like that to deal with it and leave material on the battlefield. Here, if Marco wants to deal with this, it's going to have to be with fire, which I think I did just see in the hand. You got to actually one-for-one yourself.
There is the fire, but before we move on, Corey.
야, 마나 죽어있을 때 썼어야 되는 거 아니야? 그거 살리는 거였으면 어떡하려고?
Of course, sideboarding takes place after game 2, unusually in our top 8 because it's a best of 5 matches here.
첼리스 있네.
So I can tell you that Marco has taken out 2 force negation, 2
첼리스 제로 부른다?
Shardless Agent, 1 Crashing Footfalls, and a Gemstone Caverns. And he's brought in 4 copies of Endurance.
It's a pretty good one.
In addition to 2 Fury and a Viseju. Jake, on the other hand, has taken out 3 copies of Fable, a copy of Blood Moon, and all 4 copies of Bowmasters. Not a whole lot of targets for that 1 damage there.
Makes sense.
And brought in 2 Sheoldred, 2 Engineered Explosives, 1 Terminate, along with the heavy hitter, Chalice of the Void.
And we see it right now. The Ragavan may have died, but we have Dothy here, which we see that Lawrence revealed being put to the Void counter area, I guess you could say. And now Jake...
Sent to the Void zone.
Sent to the Void, yeah. Now with Chalice as well, so now Marco just has to deal with Chalice before even getting Rhinos on the battlefield. So has to jump through hoops just to do what Marco's deck does, and it's not even amazing right now.
What are your thoughts on taking out a copy of the Agent, taking out a copy of the Footfalls?
That is really interesting to me. You know, Endurance is just another threat, so you're trying to keep your threat count about the same, but Endurance isn't even absolutely amazing here. You know, shutting off Croxa, which was good in the last game, that's okay, but...
You can't build your entire board plan around that.
Yeah, and like you can kind of sneak block stuff, which is fine, you know, like flash in, block a Ragavan, but Endurance really isn't how amazing it would be against, let's say, like Living End,
like,
for instance.
You're two-for-1ing yourself to flash in the Endurance in response to the Feign Death evoke trick. That's not even that. It's okay.
Honestly, what I think Endurance is used for most is to Endurance yourself to put those Crashing Footfalls back into the library and then start casting.
In that case, don't take one out.
Well, I mean, essentially Marco has added 7, now has 7 Crashing Footfalls in a weird kind of way.
Okay. All right. Look, he's the one playing in the Pro Tour top 8. I'm not going to question it too hard, but we can have a look now at the fact that this Chalice of the Void is definitely hamstringing Marco Del Pivo's primary game plan. But again, a diversity of threats, Murktide region, Endurance Fury as well coming out of the board.
Absolutely. Looks like I caught a glimpse of Marco's hand. I did see at least 1, maybe 2 Endurances and a Subtlety, I believe.
Well, the Endurance can be hard cast now. Just 3 mana, the cheapest of all of the indications.
And now Jake is 1 card away in Graveyard if you sacrifice Douthie to cast Lauren Revealed, for instance. So now Marco will have to be, you know, on alert to make sure that this Croxa doesn't come back. Because if it goes on the stack, it doesn't matter how many Endurances you have, you're going to be sad.
All right, here's a Grief. Also hard cast now for 4 mana. And let's see what Del Pivo's response to this is, if any. You said he's got an Endurance in hand?
2 Endurance, Subtlety, Dead Gone is what I saw. So I think you just have to be like, all right, here you go. Because you have 2 Endurances, you still, if one gets taken, you get to play the other. But Marco's hand is not great or well set up against this.
I guess the other thing that Marco's thinking about here is whatever gets discarded by the Fury hits the Void zone, the exile zone with a Void counter on it as well. So it's not just, it's not as simple as, I lose this card, oh no, boohoo, woe is me, but it's also
Jake can cast it.
Effectively giving it to your opponent. Yeah, kind of weirdly putting it in their hand. Double endurance, subtlety, dead and gone. Eagle Eye Baumeister with the exactly correct estimation of what's in hand.
You just heard Jake say, "Huh, neat."
Again,
gotta love Jake's commentary.
We don't really need to be here.
We gotta get him in the booth.
Well, I think for his sake, he won't be hoping to be commentating a Pro Tour Top 8. He'll be hoping to be the commentatee, not the commentator.
Good point, good point. And I did just get a quick glance at Jake's hand, and I think I saw Chalice 2.
You've got endurance.
You can't really play Chalice number 2 on 0. You'll learn exactly the hard way one time, and then you'll never make that mistake again, as I have done.
You can do it.
It's a legal play.
You can do it.
Yeah, but then you are forced to counter it. Can't miss that Chalice trigger on your own.
No. Oh, but Corey, what if you want an artifact in your graveyard for Delirium? Then it might actually be the correct play.
Honestly, there's a Croxa there, so if the endurances weren't there, that could be a smart answer.
We did it, everyone. We did it. We found a situation where it is a correct play to play Chalice into your own Chalice.
There we go.
Endurance comes down, shuffles away, or tucks away Beardsley's graveyard here, and a dead gone.
The Thoughtseize bug being declared.
Oh dear, all too familiar for long-time MTGO grinders.
There you go.
All right, back over now to Beardsley. There is a Chalice in hand for him. Grief cracks in for another 4. Del Pivo down to 9.
So that was a big top deck. Dead being valued higher than casting second endurance, anything like that, because, well, that's Ancestral Recall under Dothy Voidwalker if Jake wanted to.
The old casual 5-mana A-Call getting a significant discount under the Douthie Voidwalker.
So now Subtlety is available. So if Jake goes for like Fury or something, it's less than exciting.
Can be a huge swing. Subtlety in hand for Del Pivo. He's happy to just flash in the endurance. And then we're going to see, terminate on the endurance before Del Pivo gets the chance to.
Now, Marco is at 4 here, so this race is still not really favoring Marco here. Marco will have to find either second creature to block this Menace attacker or another dead, something like that, to be able to deal with Grief straight away. Shardless Agent would have been a really good top deck, but with this Chalice, it's one of the worst ones, as well as Violent Outburst is 3 mana. Fire Breathe, 1 creature, that's it?
No, the whole team. The whole team.
Well, there's only 1 creature.
Well, technically speaking, still the whole team.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, just let me get my very tiniest knife out to split that particular hair. So, the endurance now cracking in. Here we go. 8 life remaining for Jake Beardsley. Obviously, there is a plan for this Grief. You don't just leave yourself dead to it. Oh, going down to 1. Okay, so...
and, yeah, Jake has land... Chalice mystery card right now, so no real action. Bowmasters are out of the deck right now.
All four have been taken out. Yep.
And there's Fury.
And Fury. All right, so that's the plan. That's what we're saying here. That was the plan to deal with the Grief, ultimately. Hard cast as well, which isn't bad.
Okay.
Now, Beardsley is the one under pressure.
Under pressure has to find something.
안 보는 사이에 무슨 일이 있었지?
Do I want to play around
상대 1점이고 여기는 8점이고 무슨 일이 있었던 거지?
Ragavan, for instance, one of these 1/2 punches, it's just 2 lands in hand, so if Marco could see the hand, would for sure attack with both, but obviously perfect information is only available to us.
And Del Pivo doesn't know that Beardsley has taken out all the Bowmasters. He may suspect that the Bowmasters aren't in.
And did leave it back to play around that exact line.
All right. So off the top, Jake Beardsley needs something very special here. Marco Del Pivo on just 1 life. If Beardsley can find a way to deal 1 damage to his opponent, he'll be heading to the semifinals, but not so, Mr. Secretary.
오, 사이드는 이겼네 그래도.
His first win in the top 8 this Sunday, and we go to game 4.
And that was a game with Chalice immediately in play with Jake, which is like the worst card for these Cascade decks. And it wasn't even destroyed. It was just played through with other things. So that's got to be a game where Marco is super happy to win.
Ragavan Nimble Pilferer goes down to a dead and gone. And another update about the sideboards here, Corey. Gemstone Caverns comes out. Beseiju gets brought in.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yes. No.
Oh, sorry. Other way around.
Yes.
Beseiju comes out, Gemstone Caverns comes in, but it still makes sense.
Exactly. Makes a lot of sense. That's always how these decks sideboard play draw because, well, Gemstone Cavern, this is going to be some
Oh,
Huge news.
We're getting the Baumeister hot take.
Breaking news here. Gemstone Cavern, much better when you're on the draw than on the play.
Now, Corey, that is impossible to back up. There is no amount of evidence.
I had Frank check the numbers.
There's no amount of evidence that you can present to me that's going to convince me of that case. Certainly not the text on the card itself.
I have heard that reading the card explains the card.
Go ahead.
Let's have a squiz at
no
the
second
hand
land
of Del Pivo. Oh boy, okay, but he's got that chalice. He's got that chalice.
And this was a keep. Yeah. This was a keep on 7.
Yeah.
On the play with Regavan. So you know what that was saying. Jake was like, okay, all you have is Dead Gone.
Yeah.
Fire was not in play, so I'm at least going to get 1 treasure. So if Marco had one of the, I believe, 2 or 3 Dead Gones available, then it was going to be a bad scenario if Jake indeed didn't draw land number 2. All of those things happened.
So Jake looked at his opener.
Oh, there's 4.
오렌트킴만 하네.
Jake looked at his opener, and he's like, righto, this is a great hand if there's no Dead Gone.
If there's no Dead Gone, because
no
it has the chalice as well.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's got the Ragavan. I can start getting in with that. But as it happens, Marco did have the answer to the turn 1 Ragavan. And so Jake now on the back foot. But he did get to Thoughtseize. He had a look at what Del Pivo was working with, and it wasn't a huge amount.
Okay, there's land 2, and I do see Douthie, as well as Fury.
Yeah, go.
Okay, so now Jake is on the board with the Douthie Voidwalker and a Chalice of the Void on 0. So as this Crashing Footfalls ticks down, it'll almost certainly just be countered by the Chalice.
Yep, and we'll see what kind of answers we have on the other side. It looks like another Crashing Footfall was top decked and a Shardless Agent. So there is only 3 mana 2/2s and stuff that you can suspend to hopefully deal with Chalice later. So Marco is in a really poor spot. That 1 land might be a Boseiju, though, which would help things out drastically.
At 16, you at 17.
So you can hear there the live totals updated as Marco Del Pivo confirmed to be on 17 live.
That does look like Misty and Boseiju in the middle. A little tricky to see.
Good eyes.
Oh, thank you.
You have very good eyes.
2020.
Yeah. Old Eagle Eye Baumeister, they call him. Another suspended Crashing Footfalls. Marco has drawn 2 copies of the name.
찰리스를 부술 자신이 있는 건가?
I guess not namesake, I shouldn't say that. The marquee card.
Yeah, there we
emblematic card of Team Arena.
So here's Thoughtseize. Jake is going to see the slightly not great news if that was indeed a Boseiju. Yes, it was.
보세주가 있구나.
So now this is decent because Boseiju, the whole plan for Marco was going to be Boseiju at end step, untap, Shardless Agent, have a good battlefield. Now maybe you hold on to it because second Chalice, it's not like Jake would play it right now if he had it because he can. It would get countered. So there's a lot of thought to waiting.
Actually, yeah. So have a think about this, right?
Yeah.
If you play something like a Blood Moon and your opponent's got a Boseiju, you're like, right, I'll just play a second copy of Blood Moon and now I've got a bit of insurance.
Yeah.
You can't do that with the Chalice on 0.
Exactly.
Yeah, really interesting
So
dynamic.
yeah, here's the tap land, recognizing that as well. No need to Boseiju right now. Now the one case scenario is if Marco top deck Shardless Agent or Violent Outburst, you're gonna kind of kick yourself. But it's impossible to know.
No. But you just let this happen. You've got 2 copies of the Crashing Footfalls in the suspend zone. You just wait. You play the waiting game. You're not under a huge amount of pressure.
That's where maybe less experienced players will look back on a game that, you know, let's say Marco top decks Shardless Agent, looks back and be like, I just should have Boseiju. That was a huge punt.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you look at the situation. Did I make the correct plays with the information given to me? And if yes, you shouldn't be mad about a result because that's the variance you're going to experience in Magic the Gathering and Modern especially.
I know, and honestly, in real life.
There you go.
I'm very serious. Something that Magic has taught me is that it's so easy to look back on decisions you make and categorize them as mistakes, but all you can do at the time is make the best decision available.
퓨리 왔다 갔다 해가지고 사바사로 깔면서 라이노 처음 거 다 처리하고 그 다음에 상대 라이노 내가 쓰고 퓨리랑 상대 거 라이노 교환시키고 뭐 이런 식으로 압박하려나?
I love it. TED Talks with Bomb Knight here.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Exit through the gift shop. All right, we've got a grief now. That one was evoked.
That was evoked, and it looks like we were pitching a Thoughtseize, and there is one of the Undying effects here, either Fang Death or Undying Malice.
But in response, Fire Ice on the Douthie Voidwalker, and I like this. We sort of characterized the Douthie Voidwalker as not being hugely relevant in this matchup. We've seen its ability to cast Crashing Footfalls to be very relevant.
Yeah, so you can do that. I don't think this works. because it's timing rules. This is at instant speed.
Yeah, I don't think that. No, I don't think you can do that.
Resolves, I guess, and I take nothing because your last card's Visage.
I could
Maybe we're wrong about that. But
yeah, I could be wrong about that.
I always thought that you had to obey timing.
No, we're going to target the Deathly Voidwalker.
I always thought you had to obey timing restrictions with the card you were casting with the Deathly
I guess
Voidwalker.
because it's still in main phase, it still counts for that.
Wouldn't the stack have to be empty? I don't know.
That's kind of what I would have thought.
That's what I would have thought. But anyway, the Shardless Agent is on the battlefield. Feign Death is the card that was flipped by the Cascade ability. It's targeting the Douthie Voidwalker. Not that it's likely to be hugely relevant here as we pass back over to Del Pivo, who basically plays a land and ships.
Dash Ragavan.
And Ragavan is down, as we're hearing, and now an attack for 8.
Okay.
You'll be at 4.
4. There's the treasure.
Your Wooded Foothills.
Not cast the Wooded Foothills. Not an option, but once again, Jake being very clear. So now we're going to see
14 to 13 to 12 to 4. This is 8.
And again, very clear communication from Jake as he works his way through the life total.
And that's a very important life total because Dauthi does have 4 power now and cannot be blocked by the Rhinos.
Yep, so we need well, we effectively need a dead Gone to get rid of it, right?
And that's just a Gone. It can't even dead.
It can't be deaded.
Yeah.
It can't be deaded.
Deaded.
Only Gone.
Only Gone.
Yep.
All right, Besage you, as we expected, on the Chalice of the Voids.
Blood Crypt tapped.
And Jake is able to search up a land thanks to the second part of the Besage's ability.
You'll go to 3.
Del Pivo also going to search up a land here.
Goes into Lightning Bolt range, but actually now that I look at this list, just no bolts.
No bolts.
Interesting how the mighty have fallen.
Khan Liberated hitting the bench. Lightning Bolt not played in a Rakdos deck.
Bottom 3 cards. Okay. I'll cut you right to it. There you go.
All right.
It's right there.
It's right there, says Jake. We'll
So
find
let's
out
see.
if it is.
Needs an answer to the Douthie Voidwalker.
뭐야?
Good games.
I don't think it was there.
And it was not
뭐야
there.
갑자기 빅토리야?
Takes out the game and the match 3-1 against his
야
opponent.
미친!
Marco Del Pivo going down swinging. But Rakdos Evoke, the most played
시간 없다고 자른 건가?
gets through to our semifinals.
Really impressive stuff there from Jake, the best player in Roanoke, Virginia, for sure. Taking it down here.
갑자기 빅토리 했대요.
Congratulations to him. I know how much this means to him to have such a huge moment to go play Dom Harvey.
Well, let's hear from the best player from Roanoke, Virginia, right now standing by with William Hall.
Jake,
코뿔소 전멸.
at your first Pro Tour, you're still
여러분들 코뿔소 약해요.
living that fairy tale ending. You're still
코뿔소 약해요.
So I was speaking to you just before this. You think this was a bad matchup for you, yet you managed to win it 3-1. Why do you think it's a bad matchup for you?
So the Team of Rhinos deck is incredibly redundant. They have 4 copies of Violent Outburst, 4 copies of Shardless Agent, so it's harder to pick apart their key cards in general with Thoughtseizes and Griefs, and they have more copies to top deck, even if I do manage to get the Evoke Grief plus Feign Death or Undying Malice on turn 1. So I can pick apart their hand all I want. They can, they're really good at recovering from that sort of thing. Fury helps a lot in the matchup, but it's not my favorite thing to play against, and I know there are a couple teams playing the Rhinos deck specifically because they expected a lot of Evoke going into the weekend.
Yeah, so we're talking about key cards there. What do you think your
야 코뿔소 3명 나와서 그냥 쳐맞고 끝났네 8강.
In the first couple games, it's far and away Douthie Voidwalker. The card can be a little bit awkward for them to answer. They have 4 copies of Fire and Ice and 4 copies of Dead Gone.
야 이러면은 코뿔소 덱은 매력이 없다는 게
Turn 1, and Voidwalker allows me to
나왔죠?
their crashing footfalls after
양민 학살 덱이다. 잘하는 사람들한텐 따이는 덱이다. 코뿔소 약해요. 그래서 나왔죠.
That it's pretty hard to do against them normally. It also is an unblockable threat, so it allows me to clock them if I have something like a turn 1 Grief. It's a fantastic follow-up to that.
Great. Lastly, I want a one-word answer of your feelings right now that you're now in the top 4 of this Pro Tour.
Thrilled.
Thank you very much, Jake.
Great to hear from Jake Beardsley there. A well-deserved
Oh,
win
뭐야?
for him in our quarterfinals. We'll be seeing him in the semifinals. Stick around, everybody. On the other side of this, we're going to preview what's coming up in the semis. And then after that, we're going to
이러면은 아뮬렛이랑 락토스랑 거의 그 둘이 결승 느낌인데? 트론은 어차피 트론이 올라오니까 그래 아뮬렛이 올라오면 트론은 끝난 것 같고 재밌구만.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, here from beautiful Barcelona, Spain. We've had 2 full days of competition to land here today in our top 8, and we are heading up to our semi-finals as we work ever closer to crowning a champion. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Davuti, and Will Hall. We've had some incredible matches already in our top 8. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're at in the tournament and where we have yet to go. There you can see our semifinalists who have advanced: Dominic Harvey on Amulet Titan, Jake Beardsley on Rakdos Evoke, as well as Christian Calcano and Simon Nielsen on Mono Green Tron. Monty, your thoughts about the tournament thus far?
Maria, I think 3 of the matchups definitely went how we expected. Amulet Titan is supposed to absolutely smash Mono Green Tron. Mono Green Tron is supposed to be favored against Team Rhinos. So all of those results as expected. But the fairy tale run for Jake Beardsley just keeps continuing. Many people said Team Rhinos was really there to target Rakdos Evoke. This was a great matchup for Rhinos. So for Beardsley to come out on top of this 3-1, moving on to the semifinals, and the rest of the matchups just looking better for him, this is starting to look very real for the man who had his birthday this weekend.
Absolutely. And Will, I know you've been a fan of Jake.
I'm a huge fan of Jake. I've been down there talking to him. He's super excited, taking it 1 round at a time on his birthday weekend of all pieces. Exactly as you said, he felt he wasn't favored in the Rhinos matchup. He managed to take it down. He's now lined up against Dom. Let's see if he can do it again. Give us that fairy tale story. Lift this trophy in front of us. I'm rooting for Jake Beardsley.
All right, everybody, there's a look at what's happened already so far today. Well, we're not just excited to crown a champion here at this Pro Tour, we're also looking ahead to the World Championship, which is coming up in September. And we want to share with you the players who are now qualified for that World Championship thanks to this tournament. We've got our top 8 here, Monty. They're all in.
And Maria, this is the easy 8. Christian Calcano, Jake Beardsley, Marco Del Pivo, Stefano Vinci, Kai Buddha, and Dominic Harvey all punched their tickets to the World Championship this weekend. I didn't mention Javier Dominguez and Simon Nielsen because, as we know Team Handshake likes to do, they've just been collecting World Championship invites. Already both of them qualified coming into the weekend from previous performances.
They certainly do like collecting those. Congratulations to our top 8 heading to the World Championship. Now we turn our attention to adjusted match points. Players in on these for doing consistently well across the season. We have 32 to say congratulations to. Here's our first set of 8, Will.
The big one that's pointed out to me is David Inglis. He's been on an absolute tear on this Pro Tour season. 5 top 16s back-to-back. That is exactly how you get yourself a World Championship invitation.
Absolutely incredible stuff all season long from David Inglis. Taking a look here at 9 through 16 in on adjusted match points. Marcio Carvalho, got to give a shout out, 10 top finishes. 2-time World Championship finalist is going to be at the World Championship. Seth Manfield knows how to win a World Championship. He did so in 2015, also a Hall of Famer. And then, of course, Yuki Ichikawa, your Innistrad Championship winner, 5 top finishes to his name. I could go on. We've got a lot of great players. Let's take a look at some more who are in on adjusted match points, Monty.
This World Championship field does not get any easier as we progress, Maria. Yuta Takahashi, another former world champion, has punched his ticket. Special shout out to Willie Adel, the Hall of Famer. His season has just absolutely been a dream. He found himself at the first Pro Tour using that Hall of Fame invite just because he was incidentally in the US for other work and just said, maybe I'll hop over to the Pro Tour. Chained an invite from that Pro Tour to the next one. Chained an invite from that Pro Tour to the next one. I had a chat with him at the player party on Thursday, and he said, you know, it was only last week that I realized this might be real. I just need to make day 2, maybe win some matches, and I could be at the World Championship. Well, he made day 2, and he won some matches, and now he's going to be at the World Championship. And one shout out to Chai Hui Heng of Singapore. He was a runner-up, 1 match win short at the first regional championship in Southeast Asia this season. Was able to put together these adjusted match points and redeem himself throughout the season to get there in the end.
I'm getting so hyped for the World Championship right now. You have no idea. Let's take a look at the rest of our 32 players in on AMP's Will.
Well, the name sticking out to me is Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. He's in Europe. I see him at all the events going to it. I know how much this means to him. Being able to get himself an invitation to this qualifier is huge. And he's going to be super excited being able to go to Las Vegas, go to MagicCon, and play in the World Championships.
Absolutely pleased to say JED at the World Championship. Total field of 110 players. Monty, 110 is a bigger World Championship field than we've seen before. What does that mean?
Yeah, you know, the World Championship in Magic has been around for a very long time. We've seen throughout that time, we go from Pro Tour size 300-person fields all the way down to very small, I believe 16 and 32-person fields. So to make our way back up here to 110, as was the plan throughout the reinvigorated and new organized play structure, is really cool because we haven't seen a World Championship field this big and this stacked in a very long time.
Absolutely, everybody. You're not going to want to miss it coming up later in September this year. Well, a lot of good decks, of course, are in our top 8. That's why they're in our top 8. They're great decks. But guess what? There's a lot of other really good performing decks at this Pro Tour who went 8-2 and didn't make it into our top 8. We're going to take a look at some of those decks right now because there's some really interesting stuff, including, Monty, one of your babies here, Dimir Control.
Yeah, Maria, Dimir Control in the hands of Matt Anderson. This was one of the decks that I would have considered for the weekend had I been playing and was able to put in enough time to find a list. This control strategy is trying to utilize the One Ring alongside just full counter spells, card draw, control. One of my favorite combos, Minamo, School at Water's Edge to combo with the One Ring and just draw a ton of cards, and this deck really puts Shieldred to full effect. It's really cool, and I'm glad Matt was able to find success with it.
There's a look at Dimir Control. If control is your thing, Monty says play it. What about 4-color Rhinos here? This one also 8-2, Will.
Is that it? More off the beat, we've seen the team of Rhinos doing traditionally very well this weekend, pitting 3 copies into the top 8. Some players decided to splash the extra color for cards like Leyline's Binding coming down, giving them more advantage, more removal in those aspects. We had Goobik here, managed to go 8-2, completely perfect record to get themselves onto our board here, and our best performing 4-color Rhinos player.
All right, next up is a deck that I'm excited to say went 8-2 in Modern. That's Merfolk, baby! Dan Kristoff bringing this deck. Not afraid to play an off-meta deck. You'll love to see it. Got him an 8-2 record, of course, but also a World Championship invite. So you know what? It just proves in Modern, if you play a deck that you love and that you really know inside and out, you can do well at a Modern tournament. I love Merfolk. I've played this deck before, too. I can't make fun of Dan. I think it's so cool. You're playing creatures. You're getting aggressive. You're playing tempo. A-plus job. Now on to Jim Davis here with Yawgmoth, Monty.
Yeah, Jim Davis, another person who earned enough adjusted match points this weekend to punch his way.
아, 갑자기 왜 덱 설명을 이렇게 길게 하는 거야? 상황을 하라고 빨리.
Of Golgari Yawgmoth. Very unique to this build is 3 copies of the One Ring, arguably the card of the weekend that we've seen coming out from the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth. This creature combo deck, we saw it struggle a bit in a Rakdos Evoke heavy field, but for Jim, it was able to get the job done and give him the result that he really needed at the end of the day.
All right, there is Yawgmoth from Jim Davis. Up next, it's Hammer Time, Will.
Yep, Thomas Gunn, I interviewed them at the Players' Party on Thursday because this is the first ever Pro Tour. They decided to bring it mono white hammer, going for the aggressive aggro strategy. But more importantly, it is another Cinderella story. They managed to get a re-invitation to the next Pro Tour. That in itself is huge. I want to make a big shout out to Thomas being able to pull that off. It's going to be great, chaining back-to-back Pro Tours.
All right, here are some decks that went 8-2 in Modern, but did not make it into our top 8. Well, everybody, if you're watching this broadcast wishing you could be there, well, guess what? You can. Not here, but there. Las Vegas, September 22nd through the 24th. Tickets are on sale right now. mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com. Get your tickets. It's going to be awesome. We just told you about all the amazing people at the World Championship. Come and see them play in Las Vegas. There's a 100K limited open. If I wasn't casting, I would be there playing in that. There's going to be a cosplay contest, panels, everything you could want at Vegas coming up this September. All right, everybody, it's time to turn our attention to our semifinals here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Things are getting down to the wire, and we need to find out who is going to be hoisting that trophy. Take a look. Here is our first
아이,
semifinal.
또 미러 매치부터 보여줘.
Simon Nielsen versus Christian Calcano. This is a mono green Tron mirror.
아무나 이겨라.
Simon Nielsen has had back-to-back top 8s. The last one at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Your 2014 World Magic Cup champion with Denmark. Christian Calcano, welcome back to the Pro Tour. Getting a top 8 here.
이기는 편, 우리 편 아무나 이겨라.
Pro Tour for Christian Calcano. Taking a look at their roads to getting here, Simon Nielsen was the person leading our tournament all through day 1 and into day 2. No loss until way down there in round number 13 with a scoop to Javier Dominguez. Lost the final 2, drew into the top 8. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on making yet another top 8 here this weekend. Christian Calcano went 8-2 in Modern with 1 loss on day 1 of competition to get here today. Started and ended day 2 with a win. Second Pro Tour top 8.
마틴 도밍겔, 하비에로 도밍겔.
There's their roads to the top 8 and indeed the players themselves, but what about the decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, for those paying attention to those round by rounds, round 14 was the second time Christian Calcano and Simon Nielsen faced in this tournament, the first one being in draft earlier on in day 2. But round 14, they faced in Modern in this mono green Tron mirror. Simon Nielsen, this is the handshake build of Tron. We've been talking about it all weekend as it was the best performing build of mono green Tron in the field, trying to assemble those Tron lands, but having a bit of a lower curve, more well-rounded strategy, not as reliant on the big creatures and planeswalkers at the end of the curve. It's very good and it performed well in the field, but maybe not great in the mirror, as it was Christian Calcano that took that match when they faced. Looking at Christian Calcano's build of mono green Tron, this is a bit more
조금 다르네.
It goes bigger, no dismembers, notably a very dead card.
버전의 차이가 있긴 하네요.
Doesn't have any of those. Instead, more Worm Coils, more Karn Liberated, more Beseiju. That's a big one. So the edge definitely does go a little bit in Calcano's favor, but notably Calcano has faced Handshake Tron twice now, because after he beat Simon Nielsen, he faced Javier Dominguez, and he lost that one.
Ooh, really interesting. I'd call this a grudge match, except that they're friends. All right, who are you giving this one to, Monty?
I'm going to go with Christian Calcano. I think it's extremely tight. Simon Nielsen, an incredible player, and it could definitely go either way. But I just really want to see the calculator get it done, Maria.
What about you, Will?
I'm going to go with emotion. I feel like I know both these players. I know what it means to both of them. I don't really want to pick between them. It's flip a coin. Who's going to win?
Yeah, absolutely. They're both absolutely fantastic people, and I cannot wait to see this matchup. I'm going to throw it over to the booth, everybody, for semifinal number 1 with Cedric and Paul.
Thank you so much, Maria and Monty, and of course, Will, Cedric Phillips, Paul Cheon. We are here in the booth getting ready to bring you our first semifinals matchup, Paul. Now, I will say this, everybody. Don't even think about leaving, because this might not take very long. It's a Tron mirror, partner. Those, they generally go pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that this matchup plays out, I mean, there's a few key cards, but of course, it's all about just hitting Tron.
Yeah.
Not that many ways for the decks to interact with each other.
Starting hand size for both players probably not going to be particularly large, because this deck does mulligan quite a bit to find those Tron pieces, and then some sort of payoff will follow up soon thereafter. Left side, you see Simon Nielsen, who's having a fantastic stretch of events this year, coming off of a top 8 at Pro Tour March of the Machine and a top 8 here. He is a ball of excitement and absolutely loves his deck.
갑자기 오늘도 깝치되는구만.
These two have already played once here this weekend, and they will do battle once again. Handshake Tron on one side, and what I am now going to be deeming Calculator Tron on the other.
Yeah, all right.
How's that sound?
You know, if it sticks, it sticks.
Hey,
Let's go with that.
All right, you're in. That was an easy sell.
I didn't say that.
This Handshake Tron deck is very unique insofar as Team Handshake, they did a lot of work on this strategy coming in, saying that there are no sacred cows in this deck. We are going to
개노잼 매치를 보고 있어야 되다니.
and we're going to see what we can find and what we can change.
나 이때를 이용해서 음료수나 먹겠다. 님들아 보고 계세요. 저 음료수 사갖고.
That's a turn 3 card. We're just, you know, rewinding the clock just a little bit here, going down to 5, but this is natural Tron into turn 3 Karn Liberated.
It sure is. This is back circa 2013, it feels like, when that was the reason to be playing the Urzatron in Modern. Now, to Simon Nielsen's credit, does have a Forest and a Beseiju who endures for the next turn. As you see, Wormcoil Engine was drawn there from a Calcano. And then you also notice that for Nielsen, has an Urza's Mine, so is 2/3 of the way to putting the Tron together.
Yeah, so for Simon, you're going to see him go ahead and fire off that Boseiju next turn. But because Calcano has natural Tron, he'll be able to fight through that Boseiju at least once.
At least once. Dismember the draw here this turn for Simon Nielsen. A good card against an open metagame, but a poor card in this matchup.
It's basically not a card in this matchup. It has no targets. There's a Worm Coil engine that you can shrink it down to 1/1/1/1. That's all it does.
Simon Nielsen will just play a Tron land and pass the turn back. So didn't play the Forest. Is actually probably going to channel that Boseiju through.
Oh, that's
me through a Chromatic Sphere.
And interesting here, Calcano choosing to fetch that tower, so he doesn't actually have insurance here for Tron. Had he chosen not to search, he could have used that map to find the missing piece. Now, of course, Simon Nielsen's list only has one Boseiju in the main, so it might not necessarily even be correct to play around that.
And that was a somewhat crafty play there by Simon by playing a Tron land as opposed to the Forest on that particular turn. Threatening Tron, of course, now because of the tower and the power plant, excuse me, the mine that is on the battlefield, but also being able to sift through that Chromatic Sphere in order to make green mana to Boseiju Calcano.
Yeah, but the interesting thing, at least if you're on Calcano's side, is Simon passed with 2 mana, had a sphere in play. What are the types of things, what's the worst possible thing he can do?
Sure.
It's the Boseiju, right? You have that turn 3 Karn. Perhaps it might have been better to consider just holding onto that map just in case.
Yeah. So this will be an Oblivion Stone here from Calcano and passing the turn back. Missing an Urza's power plant is Christian to complete the Urza Tron. Same can be said here for Simon Nielsen, who will kick things off with a Chromatic Sphere. He'll cycle that, so a green mana is floating here for Simon. Simon picks up another copy of Urza's Tower.
It's all the towers, I think. He's run all the towers in his deck.
That's not much of a problem. Rega Progenitus, not a particularly powerful card in this matchup either, but it does cycle.
Christian, on Christian's side, has a little more action, right? Has the Karn in hand. Absolutely just needs to go ahead and find the missing piece here. Could draw it off the top. Could find it off of potential Ancient Stirrings next turn.
And if Christian is able to find that Urza's power plant on his turn, the game gets significantly easier with Karn Liberated, one of the absolute best cards in the mirror, as we are going to head back the calculator's way. One huge draw step here in game number 1 right now. Is a Gemstone Caverns.
Right, so not a whole lot to work with here now if you're Christian Calcano. It's just going to be land go.
And we'll deploy another tower. And this is going to be Adrangatha to the hand.
Sure.
One of the few players playing a companion this week.
We found a target for Dismember.
Oh, hey, fair enough. Fair enough. That's accurate. We're going to head back over to Simon. Simon is drawing a copy of Warping Whale. Towers and mines, everything is fine. These players looking for the elusive power plant.
It's a little strange, though, watching just both these players just trying to play a fair game of Magic, right? No Tron on either side. There's a whole bunch of other lands.
Yep. No Karn the Great Creators, no One Rings, no nothing.
Yeah.
For either player.
The nice thing here for Simon is if somehow Christian finds the missing Tron piece and runs out of Karn, if you play the mine this turn, you have a little bit of protection built in.
You do.
For a Karn.
You do.
But then you're still facing against the Karn and you have nothing in hand.
Yes. It's
뭐야, 둘 다 트론을 완성
a
못했어.
little bit of protection, as you mentioned, by having double Tron pieces out. So Boseiju can't break it up.
Right.
Karn, with its -3, can't really break it up, as now Calcano's going to do a little bit of thinking. All right, let's head over to Christian. Who will find the power plant first?
Oh, that is a fantastic card. One of the best cards, if
뭐지,
not
찐따 매치는?
the single best card in the mirror here.
Oh!
We've seen
네!
in these Tron mirrors, players simply just concede when the opponent gets a Karn, the Great Creator, in play.
Now, it's no power plant, but it's quite the consolation prize. You're going to see that Karn get an expedition map and put that right on the battlefield. Now, the map that Calcano did grab, it was exiled via Relic of Progenitus, and of course, Karn has the ability to grab a card from outside the game, not just from the sideboard, but for cards that have been exiled as well.
That was not a sideboard expedition map.
No,
I don't think they went
not.
that deep.
No.
얘도
Orbital's
칼은
going to make a Scion on the end step. This will allow Nielsen to pressure the Karn at least a little bit.
Yeah, but Simon has now found a Karn of his own.
Okay, now things will start to get really interesting.
If you run out the Karn, all of a sudden Christian cannot sacrifice that expedition map that he has in play. Can't get the missing piece.
So, that Scion, well,
it's going to be attacking that Karn.
It was thinking about it, and it will be. So, Calcano's Karn the Great Creator will be at 2, while Simon Nielsen's will begin things at 5. Immediately going to take it down to 3 to also grab a card from outside of the game.
얘 변신시켜서 어택해서 죽이고
Everything has now been locked up.
All right.
천재인 듯.
No cards. Can't use your O-Stone.
We do see this sometimes in Karn the Great Creator mirrors, which is I'm going to search for a Pithing Needle and Karn, basically your Karn, but also mine. So Karn the Great Creators are shut off for the moment. There are ways, of course, to break out of this. You can see someone use Karn Liberated and minus the Pithing
필반 쓴 다음에 칼은 나와서 찍자.
Beseiju, something of that sort.
Now, Christian did find Sylvan Scrying here. So you can go Sylvan Scrying, get the missing piece, run out Karn Liberated.
Yes.
The Pithing Needle doesn't stop both of the Karns from being activated.
No, it does not. So a very timely draw step there for Calcano. Now, going to think things through here a little bit. Again, can't use the map straight away because of the Karn, the Great Creator, on the other side of the battlefield.
But there is that Sylvan Scrying. The other consideration is something like a Beseiju, but Karn kind of already acts as a Beseiju, right? You just jam the Karn, and all of a sudden you have the ability to exile what's in play.
Yeah, you have to. This is actually a really tough turn because the straightforward part of this is I can just Sylvan Scrying for Urza's Power Plant, play Karn Liberated, right? That part's really, really, really easy. Now, if that's the avenue that Calcano decides to go down, what is he going to minus on the Karn Liberated, right? He can't break up the Tron, and if you just go piece by piece here, are you going to remove the forest? Probably not. Any of the Tron pieces?
I mean, you could just tick it up.
You could tick it up.
You could just start ticking it up.
If you want to minus on the Pithing Needle, that means that your opponent gets to use their Karn again.
I think if you want to do that, you wait until the next turn where you have access to all that mana.
I would agree.
Right.
So, with that in mind, is there a reason instead to cast perhaps Wormcoil Engine this turn?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a consideration. My question is, if you just run out the Karn and you tick up... I guess the worst case scenario is if Simon finds Tron and then plays the Tron land and plays something like an Ulamog.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
But I guess playing Wormcoil Engine doesn't stop that either.
Yeah. And that's why I think this turn is a very interesting one. I don't think it's particularly simplistic. I think the easiest part of the turn is scrying for the power plant. Sure. Past that, I think there's quite a few decision trees on what Calc wants to do here.
So here's something that you could try to do. You could kill the needle, activate your Oblivion Stone, turn it into a 3/3, and then kill your opposing Karn.
Let's see, I don't mind that. That's
now
that's a way to go.
Simon is tapped out. Well, no, he's not tapped out. There's a Scion in play.
That's correct.
You can sack the Scion and cast Dismember.
Oh, we said, hang on. We said Dismember doesn't do anything.
Well,
we agreed earlier, Paul.
I wasn't anticipating a 3/3 Oblivion Stone being animated to kill an opposing card. That was not in the list of likely outcomes.
That's on
coming
page
into this.
200.
안 되겠다, 땅 먹자.
Well, I read Dom Harvey's guide.
Gotcha. That was
on Amulet.
That's the only one he had time for.
I need somebody to write a Tron guide.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
못 참겠다, 땅 먹자.
So it looks like Karn Liberator, which of course starts with 6 loyalties, going down to 3. And this line that you mentioned, this line of exile the Pithing Needle, activate your Karn, try to kill your Karn with the Oblivion Stone. I mean, that's attractive.
Yeah.
But it does get really messed up by Dismember. So instead, we're going to see Karn Liberated, exile Karn the Great Creator, and simply pass the turn back.
All right.
The draw step here for Nielsen is, well, that's Ulamog, but
okay, so that's piece 1.
Yeah, that is step 1 to a complicated puzzle.
Exactly. Step
핸드에
1
타워
now
4개 있어.
needs to find a way.
딴다.
Expedition map, but needs to find a way to search for the missing Tron piece so you can cast your Ulamog and swing this game around.
And this is one of those spots.
딱 4개에
I'm
12만
not
원.
saying this decision was incorrect, obviously. The numbers speak for themselves, but they only have 3 scryings.
Yeah.
As opposed to 4.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, in this particular matchup, that matters.
Yeah.
I think the Handshake folks built a, I want to say, more well-balanced deck for the entire field.
Totally.
Right, we saw cards like Urza Saga just single-handedly win games for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah.
Not especially great in this matchup, right, because you're really just trying to go over the top in a lot of the games. But I think for this specific matchup, you're talking about Calcano, who has an additional copy of Boseiju, an extra copy of Karn Liberated. There are small advantages, but they do count. They matter.
Absolutely do. So there's another tower.
누나 장구충이야 왜 이렇게 아니 트론 미러 매치 1라운드 뭐 이렇게 오래 해.
Because of the Karn the Great Creator that's on the other side of the battlefield, a Dismember, which is generally useless in this matchup except for corner cases, and another Urza's Tower in hand here for Simon Nielsen. So the only real decision at this stage of things is where is that Scion going?
Right. I imagine it's liberated, right? Because currently the Karn the Great Creator is turned off, and if you attack Karn Liberated, then Christian can't minus the Karn to get the Pithing Needle off the battlefield.
Yeah. Stand to reason, and that's exactly where that Scion is going to go. So Karn Liberated will fall down to 2 loyalty, and we'll head back Calcano's way. So he'll give a little bit of a shrug here, will Christian, before untapping those 5 lands, and we'll make it 6 here in just a moment as he's going to sacrifice an Expedition map. Remember, he can do that now because Karn the Great Creator is not on the other side of the battlefield. And he's going to go get a Boseiju.
저 그냥 칼은 쓰려고 하나 보네.
Could use the Boseiju now to still remove that Pithing Needle. Minus the Karn, or plus it if you wanted to still stick around, right?
Yep. There are some real options here for Christian on this coming turn, and that is even before he draws a card, which would certainly change the calculus as well.
See what you did there.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. I think you did.
Christian will draw. It's the One Ring.
Okay. So no shortage of action here for Christian Calcano. Lots of mana.
I think this is the easiest place to start, which is plussing the Karn Liberated. Of course, can't minus it given its loyalty at the beginning of the turn. So get this information first, and now there goes the Dismember.
And Cal can lead things off with the One Ring here, or just choose to just play all the creatures.
Calcano starting the turn before a land drop with access to 12 mana. Boseiju could make it 13, but that is pretty unlikely that he's going to play that as a land.
Right. It looks like he's already setting up for a target here. Perhaps looking at the Pithing Needle. The redundant copies of the Tron lands means Boseiju on a Tron land isn't that great here.
So there is the Boseiju on the Needle. So Karn the Great Creator is back to being active. Nielsen will search up a basic forest and place it on the battlefield here in just a moment.
So even without Tron, that means Nielsen could potentially go up to 8 lands next turn. So Christian needs to think about the possibilities for Simon if that were to happen. Remember, can't search for something like an Ulamog here with Karn the Great Creator. Cityscape Leveler does not kill lands. Curious to see what Christian's going to go for here with Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah, he's going to search for
Stonebrain.
He's going to search for a card outside of the old outside of the game here, and there you do see the options there on the left side of our screen. Cityscape Lover among them, but it is going to be Stonebrain.
Yeah, now you can just name Urza's power plant to ensure that Simon will never draw Tron, or perhaps something like an Ulamog, because Simon is just getting close to hardcasting it.
Yeah, Simon right now has access to 7 lands plus a Scion token, that can be sacrificed for mana. Galcano just trying to figure out exactly how to tap his mana for what he wants to do this turn. Remember, he does have a Wormcoil Engine in hand. It's going to be Stonebrain.
물머리.
There'll be some mana.
저었다 뭐 부르려나?
Nielsen's going to help Galcano out with that. He's going to use 2 to activate this, and we'll see what it is.
뭐 부르나?
Well, you heard it.
Had the read. There it is.
Galcano names Ulamog.
울라목 부르는구나.
Ceaseless Hunger.
That
야,
was
진짜 끝에 가는 걸 생각하는구나. 울라목 부를 건 아닌 것 같은데 울라목 부르는 거
into
보니까.
this game. Christian correctly identifying that, look, Simon, you don't need Tron anymore. You have all the mana in the world. The only thing I'm scared of is Ulamog.
Yeah, and it is long gone now. So Nielsen will be without the extremely powerful Eldrazi for the rest of this game. A new card will be coming here. Given the
아니 근데 존나 빨리 끝날 줄 알았는데 둘 다 트론 완성 못해서 장기전 하고 있는 거 개웃기네. 원래 먼저 트론 만들어서 딱 먹으면 끝나는 매치인데 뭐가 이래.
All right.
I'm not sure if Simon did draw a card from that Ulamog that was exiled from the grip.
Yeah, maybe not.
Doesn't look like he didn't.
Right.
This is a Relic Progenitus that will cycle.
Stop.
It looks like the players are catching it
Okay.
now.
What was exiled with the stone?
Oh, right. I forgot to draw the card.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a warning and what did happen since then?
Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to have our
drew,
table spotter, and
like
these players are going to
relic.
basically go over the
I play relic and
exchange here.
activate
So
it,
we'll
but
listen to
I
them
haven't
discuss it for
yeah.
us.
Okay. The fix we have for this is to make you draw the card immediately. It was forgotten, but we are not rewinding. So the relic is on the field.
Well, I just draw the card immediately. Okay. And have I activated the relic ability yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
So let's draw you the card.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I draw a card.
Yep.
And we are fixed.
Yes.
We are fixed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who gets the one? Do we both get warnings? Okay.
A simple mistake in the heat of the moment here on Sunday. These things do happen. Both players agreed on exactly what did take place, and we are all good to go now, as an Ancient Stirrings has been found here for Simon.
So one interesting thing here is you saw Christian go ahead and put that fate counter on the Karn Liberated. Christian Kalkana knows about the opposing Oblivion Stone. Guess what? That fate counter, it applies to both Oblivion Stones.
Sure does.
So Simon Nielsen plays and pops his Oblivion Stone. Guess that Karn still gets to stay on the battlefield.
It's still just hanging.
Yeah, it's still there.
Still just
around.
doing its thing.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of fate counters being distributed.
We have.
In this
We have. I said it earlier today, I still can't believe that Oblivion Stone is just around doing its thing after all these years. What a card. This will be a Stirrings. Take a look at the top 5. Karn the Great Creator, Oblivion Stone, Dismember, another Oblivion Stone, and a Urza's Power Plant finally here for Simon Nielsen.
Does Simon need the power plant? Nope.
You're going to go with the Karn the Great Creator.
Now remember, Simon has already played a Pithing Needle. Has it been exiled though?
That Pithing Needle was killed via Beseiju, but it may have been exiled from the Relic of Progenitus activation, which means that it would be eligible to be grabbed again.
Simon can get it back.
Yeah. So
you can go Karn into get a Pithing Needle.
I guess you would have countered my Stirrings.
There's the tower. This is a Karn the Great Creator. That's going to resolve. Again, starts at 5 loyalty, does this incredibly powerful Planeswalker.
So good.
And it generally goes from 5 to 3 in most instances. Well, now the big question, and Simon's even asking this to himself, is what am I going to do with this? And see, some some Tron games like this in the mirror, and these two players, they commented on it. So this game is just weird.
Yeah.
Right? This
absolutely.
isn't normally how it goes, but it normally is a weird thing to say, Paul, because there are the games where it's a runaway, and then there's stuff that looks like this.
You know, 90% of the games we've seen in this head-to-head are the games that you just talked about.
Yeah.
But this one is extremely interesting.
So let's dissect this liquid metal coating. You can tap it and target permanent becomes an artifact in addition to its other types until end of turn. And that's any permanent, of course.
Right.
So it looks like Simon is going to target the Karn the Great Creator on the upkeep, and alongside, excuse me, he's going to target the Karn Liberated.
No!
And alongside the Karn the Great Creator, that means the Karn Liberated can't be used this turn.
Right. So it's kind of like a Pithy Needle, but with more applications potentially later on.
Absolutely.
But now Calcano has found his own Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah, so around and around we go.
Oh my.
Oh, wow, what a game.
So Christian can play Karn, has access to 8 mana, could get a Cityscape Leveler here if he wants to get the Karn off the battlefield and have a big threat in play.
And that would be all the mana for the turn. But it solves the biggest problem here for Calcano if he decides to go that route. So, step one, let's cast the Planeswalker.
빨리 안락사 시키자.
Well, if you weren't familiar with Tron's sideboard before, we're very familiar now. And this feels like it's a Cityscape Leveler here, right? You add pressure while also killing that Karn. There we go.
Yes, indeed. And this is another card with a very powerful cast trigger. So, the leveler will blow up the Karn, the Great Creator. A Power Stone will be made in exchange. Doesn't seem like the fairest of trades.
Right. And remember that Power Stone cannot be utilized when an opponent has a Karn, the Great Creator in play.
Yes.
And Simon Nielsen does not have Ulamog again. That has been stone-brained. Not an out here for Simon Nielsen.
Calc figuring out how to use this Karn Liberated now that it is active again. Looks like just going to plus it and exile a card here from Simon Nielsen's hand.
Yeah, it is still an artifact from the liquid metal coating, but because Karn the Creator is no longer in play, can utilize the ability.
And now there finally is an Urza's power plant to go along with an Oblivion Stone that can't be activated.
So Simon fought a good fight here without Tron, but I think this is going to be a little too much to overcome here.
He's going to continue to play through this game. There could be a series of draws that allows him to get back into it.
Yeah, that's... I guess it starts with a Karn.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Of some variety.
Yeah. See, Calcano has another copy of the One Ring.
Yeah.
So 2 of those. That Jingantha that was grabbed a little bit earlier in the game, and a Worm Coil Legend that's been over there for a very long time. We'll focus on those in just a minute. We'll turn our attention to that liquid metal coating that's headed to the graveyard as another Power Stone has been made. Cityscape Leveler is going to bring Nielsen from 20 to 12. And we'll see how Calc wants to use the original Karn. Looks like that's going to take care of the Urza's Mine.
Yep. One of the mines. There's still one in play here for Simon Nielsen.
Sorry, I'm all over the place here.
That's good. That's my strategy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Trying to win this on Fortitude.
All right, Karn the Great Creator going down to 1. This will be a liquid metal coating. Walking into this here, maybe. Could be a liquid metal coating as well. Well, one of the things, basically the way that the Simon can turn this game around, and I think this is part of the reason he didn't play the Tron land, because it could get killed, is that if he draws an answer to Karn the Great Creator, he can kill Karn the Great Creator, play the Power Plant, and blow up the Oblivion Stone.
Yeah.
But none of it matters unless he actually takes out the Karn the Great Creator.
Right.
아니 근데 이거 이악 물고 장기전.
Nope. Oh, and found Tron.
Yep. He had that power play. He finally played.
빨랑 접지.
Does not matter. So, Christian Calcano is going to win a very fascinating game 1 against Simon Nielsen.
아니 복귀는 나중에 하고 빨리 이 게임 가라고.
The Mets player.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna.
Now we turn our attention to game number 2. Simon Nielsen on the play, Christian Calcano on the draw. Both players, oh my, Paul, 7? Oh, almost 7 cards for both. Almost
I just want to make sure I get that in
okay.
there.
We have our first Gemstone Caverns.
Yep.
On coverage, my friend.
That allows you to potentially cast the Sylvan Scrying here on turn 1. But Calcano again with Natural Tron in the opener. Hey, you know, I'm getting
뭐야, 트론을 들고 시작했어.
Oh, is that what it is?
천재다.
When he was in the top 8, didn't need to search it out very often. He just kind of had it in the opener. Makes things a lot easier.
Must be nice. I can only imagine.
오프닝 30개 들고 시작.
This is an Urza's Mine here from Nielsen, who has a tower and a power plant as well. So we got natural Trons. That's natural Tron rolled up for both.
Oh, man.
It's not a hard game.
Yeah. Both players probably had to do that a few times to make it all the way to the top 8 of this Pro Tour.
It certainly
right?
doesn't hurt. Chromatic sphere here for Calcano. Into another sphere and passing of the turn. Calcano's payoff at this stage of things is Wormcoil Engine. We'll see what these draw steps do yield over the next couple of turns. As you do see for Simon Nielsen, has Tron rolled up. Payoffs are the One Ring and Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, and it's just drawn a copy of Ancient Stirrings.
All right. Simon kept this hand and has played nothing. You have to think he probably just kept the hand with Tron if you're Christian Calcano.
That's a lock.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there would have been mulligans.
Right, absolutely. So, Calcano might want to do some digging here to see if he can find one of the 2 Bosejus in deck.
Green again. Yep.
Cal going to burn through these chromatic spheres here. A couple of new cards coming. Oblivion Stone and Ulamog among them.
The Gemstone Cavern does allow you to run out the stone this turn if you want.
And there is the O-Stone.
Your turn.
Going to see some more explosive gameplay this time around.
I think
Both
so.
players on Tron, turn 3.
And now this is the One Ring. So immediately a burden counter will be added, and a Karn the Great Creator is the draw.
All right, Christian, what is your follow-up? Will you top deck a Karn Liberated here?
The answer is no.
Yeah.
It'll be a copy of the One Ring instead. Now, there is a little bit of an interesting situation here insofar as Calcano, because of that Gemstone Caverns, in combination with the Tron, has 8 mana on turn 3.
Right.
Whereas Simon Nielsen, of course, has 7 mana on turn 3. Now, had Simon Nielsen had 8 mana on turn 3, the ability to play the One Ring and draw the Karn and play the Karn was open.
Right, absolutely.
So Calcano, weirdly enough, could play the One Ring after playing this tower, draw a card, and if he draws a Karn the Great Creator, actually be able to play it.
Yeah, so Calcano here is going to be running out the One Ring here and is going to try to find a way to disrupt the Tron on Simon Nielsen's side. Because if he can't, Simon's got tower here. That's going to give him 10 mana. He can slam Ulamog here turn 4, and that probably locks up the game.
Boy, it seems more than likely that it would. Now, you see the card that he drew off of the One Ring. It was just a copy of Urza's Mine.
Yeah, that is not Boseiju. Simon will be able to play a turn 4 Ulamog. Now, if Calcano was on the play, he would have done the exact same thing.
He sure would have. He sure would have. So Calcano's going to think about things a little bit here before passing the turn back. So, partner, let's turn our attention to Simon Nielsen's turn. He's going to untap and lose a life and fall down to 19. New card coming here in just a second. We'll focus on that in just a minute. We know Ulamog's coming. What are you targeting?
The power plant and the mine.
Okay.
That's what it's, but I don't think it, yeah.
Fake counter. Power plant and tower.
Okay.
And the reason I find this sort of interesting is there a reason to kill the
Right,
One Ring? Is
yeah.
there a reason to kill the Oblivion Stone?
Yeah. But I mean, I don't see Christian able. Christian is not going to be able to come back from this. It's going to be extremely unlikely. You need to find the pieces of Tron, but before you do, the Ulamog's just going to close it out.
I mean, I assume it's difficult to come back from a spot like this. Now, Calcano did draw another tower.
Okay. But Simon does have a follow-up here too, right? I mean, we're looking at Karn the Great Creator with a ton of mana next turn. Simon could simply Stone Brain away the missing piece of the Tron land next turn, and then I don't think Christian can do anything on 4. I suppose he could play a 1 ring, but we'll have no cards left in deck after 2 attacks from the Ulamog.
Yeah. And now Calcano's going to go deep into the tank.
What are my outs?
Yeah, how do I get myself out of the stickiest of situations here?
Yeah.
Nielsen's draw step, by the way, last turn was the copy of Dismember that he's holding. Again, not a great card in the matchup, but we don't start sideboarding until game number 3 here in the elimination rounds. So that's why that's still in the deck here in game 2.
Yeah, that's the first thing that's going to
yeah.
That's going to
oh yeah,
leap its way into the sideboard.
See you later.
And Simon can close his eyes and take a card at random from the sideboard, and it'll likely be an improvement.
There's the Tower of Power. 1 power plant away from having Tron again. Nielsen's going to add a burden counter and pick up a Chromatic Sphere and a Urza's Mine, and now fall down to 17. The draw for the turn was that one of Chromatic Star.
Combat? Yeah.
Vroom. Just 20 of them.
Just 20? That's only in like half.
Yeah,
That's like a third of your deck.
not
You're
that many.
good. Yeah.
18, 19, 20. All right, so there's the 20. They may look at these cards together. Get some information on what's long gone. Ugin among the crew.
Like, don't need to look.
Wow.
Oh,
I do
man.
not care. Well, Calcano does. He wants to know what he's drawing to, if anything at all.
Bonk.
I'll pick Karn.
There's the Great Creator.
Yeah. Calculate draw and response here.
Yeah. All right. And you heard Calcano say you get the liquid metal coating, and I'm basically locked. So, Simon Nielsen, off of the back of a very timely Ulamog this season, will win game number
얘들아, 재미가 없어요.
Tranmere, Paul, it's all tied up.
그럼
Yeah.
밀어
Two
지옥 같다.
Extremely different games here. Game 2, you see what the Tron decks are capable of doing when it just kind of hits its stride. Natural Tron. Game 1 was a much more interesting affair. But now after sideboard, we get to start thinking about all the little extra pieces of interaction, all the little ways that you can, of cards you can bring out of the board to try to stop what your opponent's trying to do.
Well, we're going to get to that first sideboard game after a short break here from the booth. Game number 3 of our semifinals coming up right after this.
근데 진짜 아레나로 대회 볼 때는 막 이렇게 지루하고 졸린 경기 많이 없었는데 오프라인으로 보니까 너무 지루하고 졸린 경기가 많다. 특히 플레이까지 느리니까.
Paul, I don't ever want to go home, but at some point we're gonna have to. We are here in Barcelona, Spain.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Tour, the Lord of the Rings, the elimination rounds are very much underway. Game number 3 between Christian Calcano and Simon Nielsen will be heading your way in just a moment. We are all tied here at 1-1. Thank you so much for joining us, Paul.
그리고 경기 아무래도 룰 줄 아는데 빨리빨리 진행하지 중간에 이렇게 이런 거 넣는 것 자체가 사람들 보지 말라고 하는 것 같아요.
Both players winning the games that they
그렇지
get
않아요?
first. So if you're Calcano, you're just going to have to hope that that continues to be the trend here. Calcano looking to bring in not that much because he's already almost pre-boarded for this matchup. Remember, Handshake is the one that changed their deck dramatically by adding cards like Dismember into their deck, whereas Calcano has the more streamlined, more linear version of Mono Green Tron.
빨랑빨랑 진행해도 사람들이 지루할 것 같은 매치인데 만담 한가득에 플레이어들도 느리느리라고.
Okay, those are normal mainstays. We see those from time to time. Forest, sure, you're going to want to play some of those for a myriad of reasons. But the Stone Brain has been boarded in, and we saw this a little bit earlier in the tournament against Simon Nielsen.
And yes, it's extremely powerful, especially if you can get it out, and especially if you're on the play.
Yes.
Right? Because if you're on the draw, sometimes it's not going to be good enough if you target one of the drawn lands because they'll already potentially have that in play on turn 3. Christian does have to consider the possibility of Haywire Might.
Sure.
So that is a card that's a 2 of in most Tron lists just because of how powerful it is. Just an excellent way to deal with problematic enchantments, cards like Blood Moon, and of course opposing copies of the One Ring. So if he plays this out, it is possible that Simon could play out the Might.
Nielsen's facial expression tells the whole story. You're going to see Simon draw a card for the turn. It's an Ancient Stirrings.
All right, well, he's got that Urza Saga. Might be looking for a fair game, unless he can find a Might here.
So, let's start by drawing a card. Sinners is mine.
All right, well. Backup plan.
I'm listening.
Backup plan.
Yeah, I'm still listening.
Yeah.
This one?
This one might be tough.
All right.
This one might be tough here. Now, Calcano, this Urza Saga might have to do some work here from Simon Nielsen's side, as we know that he no longer will have the ability to create lots and lots of mana, as Calcano almost assuredly will be going ahead and using Stone Brain on
탈리스만의 차이가 날까?
pieces in
Well,
Simon's deck.
now things have gotten even more interesting, and here's why. So Simon's land this turn is not a Tron piece, so he can't threaten completing the Urzatron on turn 3. The soonest he can get to it is on turn number 4, and he just took a Karn the Great Creator off of the Ancient Stirrings.
So do you name Karn the Great Creator?
Now, at the end of day number 1, Zach Keeney played against Simon Nielsen. Those two are teammates on Team Handshake. As you're going to see an Ancient Stirrings here from Calcano.
Needs a land here. If he misses on land, it is a disaster.
It's not.
빙났어!
Oh no. Is that all 5?
Is that all 5 or is it 4? Oh,
It's
yeah,
one more. I think
one
he
more.
sold himself.
Oh, he missed. He missed. He
Oh
can't
my
use the Stone
gosh.
Brain. Oh my goodness. That is a disaster. Simon will slam Karn the Great Creator next turn. Stone Brain off. Expedition Map off.
Oh, like you have a colorless card in there, but no land, yeah. Okay.
Whew.
I thought it was like 5 colors.
Wow. I mean, you're a huge favorite there to find the land with the Stirrings. And he played it out, but now the fact that he doesn't have a land in hand, Simon will be able to completely shut him off the 2 artifacts he has in play.
Okay, so
wow.
I mean, the percentage chance of hitting a land there is pretty
나가.
Frank?
Yeah, I don't know what Frank Carson's doing in the back, but I'd love to know, as here is Karn the Great Creator. Every time we see the Stone Brain against Troncast on turn 2, it's never as simple as it appears.
Yeah,
What's going on in this
if
tournament?
they have a normal draw, it's pretty good. But
I guess.
I mean, this was the correct thing. Christian just really unfortunate there on that Ancient Stirrings.
Karn's going to go get a liquid metal coating. And we're gonna pass the turn back over to Calcano, who's got 2 warping whales, a Sylvan Scrying. I mean, almost certainly just through the land. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, Forest.
It's not our first tournament.
Where were you?
Yeah.
Where were you when I needed you most?
Oh, my
gosh. No.
All right, so Nielsen's going to draw a card. Saga's going to go up to Chapter 3. The Sage Who Endures is what Simon did draw.
So you can float a mana, go get a map if you want. Although there is that, no, I was like, there's that Stone Brain in play, but it doesn't do anything.
No.
No.
It is a shiny artifact with nothing to do.
And also, if you're a Simon side, I mean, Calcano, you drew a land, but it was a second forest, so not that scared, right? No threat of Tron next turn.
It looks like Simon is going, well, he's thinking. So I'm curious if Simon has interest in making a construct here while he still can.
Right. Is that the game he wants to play, or does he want to just continue developing his board with mana?
얘들아, 우르사사가 카운터 3개인데 왜 안 없어져?
Okay, so there's a construct, and now the Saga will bite the dust, and it's time to search. It'll be, we believe,
get a Might.
Map. Yep.
Get a Might after the board.
Those are the 2 cards that he brought to the front of his deck. And it's going to be a Haywire Might.
Yep.
So cute.
Was Calcano just supposed to fire off that Stone Brain? And
I don't think so. I mean, with the Mulligan, he was so low on resources. I feel like you really want to just continue building out your board, right? You play the Stirrings. Hopefully, you hit another Tron land. Activate the Stone Brain. Next turn, activate your map.
I'll make a Scion.
Yep.
So the Liquid Metal Coating comes down, and this is all in response to Liquid Metal Coating targeting the Urza's Tower. Now Karn's going to plus and blow that up because it's an artifact and it costs 0.
Yeah.
This is the 1-2 punch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I used this on your tower.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you see the little bit of conversation between the 2.
Yeah, I got that last one.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. So I mean, this is basically going to lock it up here.
Yeah. Yep.
Simon Nielsen has the ability to kill a land every single turn.
Yep. And there's no meaningful way for Calcano to get the Karn the Great Creator off the battlefield.
Yeah. I'm being told that it was an 86% chance to get a land.
No.
86%.
No.
I think you take that.
Don't say that out loud.
Oof.
Yep, he's locked up. Simon Nielsen gonna win game number 3 here over Christian Calcano.
Cannot believe it.
Mr. Checklist card is 1 game away.
합주기 이겨라 차라리.
Finals of this.
합주기 너를 응원한다.
Calcano's keeping 7. Nielsen down to 4 here for game 4.
히든 스트린 삥나네는 저도 마땅해. 빨리 보내줘.
Nielsen's hand. But perhaps setting up for a turn 4 Tron. If you lead with Ancient Stirrings on turn 1 here, try to find either a power plant or a mine, and then you have the Sylvan Scrying. Okay.
Urza's Power Plant and Urza's Tower among those cards.
Yeah, right away.
Can you believe there's a land in there?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a pretty good chance. Like, I don't know, just gonna like 86%.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts.
Kind of came up with that one out of nowhere.
Back over to Christian we go.
지옥의 시작이죠, 그럼.
Missing Tron land here. Doesn't look like it.
못 가.
Oh, there is the 2-mana artifact once again. Are we going to try this again?
Are we doing this again?
No, he's got the extra land this time, Cedric.
Are we doing this
All right?
again?
Well, he's not going to get turn 3 Tron.
It's true.
So probably?
True. That's definitely not going to happen.
Yeah. I think it might be different if Calcano found a plant or mine here, because then you just probably want to play that and play the turn 3 Tron.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this decision is actually somewhat difficult because Calcano can further build towards like getting to Tron. Like could cast Sylvan Scrying this turn, right?
Yeah.
Go get a power plant, has map on the battlefield already. It can go get the mine to complete the Tron and everything, right? Like that's, or it could just be play a land, play Stonebrain.
Right.
And let's actually try this again. All right, there's a forest.
We're gonna run it
He's
back.
gonna run it
All
back,
right.
he says. All right. Here's the Stonebrain again. Expedition map the draw here for Simon Nielsen.
스톤브레인 계속 나와 돌머리.
Has to think.
아니야.
Okay. Wait, we talked about the plan B.
Yeah.
Didn't need to implement it that time.
No,
right?
no.
Didn't need to.
We thought he was gonna have
we,
to.
We thought so.
And now this turn, it's actually just playing Urza Saga again, and now Sylvan Scrying. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another Saga. I really wouldn't.
Well, could get Boseiju.
Okay.
Right.
Will be Boseiju.
Yeah. The Saga can get map into either another Boseiju or the Saga, depending on the situation.
Sure.
And it's clear that Christian is going to try to go for the Stonebrain here, and Simon's going to try to keep Christian off of Tron as well.
Okay.
I want Christian to just lead out with the Ancient Stirrings first, just to kind of let Simon sweat a little bit.
I like it. I like it.
Oh.
Well, you asked for it. I think you're about to get it.
Yeah. Well, wants to find the missing Tron piece.
It's a very similar game.
It's the exact same board.
We'll stir it up. Haywire Might among these cards. There's a Karn Liberator, Warping Whale. We'll see what Calcano selects here in just a moment.
Got to give him the head shake or something, you know? Just a little.
Not again.
Oh.
Wow. So, Paul, we assume that Stonebrain will be fired off here in just a moment.
Right.
Just Tron piece, you think?
Yeah, I mean, well, you don't necessarily have to fire it off immediately this turn, right? Because
well, you know your opponent just got Boseiju, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What I mean,
and Boseiju can blow up the Stonebrain.
Right.
So I actually think because of that, you're forced to do it.
Because then they're going to protect yourself. Yeah,
I think because I think they'll just Boseiju the Stonebrain.
Absolutely.
And Stonebrain can only be activated at sorcery speed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
The fact that Stonebrain has to be used at sorcery speed means Christian needs to fire it off immediately.
I figured. There was no reaction.
So I'm really curious what the name is here. There's another tower.
All right. I'll target you, and I'll name Urza's Tower.
All right.
Okay.
There goes. Yeah.
Thank you. He's like, I want action.
Yeah.
I knew you had that one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one you named.
Yeah.
All right. So this is gone. You can take a look at my sweet sideboard stretch.
Yeah, I think Calcano wanted to hit a card that wasn't in Simon's hand here.
Yeah. So the towers are going to leave. Tron will never be completed for Simon Nielsen this game, and he will draw a card from the Stonebrain here in just a moment.
But we have seen this Tron deck capable of winning without Tron, right? With the Karn. Extremely powerful card.
It feels like we've seen this Tron deck capable of winning through everything this week.
Yeah.
I thought we were friends.
Pretty unbelievable, honestly.
There should be a fourth one there.
Yeah, it's there somewhere. All right, we found it.
Sure.
Oh.
This is the time I tried to support it out so I don't get punished by Stonebrain.
Now that would be next level. Just 3 Urza's Towers. That's when I would start questioning things.
That would be A level.
Yes.
I don't know which one.
Previous level?
Yes.
Okay, but this started after us. We agree, right?
All right. So the towers are gone,
Cool one.
and now you see exactly what Simon Nielsen is working with. He's got the
루머리로 타워 뺀 거야?
on one counter going to 2 shortly. Power plant Boseiju, that can be an answer to a bevy of things in an expedition map.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the short term, I think the plan is just to crank out some constructs here.
Yeah.
And maybe just go beat down.
That is now the current
Isn't
plan,
that-
right? Again, Calcano on the 2 Urza's Towers. Don't have to use the Boseiju immediately. Make a construct here. No real other line until potentially turn 4, that's when you can play cards such as the One Ring and Karn the Great Creator.
Yep. So Calcano's going to write down the 3 known cards. There's 1 mystery. Let's make it 2 after the draw step.
이제 그럼 트론 없는 트론 덱이네.
Now does climb up to chapter 2.
그럼 우리 5라운드 봐야 되네.
Oblivion Stone and
똑같다.
Bulldog, the Ceaseless Hunger. We're a ways away
알려줘.
from those. And this, Paul, is where this Urza Saga innovation actually looks pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Right, this is a way to maybe steal this game.
I mean, this is kind of the angle that Simon currently has.
And we've discussed it a little bit earlier in the day.
트론 미러 배치 진짜 종이 한 장 차인가 보다.
It was arguably the most powerful card in Modern.
Yeah.
And it's got very low representation this weekend. And when we saw it in this deck list, we were all just kind of like, well, I don't know what's really going on with that. I guess, you know, Expedition map, etc. But
yeah,
it's looked good.
Yeah, so outside of course, the 12 Tron lands that you have to play, the 1 Beseiju, and something like 2 or 3 forests, the deck does have the ability to have a couple of flex slots in those colorless mana sources.
Oh, for sure.
You've seen cards like Blast Zone as a one-of that people play. The Mavugan. Yep. So I think Team Handshake just identified that and just went, what's the most powerful colorless land we can think of? Urza Saga.
Yeah, I think they found it.
Yeah.
I really do.
I'll play it and scrying.
So this will be Urza's power plant, and now Calcano is going to scrying for the missing Tron piece in Urza's mind.
Okay, so no, did not decide to just jam the Karn the Great Creator here. Instead, going for the
디아 패치는 언제 하지?
forcing Simon to utilize the Beseiju, and if he does, might not get an additional activation here off that Urza Saga.
5.
Calcano with 5 cards in hand. Urza's Mine, of course, everybody knows from the Sylvan Scrying. Wormcoil Engine, Haywire Might, a Forest, and a Karn the Great Creator of the leftovers. Here comes the Construct token. It'll be a 1/1 for now. Going to be a little bit larger here in just a second. Nielsen will draw, picked up a Karn the Great Creator of his own.
Oh. Could just play it this turn, can float the mana here off the Saga.
Yeah.
Now, this is a tough call. This is a tough call for multiple reasons. One, Karn the Great Creator, one of the best cards in the matchup.
Yeah.
Bar none.
Absolutely.
However, the land to play to be able to cast it is Beseiju.
You're right.
Which,
You're right.
well, that's got some uses in a spot like this.
Right, and if you're Simon, you feel like you basically have to kill that power plant that's in play.
Certainly feels that way, right?
So. Really, really tough spot here for Simon.
I got no idea what the right call is on this.
Yeah, I mean, you could float a mana, get a map, right? Use the other mana to crack the map, get a land, play it, and then you play a land, and then you can Beseiju.
Okay. Well, he is floating a mana.
No, not again.
Did it again.
Oh,
like,
no.
I thought you meant like you intentionally left it in.
He did it again!
Yeah, I was like, oh, you
He even wrote yesterday on his notepad, I forgot to board out the liquid metal code.
Oh,
Kept
boy.
it in once again after sideboard. So now he knows that's not a way he can lock up some lands. Is it still in his deck?
And so let's provide a little clarity on this situation real quick. The liquid metal coating he searched for last game with Karn, right? That's how he locked Krishna out of the game. Now, you can forget to sideboard it out or leave it in. Your deck can't be presented with 61 cards or above the 60 card minimum threshold, because you can have 61 and then 14 your sideboard.
Yeah, you can board in your whole sideboard.
Sure can, if you want to.
That
he hasn't
is a
done
rule.
anything wrong.
No, it's a mistake.
It is a mistake, yes. But from a rules perspective, he hasn't done anything wrong.
Right, exactly.
I'll take it for
whoops.
1. Puny damage.
So Expedition map, as you mentioned, Paul, will search for and get a basic forest. Play that, and now the Beseiju is going to be channeled here in just a moment.
Yeah.
Then I'll pass the turn. Yes. I'll do a Puny Beseiju in your draw step.
Right, okay.
And it will be Beseiju in the draw step, as Simon did mention, on that Urza's power plant.
Yeah, and the reason to do it in the draw step is if somehow Christian would draw the last copy of Forest in his deck, you use the Beseiju, and Christian is now unable to find the Forest.
Unfortunately for Simon, that Forest is still left in the deck, so Calcano will search that out. Does enter the battlefield untapped from Beseiju.
It's going to be a real tough game here for Simon. No Tron lands available to him for this game. Successfully stone-brained this time around.
The Stone Brain has been struggling to get the job done this weekend in the mirror. This card hasn't been, though.
No.
That's Karn the Great
Not at
Creator. One of the best possible cards in the mirror. It's going to start at 5 loyalty.
Did Christian keep the liquid metal coating in his sideboard? Not a bad card to get.
Wouldn't be the worst place to be.
Could also get Stone Brain. Right?
Yeah, it is
Stone Brain again. Maybe Karn the Great Creator or anything like that.
Yeah, it is exiled. As the Stone Brain actually exiles itself when you activate it, so you can kind of loop it a little bit with Karn the Great Creator.
Right. It's a combo.
Kind of. It's not a combo.
Is it a synergy?
Sure.
All right. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm not sure what it is, really. I know it's good.
It's a favorable interaction.
I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
Nailed it.
Karn's going to tick on down to 3 counters. Now, Kyle's got a lot to think about. This decision doesn't seem easy either.
No, not at all. He's got to consider what, the worst possible thing that Simon can do is play a Karn of his own, right? Next turn.
Oh. Looks like it's going to be Liquid Metal Coating, and now Calcano's going to play that Haywire Might.
Okay, that does provide some protection, potentially, from the construct if Simon can somehow play 2 artifacts this turn.
Yep.
And then attack with the construct.
Simon's draw.
Oh, there's a land.
힘들어다 위기예요 지금.
And now this
위기야.
Karn of his own.
All right, it's a Karnoff.
Now, what is Simon going to do with his is the big question.
Yeah, remember the artifacts have all been turned off. Doesn't have the mana to get something big like a Cityscape Leveler or anything like that. Team Handshake's version of the deck plays 4 main deck copies of the One Ring, so that's also not an option. Of course, the One Ring, not great here either, against an opposing Haywire Might plus a Karn, the Great Creator.
Decisions. Oh,
just
you might be
picking
thinking
it up.
You might be thinking take it up to 6. Remember, it does start on 5 loyalty.
Right. If there's nothing.
와 진짜 존나 느리다 플레이.
To think of something right now.
개뚜들겨 패고 싶다.
Preserve the loyalty here and wait until Christian gives you a little more information and then decide next turn.
이거 진짜 너무 느린 거 아니야?
On Christian's side.
플레이가?
Needs a power plant, but has the mana to just hard cast Wormcoil Engine this turn.
Hey, that'll work.
That's good.
Oh.
What can you do?
와 진짜 존나 짜증난다 보고 있는데.
Karn Exile.
Looks like Karn's going to go up to 4 counters and pass the turn back. So these last couple of Karn activations, not searching for anything just yet as a chromatic sphere. The draw there for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, remember all these artifacts are shut down. Karn is so
플레이를 하는 법이 없어.
All right.
Now it's time to go searching.
느리.
Okay. There you go.
It was minutes since we've seen Phyrexian Metamorph.
Yeah, it was Metamorph or excuse me, the Ensnaring Bridge.
Sure.
Right? That would have been the other one.
For game 3, but I bought it out. And then I left my coding message.
Yeah, but he left the liquid metal coating still in. He's like, check out this cool sideboard thing I did.
Yeah.
But then I still forgot to do
Yeah,
that.
maybe a little touch awkward.
Right.
Expedition map is going to come down after that Phyrexian Metamorph that is copying Wormcoil Engine. Reason for that is it's another artifact there for the
추방 펀치.
construct that Simon does have in the battlefield. Is
가자 추방 펀치.
Oh, Christian has Karn liberated here. Don't need the Tron. Can just run it out this turn. And yeah, that's
추방.
That's going to be tough because that is the clean answer to a Wormcoil Engine.
일단 카란 추방해야 되나? 아니면 카란을 놔두고
So Karn liberated starts on 6.
아 원코일을 추방해야 되나?
And now Calcano's got to decide what to do with it. That's going to put him in a commanding position.
Oh, absolutely. No Tron land to be afraid of off the top. I imagine this is just going to go ahead and hit that Phyrexian Metamorph, which is currently copying the Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think between the two options, it's that or the Karn.
All right, you could also do the Karn. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And I think what this does a nice job of, this kind of stops Simon Nielsen's ability to answer the Karn. Right. Something like a pithing
needle.
Yeah. I'd be surprised.
Certainly not interested in attack.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Calc wants to make an attack here. I think it's probably just defend my Planeswalkers for as long as I can, because the advantages that those cards are going to generate will be too much for Simon to overcome.
Yeah.
And you take a look at the life totals, it's 19 to 18, so we're not really in a racing situation.
Right. And, wow, if Christian actually has access to one more mana, he won't have it, though. But the Haywire Might also turned on. Clean answer to Wormcoil Engine. No?
Unfortunately not. I believe it's non-creature on
Oh,
Haywire
excuse me,
Might.
excuse me.
I only know this
Did you
because,
try it?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Non-creature. Excuse me.
Oh yeah,
Excuse me.
I was playing in an RCQ and set up a beautiful turn, all of my mana, everything, and then my last green mana, I'm going to take care of your big artifact creature. My opponent's like, can't do that. I'm like, I'm really glad I spent like 9 minutes figuring out this turn that I could not do.
Did you win the match?
I did. No justice.
All
No
right.
justice.
No justice.
No justice.
All right.
Well, we've all been there. Now, Wormcoil Engines looks like they're going to trade. So here comes some Death Touch and Life Link artifact
I would
worms.
like the Death Touch ones.
Now the construct that Simon has on the battlefield is a 4/4. Let's make it a little bit more into a 5/5. Now that Walking Ballista, it's just a 2/2 right now, but it can't go active because of the Karn the Great.
칼카노 빨리 안락사 시키자. 3게임 가자. 어쩔 수 없다. 아니 3게임이래. 5게임 가자.
Simon,
어쩔 수 없다.
without the ability to draw Urza's Tower, gets out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have the ability to make a large swell. And in combination with his artifact all turned off, there's no Oblivion Stone to save him in a spot like this. The draw steps are limited because you can't cycle through spheres and the singular chromatic star that they play. So Calcano, I think, is going to take a defensive approach to this game because he doesn't have a reason not to.
Right. Yeah, you can. You do also have the mana. There's a Gemstone Caverns. You can go fetch Cityscape Leveler here if you want. Perhaps kill the Construct, as it is the largest creature on the battlefield. Now, it doesn't say non-token here, does it?
No, that one.
Right.
That one's non-land.
Okay.
That one's
just making sure.
That's okay. Magic cards nowadays, they do a lot of different things.
Right.
And this is also one of these positions here. If you think about game 3 with Calcano and that Ancient Stirrings, right? He missed. Brutal, obviously.
Yeah.
You can let your tournament slip away in a spot like that.
No, absolutely.
Tilt's a real thing.
Absolutely.
And as chill and as laid back as the calculator is, I mean, that's brutal. You said 86%?
Absolutely, 86%. But you know, you also Christian's been around for a long time. You have to know it's like, hey, that is. I know it's unlikely, but that's the risk you take. He understands that, and I'm sure he's run into situations like that many times before.
Yeah, and he just really shrugged that off in a way that I think is pretty meaningful if he goes on to win this game and potentially this match against Simon Nielsen. Because that was the bad side of the variance. He caught the bad end of that, but he is still playing an excellent game here. And as he continues to take this defensive and thoughtful stance to this game, I'm having difficulty seeing a way that he loses it.
Yeah, especially if you can just jam the Cityscape Leveler here, right?
And I think that's what he might be thinking.
Simon will just not have a way to get it off the battlefield. Karn in play, Haywire Might, even a Haywire Might would not work. Of course, also it being a creature. Right.
There's that.
I just learned that about like 3 minutes ago. So.
I'm here for you.
Thank you. There's also the liquimetal coating in Christian Calcano's hand, which can slowly but surely take out Simon Nielsen's lands.
And this is
yeah, that's also good. This is a Wrath.
Yeah, so what we're going to see here is an Engineer Explosives, which can clear out the Construct and 2 Worm tokens on Nielsen's side, the Worm tokens on Calcano's side, and now here comes an Expedition Math. And Calcano doesn't love the way that he sequenced this turn,
right?
But I don't think it's the end of the world.
By the way, I also have full Tron.
I was thinking about a bunch of other things. Yeah, I'll target a forest.
Yeah, it looks like this liquid metal coating is going to target that forest. It's an artifact now, which means that with Karn the Great Creator on the battlefield, that doesn't do anything. Sundering Titan is not what the doctor ordered, I promise.
Yeah, this should lock it up here. Crack the explosives if you need. Use the explosives to get the tokens off the battlefield. Construct down, double Worm tokens down, Walking Ballista down, everything down. So I imagine Christian's going to want to go ahead and pop the explosives here. Could also just line up some blocks. You do have an activation of the Haywire Might if you really want.
Not missing anything here. Okay. Okay. Before damage, I'll just pop the explosives.
Yeah. So there goes the EE. You heard Calcano verbally say, "Am I missing anything?"
Kaboom! Everything dies.
And now there is an Oblivion Stone and an Expedition map, which don't do anything.
Yeah. So Calcano will now have Tron.
I guess I should have done that, but
You can still do it. I'm not fair.
You know, these two having some good back and forth banner between one another as Calcano does search up that Urza's power plant. Calcano, in the games that he has won and looks to be going on to winning, his games have been long.
Yeah.
Simon Nielsen's games that he have won in this matchup, they've been short. So Calcano is expending a lot of mental energy trying to navigate what have been some really weird games. Because again, a lot of people when they think of Tron Paul, they think 1-2-7, play big thing, play another big thing, you lose. That's not really what's happened here. For
Yeah, well, you know, when you can play turn 4 Ulamog, you can kind of turn off your brain.
You sure can.
Right?
You sure can.
But when you're on Christian Calcano's side, even if you're ahead here, you still have to think about all the different possibilities.
Absolutely.
And Calcano is in a commanding position, cannot really lose this game, but just making sure he doesn't make any misstep along the way.
So now we're going to head back Christian's way. Simon's going to make him play this out and finish him off, which, hey, we're on Sunday of a Pro Tour.
I mean, you've got a Karn on 7. You've got a Liquid Metal Coating. You can kill 2 lands this turn if you'd like.
Yep.
With both Karns and the Liquid Metal Coating.
There goes that forest. Now, me, Paul, I'm a big fan of Flawless Victory.
Oh, no permanence?
That's right.
Okay.
Little house rule.
All right.
Where I come from.
Okay.
That if your opponent has no permanence, no talk.
사이먼 넬슨 안 나가고 계속 하는 것 봐.
I don't think you're going to stop
사람들 빡치라고 일부러 저러는
I
건가?
think you're right
see
about
that as a thing.
I think you are right about that. Walking
제 하나 때문에 같이 보기 하기 싫다.
That'll close this game out pretty fast alongside the Urzatron. That's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, I believe.
Yep. 1 floating.
Yeah.
Could just leave a forest back.
There it is.
Yep.
16, right?
So it's 16 mana, 8/8 all day. And this one closes the game out pretty quickly.
Yes, it does.
Finding a 16 on 12-sided die.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's 60 mana, so it's an 8/8.
Yeah. 8/8.
Yeah.
Upkeep Liquid Metal Coating.
Upkeep on your mind.
Shut her down. Draw a card. Simon's last draw step? Not yet.
Yep.
The one of Star.
Simon's still playing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can't stop, won't stop.
All right.
I'm here for the new sub game. Can Jagotha get into the red zone?
I mean, Christian can do whatever he wants.
Will Jagotha make an
The
appearance?
world is his oyster. Boom. Another. Hey, just get that other land out of the. Yeah.
Flaw.
Yeah,
oh,
there
yeah.
we go.
Oh, yeah. Now we got 3 more permanents to go.
No lands.
아니 썰은 안 치고 계속 저 무슨?
That's right.
난 모르겠다.
All of the counters.
You ever play a game with like a combo deck or something, and like you're going off, and you just want to do it, and then your opponent concedes?
Yeah,
right?
you're kind of sad.
Yeah, you're kind of
Right.
sad, right? And
Right.
Simon's not taking Christian's joy away right now. You're going to kill all my lands?
Especially
Fine.
when I'm playing a combo deck and I'm not sure how I'm actually supposed to win with it.
Absolutely.
And my opponent just
Absolutely.
concedes. I'm like, I need to figure out what I'm doing. That's when I'm playing like the Amulet deck, for example.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, I love this. Let Christian do his thing. There you go. Christian Calcano is going to
아니
win
이미 끝난
game
게임을 10분 동안
number
뭐 하고 있던
4
거지?
here
난
against
진짜
Simon Nielsen.
이해가 안 된다.
The Tron Mirror is
뭐 하고 있던
going
거야?
to
10분 동안?
game 5.
All right. What do we have?
Well, I'll tell you, we got 5 cards over here for the calculator. 7 for Mr. Checklist card. That's Simon Nielsen. Going to kick things off with Inerza's Power Plant and a Chromatic Star.
And Calcano here has Tron.
정신병 올 것 같아요.
Right, with the Expedition map turn 1, Tower, Power Plant into
락킹 당하고 끝난 이후에 슬로우 플레이로 10분 이상.
is a piece short. Multiple pieces short, actually.
The 1-star review.
Now, Simon kept this hand
정신 나갈 것 같아.
Based off of the back of a turn 3.
Is he going to find an Urza land here? How insane would that be?
That wouldn't be bad.
All right.
It didn't do it. But hey, that's a nice consolation
also
prize.
very, very good.
Yeah, finding a Boseiju here. But this is actually kind of one of the nice things about Neutron and this build of Handshake Tron, which is, yes, you're going to mulligan more often not to present Tron on turn 3 or something close to it.
Right.
But you can also keep a hand like this in the mirror, especially with this one of Talisman in the deck, which looks so weird, to be able to say, hey, I got a turn 3 card, and that's arguably the best card in the mirror.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so there's an Urza Saga. Here is that Talisman of Reticence. Of Resilience, excuse me. And now Simon's just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah, with the Boseiju to break apart Christian's Tron here.
Simon's hand is very good.
Yes. But I suppose you can just go Sylvan Scrying here too. But doesn't have an actual land to play for the turn. Unless you're interested in playing the Boseiju.
Yeah.
But this is, so it's a little awkward right now because this is the turn where you want to use your Boseiju, right? To prevent Calcano from going turn 3 Karn, right? He plays 2 copies of it. Don't want that to happen. But if you do keep up the Boseiju, what are you going to do? You have to Sylvan Scrying for a forest, right? That's the only way I can see Simon hitting his land drop for this turn while also using the Boseiju.
Which I think is still fine.
Yeah. Might fall a little too far behind because next turn with the Urza Saga, that's -1 land on the battlefield.
Now, Calcano has the proverbial nuts here. Insofar as has the best payoff.
Does have the Karn.
And Karn liberated.
It's a big decision point here for Simon. Do you just go with the Boseiju immediately? Or do you place the Sylvan Scrying and hit your land drop this turn?
We've talked about how Simon's games have been rather straightforward thus far in the games that he's won. This turn is anything but.
Maybe not this one, because again, if you're using the Sylvan Scrying for a forest, that puts you further away from Tron, too. This is likely going to be one of the most important turns.
아, 장구하는 거 개 패고 싶다.
I think this is the one that lays out the foundation for everything for Simon.
Yes. His hand doesn't need Tron, right? Necessarily, you do have the one.
얘들아, 저 정신 나갈 것 같아요.
In hand.
He has really good payoff.
내가 깝죽이를 싫어할 수밖에 없다니까요. 플레이 느려, 깝죽거려.
The problem of opposing Tron.
Yeah, I think you get a forest. Because that ensures that next turn, you'll still be able to play Karn the Great Creator.
Yep. So here is Sylvan Scrying. This one of Talisman, that Team Handshake playing, it's pretty darn good right now.
Yeah. And when you see Simon Sylvan Scrying here for a forest, you have to be thinking, all right.
Yeah, you put the pieces together.
There's a Boseiju.
난 옆에 키고 같이 하고 있는 디아블로도 지금 재미없어가지고.
You've put the pieces
노잼 이 시너지 때문에 죽을 것 같은데. 죽을 것 같아요. 노잼 이 시너지. 살려줘.
Oh, with map?
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like, will Simon be so scared to the point of a natural Tron that you just don't search and Simon just has to fire it off? I'm just talking about the levels here, right?
The only reason I wouldn't do that, I guess, is because of if like I have a tower in my hand. Now here's, boy, this is something. So Simon Boseiju, and this is like totally random,
right?
But Simon Boseiju power plant, not tower. Christian, I think, has another power plant in hand.
Does he?
Yeah,
he does. Ooh. And I don't know how you make that decision, though, right? You just got, it's like the first one they play, is that the one they have redundant copies of?
Right.
I mean, it's just like this game.
Everyone has like kind of weird like theories on which one you're supposed to do.
But you have to mix it up. Because otherwise your opponent, with 4 games already,
sure,
you know?
And the first land that Calcano did play was the power plant, then played the tower, if memory serves, and passed the turn back.
Wow, okay. So Calcano with Tron here. What is Simon's best play next turn? It's not going to shut off a Karn.
It will not shut off a Karn Liberated. And Simon Nielsen is a pretty long way away from Tron of his own. So Calcano's draw step for the turn was Karn the Great Creator. We know about the Karn Liberator that he's been working towards. Ancient Stirrings and Chromatic Sphere are also in hand now. And I think what Christian might be thinking about is around those two cards. What do I want to do with them? If I'm casting Ancient Stirrings, is there a particular card that I'm looking for? Yeah. Do I want to cast Stirrings through a sphere, for example? Looks like he's just going to play Stirrings off of his
Doesn't
forest.
have to worry about a Boseiju just yet here.
4, there's a tower.
All right, not Boseijuing that one.
See, Paul, when Game 5 starts, the banter ends.
Oh, yeah.
These two know what's on the line. It's seen in the Pro Tour Finals.
Pro playing for the title of potentially Pro Tour champion.
That's an Urza's Mine. And that's what Calcano searched for with the expedition map. So he's not leaking any info.
No unknown information. Not just going to run out that power plant there.
Yep.
Can play out a sphere. Just pass the turn here. Could also crack. If you crack, you could find an Ancient Stirrings. You already have a forest in play for any other green cards you can draw.
Yeah. So he is going to crack that right now. And he drew a Chromatic Star, and so he'll just play that. So we're going to head back Simon Nielsen's way. Urza Saga is going to go up to chapter number 3, and that'll leave Simon Nielsen with the decision on his turn as he draws a card.
All right. Floating the mana here. Do you just slam Karn the Great Creator? And no lands here for Simon. I'm just thinking about the thing that Christian was considering. Simon does have an Ancient Stirrings in hand, right?
Oh, boy.
You float the colorless, but you have to play. If you play the Ancient Stirrings, you can hit the land that you need and play out the Karn. But if you don't, no Karn.
Yep. Couldn't happen twice, right? There's no way.
Impossible.
Yeah. Simon with a lot to think about right now.
I think Stonebrain was sideboarded in, so that would be an incredible draw if he found that. But I think we already know what he drew this turn, right? Because the Urza Saga is currently on chapter 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the hand is face up. Stirrings map, ring, Karn, Karn. And again, the stage of the game that we are in is that Chapter 3 has been placed on the Urza Saga. We're at the beginning of main phase 1, and Simon is deciding what to do with that saga. Is it make a construct? Is it float a mana? And maybe most important of all, what am I finding with that saga trigger?
Right.
That's the calculus.
If you make a construct, then that does put pressure on Christian if his play next turn is a Planeswalker. For example, his own Karn the Great Creator.
And now he's finally come to a decision as Nielsen.
We are floating a mana here.
That is correct. So it'll be a map.
The map.
And
Go ahead and get a mine.
All right, so
okay, so he's going to sacrifice that and get an Urza's Mine.
Play the mine. And then play the map and pass, and you have Tron. And then hope that Christian doesn't go. Tron land Karn, get your Tron land.
Here's your map.
Yep.
This is so tough here if you're Nielsen because you've blown up a land already to keep your opponent off of Tron.
And he just chose the wrong one.
And
well, he drew the tower too.
He would have Stirrings through a tower.
Yeah, yeah.
But Calcano already has the power plant rolled up. Now the draw step for the turn was Oblivion Stone. And in a situation like this, if you're Calcano, you're going to take quite a bit of time here.
Yeah.
Couple of reasons. One, how does Oblivion Stone affect the game right now? Not a ton.
Not going to have the mana, especially. So, oh man. So here's the thing. You play Karn Liberated this turn. That cuts Simon off. The only thing he can do is play a 4-mana spell next turn.
Yep.
Right? Then you have to consider cards like Karn the Great Creator. If you run out Karn the Great Creator, you could get a Liquid Metal, right? And try to shut Simon down for one turn. That's one thing that you want to do. But he's just going to go for, I mean,
hey, go big.
When you have Karn Liberated, I mean, this is usually just game most of the time.
Go big or go home.
That's right.
That's exactly what Calcano is going to do. So it's down to 3 counters already. It's presumably targeting one of these Tron lands. That'll get exiled. We'll find out which one it's going to be here in just a moment. But in response, Simon is going to search up in Urza's mind with an Expedition map, which makes it clear what the target was with Karn Liberated. So Calcano is going big game hunting with Karn Liberated.
And, you know, Simon is 1 mana short here. If he had access to 5 mana, could play a Karn of your own, get a Pithing Needle, use the Pithing Needle on Karn Liberated. So at the very least, Christian should be able to get 2 activations here out of Karn Liberated.
Nielsen has picked up a copy of Wormcoil Engine. And so now as we start taking a look at Simon Nielsen's hand, you can start eliminating options from his hand on what his realistic plays can be. Wormcoil Engine out of the equation. Same with Karn Liberated. The One Ring doesn't seem to be the place to be.
No. Feels like it might be a little bit too slow.
So if he elects to go to Karn the Great Creator, what are you going to do with it?
I mean, you can't even play anything next turn, so you have to think about what Christian might do with this Karn next turn. He could, if Christian is afraid of Tron, could just minus. So then getting a Needle is not quite as exciting. You could go for the Liquid Metal coating to slowly start to try to whittle away at Christian's lands. But that wouldn't work if then Christian chooses to minus the Karn and get the opposing Karn off the battlefield. Of course, we also know Christian's hand, right? Christian has a Karn of his own.
So if I'm Nielsen in this spot, just from his side of things, because I don't know what's going on in Christian's hand.
Right.
Okay? I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably thinking to myself, what can I do in order to make this Karn impact this game the least? Okay? I've got a forest and a power plant in play. I have a mine in my hand. So I can play a mine. That's 2/3 of the way to Tron.
Right.
And I can threaten to complete Tron, which you clearly care about because of what you did with your Karn last turn.
Right.
So if I play that mine and then play a Karn the Great Creator, then you have a real decision to make on, do you want to break up Tron or do you want to kill Karn?
와, 진짜 개느리다.
Because I don't think plussing would be an option. Now, I am a little surprised to see this, but this does effectively say 4 mana, draw 3.
Yeah,
right?
It does. It does.
So it's going to be the One Ring this turn that Simon Nielsen does play.
And so now, I mean, but Christian does have Karn the Great Creator, right? Which would shut down this One Ring.
아니 이러니까 매직
Of course. Yep.
발전이 없는 거야.
Now that we're on Christian's side, he's got to try to piece together.
그럼 무의미한 슬로우 플레이는 막아야 돼.
Karn Liberated plus Tron land on Simon's side of the battlefield. So this is going to take some time here.
Oh yeah.
This is a tremendously important turn here for Christian Calcano because you can either choose to play it safe, use the minus ability on the Karn Liberated to get another Tron land off the battlefield so that doesn't happen.
Yep.
But if you do, you lose the powerful Planeswalker.
Yep.
Right? Karn Liberated is extremely powerful. So if you lose the Karn Liberated, then you are just left with the Karn Great Creator.
Yeah.
Which could be good enough.
It could be.
Right?
It could be good enough. And it is pretty attractive, I think, from Calcano's side of things to do that, which is, I'll take care of another Urza's Mine. You're at least 2 turns away from completing the Tron and playing something that's very powerful and scary. And I have a Karn the Great Creator that can bridge the gap.
Right.
In the meantime, and that may be good enough. So there's another tower.
So what are we looking at here?
70
11 mana
웃고 있는 것
total
봐.
with a Karn the Great
꼴 보기
Creator.
싫다.
So 7, not quite enough for a Cityscape leveler.
더 천천히 해야지 하고 웃고 있는 것 같아. 아, 꼴 보기 싫어. 씨.
Yeah. This Karn the Great Creator is very good right now too, though. You know, ignoring the minus, which is a pretty wild thing to say, just the fact that it does shut down the Talisman and the One Ring.
Yeah, it's huge.
Very, very powerful right now.
It is huge.
And this is, I think, what Simon was hoping to dodge. Yep.
Yeah. I think Simon might draw a card here in response. No?
Well, Christian's expecting him to. Look at him. Ooh.
그거도 안 먹어.
Okay. That's you saw how Christian held the die?
Yeah.
He was expecting him to respond.
Right, right.
Yeah. And now that means that One Ring turn is just, that's nothing.
Yeah, he just didn't do anything.
He just missed it.
Yeah. Remember, Simon cannot be targeted with Karn Liberated this turn, as the One Ring was cast.
That's a very, very good point. That's a very good point.
So if he wants to add some loyalty, we'll have to target himself.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to use my ring.
You can't Stone Brain either.
So now there's a Stone Brain.
This will, I don't think this works.
Okay, so we missed that part.
Yeah.
Simon was focused on that, and then he missed the One Ring activation. So there's a lot going on.
Yes.
타겟이 안 된다고요.
So it was relevant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Everything이라고,
he's
everything.
trying to use that to stop Simon from playing a Tron land next turn.
So this is a wild sequence. So I was thinking.
둘 다 진짜 솔직히 말할게. 둘 다 개 못하는 것 같아 게임.
Right. When the One Ring comes down.
느리고 걔가 못하는 게 게임을 뭐 잘해서 이긴다 진다가 아니고 그냥 플레이를 느리고.
And now Simon, if he was going to complete Tron, a draw step would be great.
Yeah.
문제가 있어 이건.
Right. And then next turn you can go Ancient Stirrings, try to find Tron land, then you can play your own Karn.
Yes. Suffice to say, there's a lot going on in these games.
Gosh, if Simon can come back from this board state, wow.
And you can. Yep, you can. The protection was never relevant until now.
You and everybody else.
That's right. So, Calc is going to search up a Boseiju.
You know, I think it was like an hour ago, but I remember we sat down, you did your introduction, and you were like, might be here for a quick one.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, because this could be quick.
I feel like...
I'll turn my colors into a green.
I don't think I lied. I thought I was telling the truth.
Yeah,
아 저런 것도 그냥 들어 빨리 먹으면 되지 왜 땅에서 끌고 있어 얘도.
Wow.
Now, you getting protection from everything means that you can't be stone-brained, but...
Oh, yes. Boseiju too.
Well, he searched that up.
Oh, okay.
He searched that up.
Okay.
Okay.
So still looking okay, but remember...
He's going to use this.
Yeah. Nope. Can't do that either.
Yep, can't do that. That's all right. Hey, that's all right. That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Long day.
It's okay.
Long day.
I guess I'll plus on myself. And
대단하다.
Exile, is it a must?
All right, going down. Boy.
Oh, man.
Boy, I'll tell you.
That's
아니 한 턴에 댕을 몇 번 치는 거야? 절대 반지 깔리고 나서 댕을 몇 번 치는 거야?
all right.
이게 4강 맞아?
Worm Coil Engine.
Only 3 mana available here.
That is it! Christian Calcano is going to win this
넌 져라. 다음에 올라와서 져라. 그냥.
over Simon Nielsen. 3 games to 2.
나에게 1시간의 지옥을 선사했던 이 투혼들은 다 떨어졌으면 좋겠다.
It can be a marathon affair.
나에게 1시간의 지옥을 선사했어.
Consider here, you saw that dance with the Boseijus. What can you do? What can I do? You
아니 실수를 몇 번 하는 거야.
You can have Tron. What can you do if you have Tron? These are all the things that.
그것도 했던 실수 또 하고 했던 실수 또 하고 한 턴에 몇 번을 실수하는 거야
Being
이거.
able to see their hands, have perfect information, but they don't. And you can see that Christian every single turn. That game 4 was a grind. That game 5 was a grind. Despite the fact that he was ahead, there were so many things for him to consider, and that's why you saw that at the end. I think he was just relieved that the match was over.
I mean, relieved and exhausted, right? I mean, there's a lot of decisions going on in those games, folks. And on that last turn, No, it wasn't beautiful.
not the perfect.
No,
turn.
not the perfect turn by far. But I don't know if you knew this. Magic's a really hard game,
yes.
even for the best of players. And at the end of the day, Calcano comes out of there alive. He's victorious, and he's on to the finals against who? We don't know.
Don't know.
We don't know, but we are very
아니
excited.
이 매치를
Before we get there,
원래 템포대로 보여주고 그 다음 매치를
exhausted. Will
빠르게 돌려서 보여주고 이게 맞나?
Christian Calcano, you've just come off 5 exhausting yet thrilling games of
와
Magic.
진짜 지옥의 한
What's
시간이었다.
going through your head right now?
Yeah, my head is just like spinning, you know, like all 5 games were just, I don't know, like I was just making every misplay in the world. Like I had no idea what was going on, and I like forgot like what some of the games happened, and I don't know, I'm just happy.
Well, you're now in the finals. I need you to tell me, what does that mean to you? We know you've been doing that grind for so long. You're finally here in the finals of a Pro Tour. Yeah. Tell us how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like you just you know, you just dream about that stuff. So here we are.
Literally living the dream. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
it can be exhausting. It can also be very, very humbling. Christian Calcano is headed on to the finals of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. His opponent, it's either going to be Dominic Harvey or Jake Beardsley. We're going to find out right after this short break.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings on Top 8 Sunday. There is a look at the co-streaming area of MagicCon Barcelona, where we're bringing you all of the action here of our Top 8 in a bunch of different languages so people can enjoy Magic all around the world. And I spot a wild Jean-Emmanuel Duprat at the French language station, Monty. He's going to be at the World Championship.
He absolutely is. What a pleasure for the French viewers at home getting to see the Pro Tour broadcast brought to them with commentary from one of the best to do it.
Absolutely. So cool to see. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty Davuti. Whew, what a semifinal that was. And guess what? We're not done yet. We have another semifinal to bring you. Let's take a look at our bracket, find out where we are here in our top 8. There you see Christian Calcano waiting for an opponent in the finals. Calcano.
근데 최악은 면했어요. 이 지옥의 매치가 일어난 다음에 깝죽이가 올라갔으면 최악이었어. 깝죽이 떨어져서 그나마 다행이야.
That was one heck of a Tron mirror.
That was incredible. That was a grind, a slog fest. It was very tough for both of the players. The mental to get through that, Christian Calcano, we saw a very unfortunate full miss on Ancient Stirrings. We heard the odds of that earlier on in the match to recover from that, and I do have to give one more shout out to Simon Nielsen as we bid him adieu in this tournament. He absolutely crushed it in the first 2 days. Then he conceded to his teammate to get him in. Then throughout the entire weekend, he's just been all smiles. Even at the end when he lost that match, nothing but a smile on his face, nothing but grace. Just truly one of the most humble and kindest people we have in the game right now.
I am so thrilled to see him here in yet another top 8. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on making it this far. Well, if you've been bitten by the modern bug watching all of this modern this weekend, I do not blame you. There have been some truly incredible decks. And what Monty and I are going to do now is go over some of the decks that were here this weekend under their deck archetypes and talk to you about what we think you should play based on what kind of player you are. So we're going to start off with aggro decks here, Monty.
Yeah, if you're an aggro player, you don't have that many choices in modern.
아, 이런 거 하나도 안 궁금하니까 이런 거 그냥 따로 하고 프로투어나 이런 거 할 때는 하지 마라 이거. 아, 맨날 이거 왜 하는 거야?
deck we had in the room, Rakdos Evoke. So maybe give that a try and see if you can get some wins there.
All right, from the aggro decks here at this tournament, Monty recommends Burn. But what about mid-range? We had a whole ton of mid-range decks here this weekend. I'm going to go, most popular Rakdos Evoke, I know that. I'm going to go with Rhinos, though.
그거 씨, 골프대회에서 타이거 우즈 플레이하고 있는데 옆에서
mid-range deck here this weekend had a 56%
보기가 뭔지 퍼팅이 뭔지 알려주고 있는 거라니까요.
Yeah, it was the most of the, you know, not real, but the most played decks in the field. The decks that were well represented. Right. Rhinos had the best win rate of those in the tournament over 2 days.
Okay, so Rhinos, my suggestion
이글
to you, it's a very fun cascade deck.
뭐 퍼팅 뭐 이런 거 알려주고 있는 거라니까 진짜.
Look, it is pretty hard for me to say don't play Mono Green Tron. We have seen how impressive it has been so far. This weekend has a player in our finals already in Christian Calcano. But Amulet Titan's pretty great as well, so I don't think you can go wrong with either, especially if you want to beat up on some of the Tron.
I love Amulet Titan, just always around, always lurking. It could always take you out.
안 그래도 흐름이 느린 대회라 좀 빨리빨리 호흡을 빨리빨리 가져가야지 되는데
I feel sorry for you, but
늘어지게 한다 진짜.
too mean. I'm being
구성도.
too mean to control players. They're perfectly wonderful people. I said that.
Players are valid.
They were crossed behind my
valid players, Maria.
Demir Control is the deck I would recommend for you here this weekend. Monty, this was your favorite. This was your choice. You would have played this coming into the tournament.
I would have played this coming into the tournament. We do have an 8-2 list for players who are looking for inspiration. A player did go 8-2 with Demir in this tournament, so you can start there and then see how you want to adjust based on how the modern metagame shapes up following this event.
Control comes in and out of favor like
진짜 이
in modern.
이런 쓰잘데기 없는 거 만들어서 이런 거 만들고 투자할 시간에
A lot of options here too, Monty.
여기 쓸데없는 인력 좀 자르고 방송 퀄리티나 내렸으면 좋겠다.
They are vulnerable to decks like Rakdos Evoke. They may be vulnerable, so you might not want to go for something like Golgari Yawgmoth. But you know, Urza Thopter Sword had a pretty good win rate this weekend. A bit more of a complicated deck to pick up, but if you can master all of the play patterns, of which there are many in that deck, maybe that's a direction that we see Modern shifting in over the course of the next few weeks.
And I found that I think I might want to pick up a combo deck after this weekend,
Which one?
Monty.
Which one was it?
I think I want to play Living End.
I want a little louder for the broadcast.
Living End. I want to try Living End. Okay, I hate myself. Are you happy? There's a look at a bunch of decks and archetypes that people played this weekend that you might want to try out at home. All right, everybody, it's time to turn our attention to our second semifinal. Christian Calcano is waiting in the finals, and he needs an opponent, so it's time to give him one. Take a look at our matchup here. Dominic Harvey versus Jake Beardsley. Amulet Titan versus Rakdos Evoke. Dominic Harvey, this is his deck. This is his baby. He's written an 80-page, 32,000-word guide on how to play Amulet Titan. So he knows it. This is his first top 8. Take a look at his road to getting here today. Started the tournament off with 2 losses to go 5-3 on day 1, but battled back with only 1 loss on day 2. He's playing against Rakdos Evoke, and guess what? He's beaten it 4 times.
That is absolutely incredible from him.
That is dominance. All right, so Jake Beardsley might be quaking in his boots a little bit. Let's take a look at his road to the top 8 here. Good day 1 going at 7-1 on his birthday. Day 2 lost twice to members of our top 8. Drew with Simon in round 16 to get in here to the top 8. This is his first top 8 and first Pro Tour. Top 8ing your first Pro Tour. What? Like it's hard?
Oh.
Seriously, there's a look at the roads to the top 8. Now let's talk about the decks and specifically this matchup, Mani.
Well, Maria, we're going to start by taking a look at Dominic Harvey's pet deck, his baby, as you said, Amulet Titan. Now, this is a land-based deck, but it is very different from what we're seeing in mono green Tron. This deck is really trying to ramp using cards like Arboreal
약속해도 그만하면 안 되나?
Grove and Azusa to get to
할 때마다 이거 꼭 보여줘야 돼?
but
몇 번
all of it
보여주는
is
거?
put together with Amulet of Vigor, the low 1 mana artifact that could means that all of your lands that come into the battlefield tapped, whether it be from being tap lands like the Ravnica bounce lands or Primeval Titan.
근데 프로투어를 보고 있는데 더 지치지 않아요? 나 너무 지치는데?
About mana, it's also about abilities. A big part of the explosiveness of this deck involves the two Boros.
아레나가 진짜 좋았다.
Slayer Stronghold and
오프라인 보니까
being
못
able to
보겠다.
Play a Primeval Titan, get
진짜로.
Slayer Stronghold, give the Primeval Titan haste, attack with it, trigger it again, get the Slayer Stronghold and give it double strike. That can be a lot of damage out of nowhere. So this is an extremely potent combo, and this deck has many, many lines, as Dread of the Elysian Grove also enables Valakut. The deck is so complicated. On the other side,
또 방송사고.
Beardsley playing Rakdos Evoke, the most played deck in the field, but maybe not all of them looking like this. Jake brought a bit of a different
계속되는 방송사고.
copies of Fable
레전드.
and the Mirror Breaker in the main deck, where many players would have seasoned Pyromancer. The core of this deck, of course, is Disruption. You're trying to use Fury and Grief on turn 1, and then have it stick around permanently while doubling its effect using cards like Feign Death and Undying Malice. Backing this up with even more disruption in the form of Thoughtseize and removal, you're trying to disrupt your opponent's game plan. And one card that's really important that Jake has in this main deck is Blood Moon. Now, look, Dom is 4-0 against Rakdos Evoke this weekend, which is absolutely incredible. But there were 11 matches this weekend between Evoke and Amulet. 6-5 in favor of Amulet. If you
이게 방송사고 나는 이유가 있다니까요. 이게 방송을 하는 애들도 지겨운 거야. 그냥 딴짓 하는 거지. 핸드폰 게임 하다가 갑자기 하라고 하니까 실수할 수밖에.
The cards themselves, that amount of disruption should be unfavored for.
아니 트론 미러 매치를 개노잼을 지금 1시간 동안 때리고 있는데.
Dominic, of course, confident given how it's gone so far and his mastery of the deck, but he does still need things to go his way right now in the most important time, because if he gets through this, he's sailing easy. He's
방송하는 애들도 핸드폰 게임 해야지.
All right, everybody, I'm excited. It is time for our second semifinal. Christian Calcano needs an opponent.
인정합니다.
About to give it to him. Riley and Corey, take it away.
Thanks so much, Maria, and welcome back to the tournament floor here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Riley and I joined by Corey Baumeister for the final time today in the booth, but we couldn't be more excited to get things going between our two champions. We've just had the match previewed, Corey. Kind of in a weird spot because we're saying, well, Rakdos Evoke certainly looks good in this matchup, but Dominic Harvey has a thing or two to say about the Rakdos matchup.
Yeah, I think it's in this 80-page document of his on how to beat this, you know, and apparently he knows the secret because, yeah, 4-0, needed all 4 of them to get to the top 8. So going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, even Dominic's path to the top 8 was not by any means certain. In fact, it looked unlikely heading into the last round of Swiss. There was basically, he had the 1%er out, a draw needed between other people contesting for that top 8 slot.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened. We saw Kazuna Kasaka and Alexander Hayne drawing, which got Hayne squeaking him into 8th place.
Yeah, exactly, which got Dom exactly that one more place up to be exactly where he is today.
His opponent, Jake Beardsley, playing what we sort of expected to be the deck of the tournament in Rakdos. And we're seeing exactly why here. Get griefed, Dominic Harvey, as we see grief evoked on turn 1, and then the Undying Malice here.
락토스 이겨라!
Two cards out of the hand. 4/3 evoke on turn 1.
내가 제일 좋아하는 색깔 락토스. 파이팅!
Absolutely exactly what you want to do, and this kind of happens against Amulet especially.
내가 제일 좋아하는 색깔 뭔지 알죠? 순서?
You know, your hand
블랙, 레드, 그린 이 순서로 좋아해요.
playable things to do, but then the
제일 싫어하는 색깔 화이트.
has so many Primeval Titans in the sense where you can get Summoner's Pact or Primeval Titan itself.
Ragavan dashed in and heads back up to the hand and attack for 6 on turn 2, exiling Dryad of the Elysian Grove and creating a treasure token here for Jake, who gets in once again with the monkey, pilfering away. This fine. Ooh, how about some treasure off the top? That's the One Ring.
One land short of casting.
아니 그래도 깝죽이 떨어져서 괜찮아.
Anything off Ragavan, it is extremely good. Yeah, I was gonna say,
mate, hang on, just calm down one
그분도 가졌잖아.
4 mana, not 3.
Yeah, I'd be like, who has the bounce lands in this deck? Is it Amulet or so close, so close?
Well, speaking of bouncing, Ragavan heads back to the hand. Urza Saga up to 3, and we see now a newer addition to the Amulet Titan deck.
The Garden.
열받는 게 뭔지 아세요? 아레나로 게임할 때 지는 졸라 슬로우 플레이하면서 한 사람이 플레이할 때는 막 깜짝거리고 춤추고서 막 딴짓거리 한다니까요.
Highly scientific. Highly scientific.
All right, so this is a construct here, blow and then getting blown up by Ragavan. Dom needs something right now, and I don't even know what you can really have against a menace creature besides actually going off. And that would involve not only one amulet, but 2, and then some other help as well. So.
딴 사람이 콤보 돌리고 있을 때 막 춤추고 막 딴짓거리하고 막 이랬어요 캠에다가. 미친 사람인 줄 알았어. 진짜.
We have a Summoner's Pact.
지는 플레이 더럽게 느리면서 남들이 게임할 땐 그러고 있어.
I'm in a situation like this. I'm just never saying, "Oh no, it's all right. Okay, we can pack it up." Because while there is an Amulet of Vigor flying around, while there is mana and land drops available to Amulet Titan, it is never out of contention.
Never. Because, well, okay, so Urza Saga can tap here for 1 colorless. That colorless could be funneled into the gardens. Get Amulet, copy Amulet. Now you have only 1 mana available. And nope, not enough.
No.
뭐야, 벌써 끝났어.
Run the numbers, he's crunched them up, and Dominic Harvey decides to go to game number 2 here in our second semi-final.
아뮬렛 그냥 찢겨 죽었나 보다 그냥. 찢어졌나 보다. 막 이러고.
Have your company, Riley Knight, joined by Corey Baumeister in the booth, and it's a great pleasure to bring you coverage of this huge Magic event from Europe. We're going to kick things off this time a little tamer with Jake Beersley, starting with Thoughtseize rather than the Evoked Grief.
Yep, absolutely not quite as powerful. Taking one of the Dryads to me would be screaming out that I'll be taking that other one next turn. Otherwise, you usually take non-redundant copies of cards.
Typically speaking, when you are casting a card like Thoughtseize or Inquisition of Kozilek, if you're a total Magic boomer, you tend not to take a card that they have multiple copies of. There are exceptions to this rule, of course, but that generally is the play pattern we see. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another Thoughtseize type effect in the near future. But as it is now, back to Dominic Harvey, whose Urza Saga ticks up to 2 lore counters.
Okay, and we'll see what the follow-up is here.
A very tame Talaria West go.
And I don't believe that was revealed from the Thoughtseize, so I think we have perfect information from Jake's side. And here is the Evoke Grief and pitching
a Feigned Death.
So, yep, has another one.
Got another one, no worries. So that's going to just absolutely shred the hand here of Dominic Harvey.
Right. But after all this shredding, there is still one of the namesake cards here, Prime Time.
Let me check the clock here real quick, Corey. It looks like it is getting close to Prime Time.
Prime Time, yeah.
I love this card.
Me too.
I love this card. Unban and in Commander, you cowards. Actually, probably don't do that. It's probably way too good for Commander.
That's fair.
Right. So, Amulet of Vigor, now the namesake card of this deck, a really important piece of this particular puzzle, of course, and we see Valakut untapped as a result of the Amulet.
And still needs some help. Next turn can get up to 4 mana with one of these bounce lands. 4 is indeed not 6. So still has to find something else, like maybe an Arboreal Grazer. Ooh, there's a 1 ring, though. That was an excellent draw.
Yeah, Crumbling Vestige is going to be able to provide the extra mana needed to cast the 1 ring, and this is the power of the 1 ring. Yes. Protection from everything, effectively gaining, 7 life here against Jake's Onslaught?
And probably more important than the life, protection from Thoughtseize or Griefs.
Right.
So the hand is safe. Normally, if you didn't have that protection clause, you wouldn't draw a card there. You want to give Jake the possibility of seeing 1 extra card. But when you have protection, just doesn't matter.
So very, very close to a Time Walk there. One of Magic's iconic cards from 10,000 years ago. This card is monumentally powerful, and it's only fitting that the One Ring, a marquee mythic rare from the new set, The Lord of the Rings: Tales of Middle-earth, is getting it done in Modern in its wake here.
Yeah, Time Walk these days also draws 3 cards.
Okie dokes. Harvey now with the Amulet of Vigor, Primeval Titan in hand, and Golgari Rot Farm hanging out there as well. Those Ravnica bounce lands, Karoo lands, they're sometimes called.
Okay.
Another really popular card in Commander, of course, helps you make sure that you hit those land drops, but with actual high-level constructed implications in a deck like Amulet Titan.
Absolutely.
One ring goes up to 2, draw 2 cards here.
Yep.
Oh, Flash into Bowmasters, that's not bad.
Yep, absolutely. So drawing 2 cards will go up to 3, take 3, and now the pressure is really on Dom because let's see, we got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage coming back, and then the ring will be +2, so that's 13.
So it's a bit of a now or never moment.
It's now or never. And I do see Rot Farm, Azusa, and Titan, I think, so if that is the case, that should be enough. Not positive if I saw Azusa, but that is...
We know there's a Titan. We've
yeah.
seen the Titan, and I think we've seen Azusa as well, but we'll find out shortly enough here.
All right.
And you can see Harvey's got it all sorted out with his land drops and his floating mana.
Looks like the Rot Farm will be rotting back into Dominic's hand for now.
Can potentially play it again. So tapping it for mana in response to the bounce trigger after it's untapped with the Amulet.
Okay.
So here you go. Here you can see how much mana is floating. 1 green, 1 black, 1 colorless from the Vestige there, the Crumbling Vestige.
And there still should be a bounce
There is an Azusa.
land.
There is definitely an Azusa.
Okay,
Yep,
okay.
Yep. So that's going to be huge. Azusa, of course, Lost But Seeking enables you to play a bunch of extra lands, 2 additional lands. I don't want to. I sound like a broken record, Corey, but another card that is really good in Commander.
Sure.
Maybe we're tempting Commander players into Modern, man.
Fair enough. So now we do see Azusa being put down. So the one thing that we've seen before is like, oh, you have Amulet, you have Primeval Titan, the game's over. That is not always the case when, 1, your opponent's at more than 16 life and has blockers. So this Primeval Titan will still have to attack, but it won't be able to attack for lethal. So Dom has to use one of the more creative ways, kind of where his 80-page guide would come into play, of how do you get Primeval Titan into play, and what is your best avenue to then stay alive?
So a Vesuva was played there. I believe it's copying that Golgari Rot Farm.
Okay.
And it looks like we're bouncing Talaria West with the trigger and then replaying it, of course, because, we never run out of land drops when we're playing Amulet Titan.
그렇게 복잡하네.
A ton of mana in the pool here for Harvey. More than enough to cast Primeval Titan.
All the dice goes away. Here is prime time. And the one thing that you can start with and that you usually start with is Boros Garrison and Slayer's Stronghold. If you draw some of these cards, that's kind of, the unfortunate scenarios where you have to then play them maybe out of turn that you would like to. But we see this. This usually gives the haste and vigilance to Primeval Titan. And then, since the game is not just straight over this turn, at least it doesn't look like, we're going to see exactly what Dom does. Now it's how can I protect myself against maybe a possible terminate, something along those lines.
Radiant Fountain is a way that this deck can gain life. That's in the sideboard, however.
Yep, Radiant Fountain, Colony Gardens, these used to be in the list. Now it's a little bit viewed as maybe a little bit too cute. You're just straightforward.
Too corner case.
Exactly.
Especially with cards like the Mycosynth Gardens, which is just so excellent in conjunction with Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, that did really take out a lot of those extra fun lands kind of thing.
And we see it here as well, put into play.
Okay.
Just a more generically powerful card, supplanting some of the cards that occupied a bit more of a corner case position in the Amulet Titan decks, relegated to the sideboard instead. So Beardsley counting up what he's up against here as this primetime crashes in.
Now we'll see if there's another follow-up. Let's say Summoner's Pact for another Dryad, play another land, use Valakut to then would be turned on thanks to Dryad and deal some damage.
Kill something.
Or if that's just enough. If this is all that Dom has, Dom can still very much lose next turn to... It would have to be 2 removal spells, but still possible.
On a Rakdos deck?
Certainly. Yeah, right.
Certainly. Oh, we're going to see some blocks, actually. All right.
Okay.
We're going to see some blocks, and I think that's telegraphing a feigned death or an undying malice of some kind.
Yeah, so if Dom had a plan for post-combat play something, this is going to really put a hindrance on that.
Yeah, because we're going to see... this is what's going to happen here. Now,
Ah.
because of the way that blockers have been ordered, right?
Oh, that's an
all
Otawara.
right, never mind. Okay, we're not going to have to talk about that. Otawara, the Soaring City, sends grief soaring back to the hand of Jake Beardsley. The Primeval Titan tramples over the Orc army in for a ton of damage, and critically, no grief trigger.
That was so huge. And honestly, with the Otawara alone, Dom was going to be able to survive. Had one more piece of interaction, but now Jake is not going to be able to do enough things.
No.
Unless you can kill Primeval Titan and maybe Dom just has absolutely nothing in hand, then maybe you could piece this together. But step one has to kill Titan or it's just over.
So let's have a look at the Mycosynth Garden, says Jake Beardsley. A new land came to us, obviously, with All Ruby 1 and has had a significant impact on the Amulet Titan archetype.
Okay. So the Grief takes that. Now some lines that Dom will have available. Yep, that looks like 3 damage. Dom can attack, go get Stronghold. Put that into play tapped.
Sunhome.
Exactly.
Sunhome Fortress, the Legion, the card, of course, that gives double strike, trample, potent combination.
Exactly.
And you 6/6 attacking.
And you can pump again with the Slayer Stronghold. So this should be it.
Dominic Harvey has managed to pull together what looks like another dub here from a position where I would have thought you're just dead, but I'm not Dominic Harvey. I'm not the one who literally wrote the book on this deck.
There you go.
So Vesuva once again.
And that looked like it was copying Simic Growth Chamber, which this is shortcutting to add 4 mana, essentially. When you have 2 amulets, it's 4, 1, 2, similar regards for that. But now also when this Primeval Titan attacks, you can get Sunhome, activate on Primeval Titan, untap, activate on something else. But it looks like it's just prime time number 2 here.
Yep, we're going to see a huge amount of mana generated with the Vesuva, copying, cosplaying as the Simic Growth Chamber. And we can transmute the Talaria West to find Summoner's Pact, which is another 0-drop. And then Summoner's Pact can go and find a Primeval Titan. Using Primeval Titan, you can, of course, using the Slayer Stronghold, you can give this Primeval Titan haste after it comes into play. And then you can go and search out for 4 more lands, all of which will enter the battlefield, will be untapped after they enter the battlefield. And I think we're getting close to a game win here for Dominic Harvey. If he can't win from this position, Corey, 2 prime times, a ton of land, all the options in the world.
The only thing I could think that maybe makes it slightly, question mark.
Are we getting another one? Oh, no, it's another. Okay, we're just seeing a...
Pew, pew.
Have a look at that.
Very,
Yep,
very
another
short.
another Summoner's Pact to go and get a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. And even if the
나 끝나니까 좋구만.
Primeval Titans didn't connect, now all of our lands are mountains. You go and get 4 more lands with the Valakut or extra Valakuts.
Yeah.
You're dead 6 ways from sun.
Exactly. And one of the other lands you're going to get another Valakut, so you get double triggers there too.
Exactly.
And spoiler, they were going to connect.
And we're going to get through as well. So Dominic Harvey, a dominant performance for him in game number 2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Modern from Barcelona after this. Welcome back to the summertime sunshine of Barcelona, Spain. Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, taking place in a beautiful city, in a beautiful country, and we couldn't be happier to be here with your company. Around the world, wherever you're joining us from, welcome. By all means, welcome. It's so good to have your company. Right tonight, joined by Corey Baumeister. And Corey, we're well and truly underway with our second and last semi-final in our top 8 here in this modern tournament. We have seen all sorts of wild action across 3 days of competition, but we are getting ever closer to crowning a champion. Jake Beardsley dominating the winner of this face off against Christian Calcano in the final. But who's it going to be?
Well, I know who Christian Calcano is rooting for, and that would be Jake, because we kind of saw how bad of a matchup Tron versus Amulet is. So Calcano definitely has a newfound fan in Jake, even though I know Dom and Calculator are good buds.
Well, let's have a chat about what these two players have done post-board. So an unusual aspect of the best of 5 finals that we see here is that we sideboard after game 2, not after game 1.
Correct.
I'll quickly run through what we're seeing here. After game 2, Jake has taken out 4 copies of Orcish Bowmasters and 2 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker and replaced them with 2 copies of Chalice of the Void, 1 copy of Pithing Needle, 1 Terminate, and 2 Blood Moon, which is going to be a massive card if it ever comes out. On the other side of things, Dominic has taken out 1 Azusa, 1 Mycosynth Gardens, 4 copies of Urza's Saga, Sunhome, and Cultivator Colossus also hitting the bench, I should say. And coming in instead, 1 Worm Coil Engine, 1 Generous Ent, 2 Terra Sunder, 3 Dismember, and a Radiant Fountain. Quite a dramatic shift for Dominic Harvey.
Yeah, it is a dramatic shift, and most of the time you look and you're like, wow, you're taking out lands? Like, you shouldn't be taking out lands in your deck, but with Amulet, there's a lot of utility lands. Some lands come in to mitigate that, as well as you just play extra lands in general. Those Urza Sagas, of course, coming out because of the interaction with Blood Moon.
Yeah, Blood Moon means that Urza Saga just immediately goes to the bin.
Yeah.
And so it's just too much of a liability to keep them in your deck in a post-Blood Moon environment. And what are we seeing here, Corey, as Douthie Voidwalker gets in for a spot of lunch with Ragavan being dashed as well?
Yeah, we see the One Ring with a Dauthi counter on there. So there was a Thoughtseize taking that. So at any point, Dauthie Voidwalker can cast the One Ring.
Can be cashed in here for the One Ring. Oh, here's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This was sideboarded out, at least in some numbers. 2 of them hitting the bench, but must have obviously... Oh, no, the full 4 in the list, so only 2 taken out.
Absolutely, and here is the One Ring protecting against some damage, as well as Hand Disruption. Draws a card here.
Blood Moon for Jake Beardsley, and this could spell real trouble here for Dominic Harvey.
Yeah, that is really bad news bears here for Dominic, as some of the answers that are really popular ways to deal with Blood Moon, Force of Vigor, are kind of in some of the other lists, and I would say stock, but I feel like Dom is the one who stocks this list.
Whatever Dominic Harvey's playing, that's the stock amulet.
Exactly, but there are no Force of Vigors here. You do need green mana to be able to destroy that, so there are plenty of games where Dom just never finds a green source and just cannot do a single thing. Not only that, but it really shuts down all bounce lands, turning from...
님들아, 저 편의점 갔다 옴.
So 3 forests in this list here for Dominic Harvey, but right now all he's got to work with instead basically just mountains, thanks to all of those non-basics that he's playing. The One Ring, copy number 2 comes down. He's going to draw an extra card off of that. That's another turn of protection, but Harvey swimming against the tide, I think it's fair to say.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that's 2 One Rings in exile there.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
So, sorry, 1 just got Legend, I was going to say.
Yep.
So there is still 1 copy left in the deck for Dom as another Time Walk effect. Otherwise, if we don't find it exactly right now, that's it.
Yeah, the thing is, Time Walk is only really good if you're actually doing something with it, right? And Dom at the moment is flailing, trying to find a way to contest this huge board that Jake very, very quickly assembled. Threats plus disruption. That's how you beat these decks.
Yep.
And that's what we've seen. Disruption in the form of Blood Moon and discard spells, and threats in the form of Ragavan, Douthie Voidwalker, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Jake Beardsley, match point. 1 more win, and he will be taking part in our final here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings in Barcelona. This could be it, Corey.
This could be it, and Dom really needed to kind of pick up those first 2 games in this, pre-boarded world because, well, there's only one main deck Blood Moon from Jake, so if you get Blood Moon in those games, you feel kind of unlucky, but going up to 3 of them in total, now it's not exactly luck, it's closer to a certainty at the later stages of the game.
Game goes long enough, and your opponent is bound to hit one of those 3 Blood Moons here. Dominic will be hoping that they don't come to the fore too early. Here's the Thoughtseize now. Cycling away the generous Ent in order to search up a forest.
Probably a basic forest
And
here
there
after
it
last
is.
game.
Oh, yes. We can see the basic forest there. That looks to me like an original Zendikar full art land.
Okay.
Love to see that.
An interesting choice. I like it.
Are you kidding me? That's a great choice.
I mean, at least it could have been foil. Every other card in Dominic's deck is absolutely shiny and beautiful, but,
Except for the Ottawara and the Terra Sunder that are currently in hand, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And the
All
generous
right.
hand that he just cycled away.
All right now. What's going on in this game, Mr. Riley?
Well, look, the Rakdos Evoke deck wants to do exactly this, right? Wants to disrupt and apply pressure, and we've seen the disruption, so now it's up to Jake to apply some pressure. What do we see on turn 2? Dash Ragavan, maybe a Douthie Voidwalker. I can see a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in hand, but what is there on our second turn?
I think I also saw Ragavan and Thoughtseize, so there were so many options here. Jake ran the numbers and put out the Voidwalker immediately.
And it's a Sousa, Lost But Seeking, after Douthie Voidwalker comes into play, and a Simic Growth Chamber, picking up Radiant Fountain, which is immediately then played again, gaining a total of 4 life this game, up to 24.
And I believe we had 2 prime times in hand.
Is that right?
From the initial Thoughtseize. I could be wrong on that. I know I see one. There's that Terror.
Terra Sunder, correct. Yep.
Terra Sunder there. So Terra Sunder will protect against a possible Blood Moon here. You can use that Forest plus Radiant Fountain, which would be a mountain, to Terra Sunder the Blood Moon to then use the rest of your mana. But still no Amulet, so we're not seeing any wins. So something you might see in this game that you don't always see with the Amulet Titan is, just Titan. But when you get just Titan, you can still ramp with it. It plays a little bit more of a fair game, but you just set up for the next turn.
Primeval Titan, just casting it by itself. Just Raw Dog and a Titan. Ooh, still feels.
All right, absolutely.
Still feels fantastic, just running one out there. But it's not going to happen here, as Thoughtseize takes away this copy of Primeval Titan.
So now, I mean, Jake can cast Primeval Titan too.
Very true. Yeah. Now that it's got that Void counter on it, if we want to upgrade our 3/6 Shadow into a Primeval Titan,
really wants to steal the time slot here of getting prime time a little early.
Oh, and it's not just happening with the Voidwalker being cashed in. We see a feigned death mean that the Voidwalker comes back again. 2 lands here for Jake Beardsley off of this Primeval Titan. He goes and gets some fast lands, because obviously they come into play tap no matter what, these Blackcleave Cliffs. So really, really huge power spike for him now with this Primeval Titan and a Ragavan to follow it up. So Jake Beardsley in the driver's seat, edging ever closer, Corey, to that finals slot.
Okay, so, Dom needed the land and did not hit it. Now Jake is the one that not only has the first Primeval Titan, a Thoughtseize was picked up to take this one from Dom, and Jake gets to attack with Prime Time. I think this is looking really, really bad.
Disaster scenario here for Dominic Harvey. How the tide has turned against him. His own Primeval Titan brought to bear against him.
And he's gonna cast a second Primeval Titan, Riley.
You're joking, of course, because
with another Feying Death.
Because the Douthie Voidwalker is still there. And is there another Feying Death in hand?
There's another Feying Death or Undying Malice in hand. So there's going to be at the end step on Jake's side 2 Primeval Titans, Ragavan, Douthie Voidwalker with a counter on it, and it's going to be like, okay, your turn.
Jake Beardsley
what can you
has
do?
come to this tournament being like, all right, I'm going to play Rakdos Evoke. And then he's looked at what his opponents are playing. He's like, oh, that looks like fun.
Yeah.
I want to play your deck instead.
Yeah.
We have seen this time and time again with Rakdos Evoke. Another Primeval Titan for the Rakdos deck.
Wow.
2 more lands. Blood Crypt is going to be joined by probably another duel here. No, it's just a swamp. He might be out of duels, to be honest, at this stage. Holy moly.
Probably better to get a swamp with Blood Moon in your deck anyways, but yeah. I don't think anything matters anymore.
No. Primeval Titan joined by Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Dominic Harvey, the final moments for him in this tournament, I think it's fair to say, as he is going to get his teeth kicked in by these 6/6 tramplers, in addition, of course, to the massive Douthie Voidwalker, the Ragavan, the Goblin from... Oh, no, we've got a Primeval Titan on the other side of the battlefield.
Okay.
Harvey at least making his presence felt.
And I mean, we are going to be saying some of the cards like the One Ring, you know, Orcish Bowmasters, cards of the tournament. You got to be putting in the conversation Dothy Voidwalker, especially you and I, what we've been seeing in the booth thanks to this card.
Wild moments with this card. Absolutely wild.
Yeah. Unreal how awesome and impactful this 2-drop is.
So Harvey now considering which 2 lands he wants to get. Now, no Amulet means that he's not going to be able to do any untapped shenanigans with any of the cards that he gets. But let's see what they are. He thinks very carefully. If there is a line here, Dominic Harvey is the man for the job. He will find the line.
Absolutely. So thinking about it, you know, you can get some bounce lands here, and if you get bounce lands, you can then like replay Radiant Fountain to gain some life. So, you know, on surface value, at least you can gain 2 more life, so Dom can be at an effective 18. You could get Vesuva if you really wanted as well to get yourself at an effective 20, and you might need that life buffer just in case. But Dom also has to figure out, how can I close out the game? Which I'm going to let Dom figure this out, because this seems like, you know, an impossible task right now, but definitely, I would say more improbable, not necessarily impossible.
He has to find a way not just to not just lose this, not lose this game, but also somehow to win it.
Exactly.
And that is a massive uphill battle for him. But it starts with this Primeval Titan and its trigger as it comes into play, searching out 2 lands. You mentioned Vesuva. We see it on the screen. It's a weird card, kind of like a clone effect for lands.
Little copycat.
And there is that Radiant Fountain hanging out underneath the Otawara for it to copy if Harvey believes that the 2 life is going to be relevant. But no, we're going to see Talaria West here, joined by Golgari Rot Farm. And it's going to pick up the Radiant Fountain, which can be replayed thanks to the Azusa's extra land drop here.
Yep, absolutely. Gain a little bit of life, and it looks like, you know, that's about it. And one card we still know, it is that Terrace Under, which...
is that the only card left in his hand?
It sure is, Riley.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I don't see any way out. Of course, we are not going to call it exactly yet, but now not only that, Jake gets 2 draw steps.
Oh, and it's a Terminate as well.
Oh, my God.
Didn't even need the Saga here. It's a Terminate off the top. And that is going to be enough for Jake Beardsley to find his way into the finals of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Rakdos Evoke running the tables here against Amulet Titan. Dominic Harvey not finding a way against the unassailable onslaught of all of that disruption, the discard and the potent threats. And you can see Jake overwhelmed with joy having made it so far. Look at him go.
Unreal. Unreal. From Roanoke, Virginia, taking it down here. Gonna go play against Christian Calcano in the finals in a pretty close matchup. You know, this one is a lot closer than, let's say, the Amulet versus Tron. So we are going to have quite a finals on our hands.
We are indeed. And Corey, I know you've had a blast this weekend. That's it for us in the booth here. So, mate, thank you for your guidance, your excellence, and of all of your expertise across the 3 days of competition. It's been marvelous working with you as ever.
A lot of fun with you too, buddy.
Thank you so much, my dude. But right now, we are going to chuck it over to Will Hall, who is standing by with our winner, Jake Beardsley.
Jake Beardsley, you just beat Amulet Titan at their own game with their own cards. When you ripped that Terminate off the top to know that you had the lethal win, how did it feel?
It felt great. I had been running the math to see what cards can I draw that are lethal, what cards are going to get dicey, because at that point, he has the ability, if he can survive without losing the Titan, to start picking up his own Otawara and bouncing his own Titans back to his hand, and things would fall apart pretty quickly there, so it felt relieving, honestly, that it was just like, it was done, and I didn't have to worry about trying to navigate the rest of that game when it got much, much harder.
Okay, the big question. You're 1 game away from being our Pro Tour champion, from lifting that trophy, and it's your first Pro Tour. How does that feel? What emotions are you going through right now?
I'm just trying to focus on the match in front of me. It's really hard to put everything into words, and I'm sort of just trying to just shove it all down and focus on winning a matchup against either really tough opponent. I don't know who I'm playing, but I know that either of the options are going to be really, really tough to get through.
Smart choice. Thank you very much, Bake.
Well, my friends, we do hope you stick around, of course, for the final of Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings. What a pleasure it's been for me and Corey to bring you all the action across the weekend. But for now, we are going to chuck it back over to the news desk for Maria and Marnie with a preview of the final.
어떻게 되고 있지? 몬스터 사왔어요. 아이씨. 락토스가? 그럴 것 같더라. 그러면 트론이 우승하는 건가?
Hey everybody, welcome back to beautiful Barcelona, Spain and Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, here in our top 8. And it is time for the finals. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. We've been battling all weekend long through 2 days of Swiss to here to our top 8. And finally, the finals awaits us ahead. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Berthaldi, Mani Davuti, and Will Hall joining you here as we gear up for the finals. This is what it all comes down to, the lion's share of a $500,000 prize pool and, of course, the title of Pro Tour champion. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we've gone in our top 8 so far today before arriving at our finals. Jake Beardsley, Raktos, Evoke, and Christian Calcano on Mono Green Tron. That is our finals. Mani, your thoughts on the top 8 so far?
You know, the top 8 has really been a mix of the expected and the unexpected, and I think one of the most unexpected was Jake Beardsley as Rakdos Evoke being able to overcome Marco Del Pivo in that quarterfinals match. And we mentioned even then when that happened that the road for him was only getting easier because both of the matchups that were potentially facing him afterwards, well, they were looking a lot easier than that Rhinos. For Christian Calcano having to overcome two very incredible players, Kai Buddha and then Simon Nielsen. Well, nobody could have said it was expected, but in both cases, he was slightly favored, at least in the matchup. So it is cool to get to this finals, a matchup between the expected and the unexpected, and see how it's going to play out.
Absolutely, Will. Thoughts from you?
My horse is still in the race. Jake Beardsley, the Cinderella story, it's still alive. Birthday weekend, first Pro Tour, first top 8, and now in the finals, one game away from lifting the trophy and calling himself a Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for this finals that we have ahead of us, everybody. And hey, if you're at home watching all of the action here from Barcelona, guess what? You can join in on the action at MagicCon Las Vegas. Mark your calendars for September 22nd through the 24th. You can get your tickets right now at mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com. That's where we're going to be holding the World Championship, which is, of course, the most awesome event of the year in Magic. There's going to be a 100K limited open, cosplay contest, panels, the command zone, all of your favorite content creators all together in Las Vegas this September. And I just mentioned the World Championship, everybody. I mean, this championship is exciting enough, but the World Championship is truly where it's at. And we're going to talk to you now about the World Championship coming up this September and a lot of the absolutely incredible players that we have seen qualified for this tournament, 110 in total. Mani, who do you most have your eye on going into the World Championship? I know it's a big field.
Good timing, because right there on our kicker, Kai Buddha, his face on the screen. And you mentioned 110 players. This is the biggest field we're going to have at the World Championship in quite a while. Players like Autumn Burchett, Marcio Carvalho, two-time runner-up, going to get another shot at it.
Can you imagine if he got there again? Unbelievable stuff. For you, Will, do you have anybody in particular you have your eye on?
Well, Jake's now going to be going to the Worlds no matter what happens. So, you know, if he can do it once, why can't he do it again? Also, I'm a big fan of Reed Duke. I know Reed Duke has got an invite back there. We see that on the screen. Kieran as well. You know, English players getting themselves to Worlds. That's huge. So that's the players I'm sticking out for me right now.
And you see Willie Adel there popping up too. And Willie Adel has been a champion of Magic for the Brazilian community, kind of like somebody who's gathering newer players under his wings and showing them the way. Mani, do you remember him from back in the day?
Absolutely. I am a huge fan of Willie. Extremely kind player, extremely open and willing to be a mentor to those who are coming up in the scene, very much willing to go out of his way to help raise the community around him. And again, I talked about it earlier, but this year for him has sort of been a series of linked coincidences. He played the first Pro Tour in Philadelphia because he happened to already be in the United States and just went over there and used his Hall of Fame invite, and that linked to another and to another, and that led him to this weekend where he locked up that invite. So to see him after all these years, like Kai, getting there is amazing.
Anybody else you've got your eye on there, Will?
Well, I kind of want to see the flavor. I want to see if someone can get 2 cards in their likeness made. So maybe Nathan Sawyer, maybe he can get 2 cards before he's even got his first card. It'd be really good to see if that can happen. Maybe Javier Dominguez can put it off again. He's obviously got an invite back, going back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, one of them being this weekend. Looking at the ticker as we go across here, who we got? Gab Nassif. There you go. Straight on the mark. Gab Nassif, Yellow Hat fan favorite. Simon Nielsen, probably the happiest person in Magic currently. We also see the Citrus Assassin, Greg Orange.
Yeah, Mani, what about you?
Yeah, I think just one thing that stands out to me as we look at this ticker is we see plenty of names that we recognize, but we also see a lot of names that maybe we don't recognize quite yet. Maybe they're not quite household names, because this year the World Championship field is made up of regional champions and the champions of the Magic Online Championship Showcase and the champions of the Arena Championships. So we see a lot of names that maybe we don't know quite yet, but this is our opportunity to meet them. The World Championship stage is the biggest stage. Bradley Schlesinger, he won the United States Regional Championship using a very unique build of red-green vehicles.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to make some new stars, and I'm so excited for the larger field format tournament of the World Championship. So many great players to keep our eyes on, and we hope you'll join us September 22nd through 24th in Las Vegas for the World Championship. All right, everybody, it's time for the finals here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Let's set up our final match. It has been a long couple of days to get here, and we are finally arrived, everybody. Christian Calcano versus Jake Beardsley. Mono Green Tron versus Rakdos Evoke. Christian Calcano, a player who's been a grinder for a long time, has 9 Grand Prix top 8s, including 2 wins. This is his second Pro Tour top 8, first at Pro Tour Amonkhet in 2017, which was incredibly emotional for him. You saw how much he loved the game. It's got to be so emotional to be able to do it again. Let's take a look at his road to the top 8 here. Had only 1 loss on day 1 of the tournament. Open day 2 playing Jake in draft and won. It was draft, though, so things might be different here in Modern. Drew early in day number 2, but won in round number 16 to clinch a spot here in our top 8. That's Christian Calcano. On the other side of things, we have Jake Beardsley, his very first Pro Tour, and of course, his very first top 8. What a way to do it, and on his birthday weekend as well. Tested with Team Sanctum of all, had a pretty good day 1, going 7-1. Open day 2 once again with a loss to Calcano, but again was in draft, drew in round 16 to lock his spot here in his top 8 today. Those are the players. Now what about the decks, Mani?
Well, let's start by taking a look at Christian Calcano's deck. This build of Mono Green Tron that I've mentioned multiple times, very different from the Handshake build. It's a lot more traditional. It goes bigger, but by going bigger, it also is more reliant on finding Tron, assembling mine, power plant, and tower. And that is a bit harder to do when you're fighting through a lot of disruption. One card that I want to point out from Calcano's deck, Chromatic Star, where Handshake had only one copy, Calcano has the full 4. And maybe this doesn't seem like the biggest deal. Chromatic Star is just a bit player in this Tron deck after all. But there's one very important card on the other side. So let's take a look at Rakdos Evoke. And the card I want to point out has been an absolute all-star for Jake Beardsley all weekend, and in that match that we just watched, it's Douthie Voidwalker. The little 2-drop that could, one of the most powerful cards in this modern format, yet only really seeing play in Rakdos Evoke. This card fully shuts down Chromatic Star because it exiles it, meaning you do not get that card from the sacrifice trigger. This card single-handedly led to Team Handshake cutting stars from their Tron deck. This card has cast Worm Coil Engines. This card has cast Primeval Titans. Looking at the rest of this Rakdos Evoke deck, it is all disruption, including maybe the most iconic piece of disruption against Tron ever, Blood Moon. 1 copy in the main deck, 2 more copies in the sideboard. Jake Beardsley has made it look so good this weekend.
All right, I want one word from you. Who's going to win? Monty.
Calcano.
Will.
It's Jake.
All right, we're going to find out whose one word was correct. It's time for the finals here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Cedric and Paul have the call.
Thank you so much, Maria and Monty, and of course, Will Hall. Me? I'm Cedric. That's Paul. We're going to crown a champion here, my friend.
It's time.
It really is. 3 days. 3 days of competition. 269 players is where we started this weekend at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings here in Barcelona. Whittled away some after day number 1. Whittled away quite a few more in day number 2. Cut to our top 8. And those players have battled it out in some pretty wild matches. But Paul, 2 currently stand tall. Christian Calcano, a grinder's grinder, if there ever was one.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw, I mean, speaking of grinding, his last match against Simon Nielsen was quite a grind. Now, he got a little bit of a break, right? So he's got to reset here, start all over. Now, this matchup, I mean, we thought his last matchups were going to be quick. This one's also going to be quick because when you talk about Jake Beardsley's deck, it's really explosive. Its whole plan is to just try to get you dead as quickly as possible with all the different disruption elements he has early.
On the other side of things, it is newcomer to the Pro Tour and making one heck of a debut. It is Jake Beardsley, someone who might be new to this level of competition but is not new to Magic, has been playing this game for a very, very long time, has finally made it here, and could be a Pro Tour champion in his debut.
When's the last time that even happened?
Boy, it's rare. It has happened a couple of times in Magic's history, but my goodness, is it rare. And it's an accomplishment in and of itself to be at this stage of the tournament here in the finals. And speaking of the finals, it is underway here from Barcelona. Both players are going to keep 7 hands. Calcano will keep a Chromatic Star via a Urza's Power.
He kind of has it all here in the opener. Has the option of either going Fury into Undying Malice or just Drew Grief. Can do either.
It is hard to pass up on the discard avenue. This Rakdos Evoke deck loves the start of Grief plus bringing it back. And we'll see if Jake wants to go that way or establish a clock with Fury and then discard spells after that.
Right, Fury doubles the clock, so it really is interesting. Oh, wow, and going for the aggressive plan. And, you know, I think part of why I think Jake might be going for this, not only, of course, it's twice the clock, he's got a Thoughtseize in hand as well.
Yeah, he's got a Thoughtseize and a Grief in hand, right? So can really just shred apart Calcano, and then Calcano will have to peel himself out of the situation while being clocked. You know, earlier in the day, we were watching Tron play against Rhinos. And that was the Rhinos game plan, right? Which was get ahead with crashing footfalls and then keep Tron off base with some sort of counter spell. Well, that starts on turn 3. This starts on turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And one notable thing in Christian Calcano's deck, because of course he did not test with Team Handshake. Team Handshake had some
뭐야, 첫 턴 퓨리 날빌이야?
A turn 1 Fury. They were playing 3 copies of Dismember main. Christian playing the more traditional version, None of that. So this Fury is just going to continue to just chip away, or chunk away rather, at Christian Calcano's life total.
졌는데?
It is now Calcano over the next
삼신기 손에 들고 있는데?
Pardon me. Well, he's found a tower to go along with that mine, that power plant. So Tron will be online for the calculator. Warping Whale, Karn the Great Creator, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, and Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger are the other cards. But for now, it'll be a Thoughtseize.
Gonna need something off the top here, though, Christian. Does have Tron.
빨리 때리는 수밖에 없거든요.
But will be able to go Thoughtseize and Grief this turn.
Yeah, and this will be an interesting situation because for Jake, he can't pick it all apart. This turn, he could take Karn Liberated and he could Grief Karn the Great Cruel. He could take the Karn and then take the Ugin. Warping Whale can buy time, and of course, Calcano is not that far away from Ulamog, so can't take every powerful card at this stage of things.
Yeah, Ugin is the next most likely heavy hitter that Calcano can play. So could see Jake going for that with the Grief. Could also choose to
빨리
wait.
패자.
I think he is just going to wait right now and say, basically, you know, don't draw like a Wormcoil Engine or something. Don't draw the nuts.
Yep, no Karn liberated off the top. A lot of good draws here for Christian.
Let's see what Calcano does draw. He picked up a copy of Chromatic Sphere. That's technically a whiff. It's also a redraw, of course, but it's not one of those heavy hitters.
우긴도 날리고.
Yeah, remember, Christian can use that Warping Whale to generate a chump blocker, which could potentially buy him an entire turn. So Jake Beardsley has a Fatal Push in hand. In case that happens, he knows about the Warping Whale. So Jake also knowing that if he casts the Grief, he kind of wants to take the Ugin, but he can wait a turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to get it this turn because Christian's going to go up to 7 mana. So waiting to see what he draws. If he draws a different black card, perhaps he can go Grief and still keep up Fatal Push for the Warping Whale token to buy himself that extra turn.
Both these players putting each other to the test right off the bat here in the finals. Beardsley with a great opening hand. Calcano, Tron came together on turn number 3. So let's see. Calcano.
We just find a Wormcoil.
I mean, the Sphere allows for a card draw.
웜코일은 안 된다.
On this redraw, it could be Wormcoil Engine.
웜코일은 안 돼.
And now we're going to filter that colorless into a green mana. So a draw coming from the Sphere. It's a copy of the One Ring. And you know, that does a great job of bridging the gap.
Oh, that is a very, very big draw here.
So not
좋댐.
only does this
좋댔는데?
fog that Fury for a
우긴 못 막는데 이러면?
but it also does a nice job of overcoming the Grief because Calcano has protection.
That was such a great draw.
And more cards coming.
Right, more cards coming, and now Christian next turn, coast is clear to just.
아, 존나 얄밉다.
Right. And from there, it's not too tough to win.
No, it is not, especially at 12. Fury will not be able to deal damage this turn. That's about as good as it gets here for Christian Calcano.
아, 절대 맞지. 얄미운 것 봐, 이거.
Jake now. And he's picked up another copy.
노했어야 노했어. 답이 없어.
As the first one.
너 뭘 머리 만져. 땅 깔고 턴이지.
Pluto Delta will be the land. And all Jake.
우긴이야. 잘 가.
Calcano will put a burden counter on the One Ring. A new card is coming to Christian.
And Christian just finds a tower.
와, 절대 맞지. 개사기다.
Could be Ulamog.
Could just be Ulamog time next turn.
And Christian now has also drawn a copy of Karn the Great Creator. You're going to see a brief pause here from Calcano because there may be some interest in playing Warping Whale at the end step to be able to generate a Scion token. And a Scion token, well, the blocking aspect of that doesn't really matter. The mana generation is what Calcano may be interested in.
Absolutely, because now, instead of just tower, he can draw any Urza land here to generate 10 mana to play the Ulamog in his hand.
That's right.
Ulamog.
Is going to resolve. So now, Calcano is going
Ulamog.
to down to 11. He'll draw a card for the turn.
Okay,
you mentioned any Urza land is going to do it. Expedition map is sort of an Urza's.
Right. But you got 2 more draws here with the ring.
If you want to take them. Yeah, if you want to take them.
If you want. Remember, no shortage of great options here for Christian Calcano. Even if he doesn't find an Urza land here, can just run out the Ugin, get that Fury off the battlefield if he wants.
Yeah, Ugin is not a bad consolation prize in a situation like this. And truth be told, partner, Ugin may just be good enough on its own.
Oh, yeah.
There is the Beseiju. Now, it is also entirely possible that there might be a third avenue here.
Could just be a Karn.
And it is Karn the Great Creator.
Okay.
So Calcano's going to tick that
이렇게 락토스가 가는구나.
down to
절대 반지가
loyalty, and it's going to actually start to D up behind an ensnaring bridge.
절대 반지가 사기구나.
And this is another card that makes it very difficult for Beardsley to win this game.
Right.
Because Calcano can basically get cards out of his hand. That Fury is much too large to attack.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything in the main deck that Jake has that can just kill an ensnaring bridge.
And then what Calcano can do from here is, hey, who can shoot you. And
Take your time.
it's elementary from that point.
Yeah, so Jake at this point, number one card that he wants to find here is that one copy of Blood Moon that he has in his deck.
Yeah,
Still
perhaps.
probably not enough.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. And this goes to show you the power of both of these decks, Paul.
Right.
Jake with a great start, with Fury right into play directly as a 4/4.
아니 3하나 들어달린 포그 뭔데?
Follow up with a grief.
Oh yeah.
And then on the other side of things, Calcano's deck
어?
firing on all.
어쩔 건데 이거?
On turn 3 into the One Ring into this.
Yep. Jake had the ideal start, right? This is exactly what he wanted. Turn 1 Fury, turn 2 Thoughtseize, but Christian with that timely One Ring off the top. Big turn there. Now I'm wondering if you're Jake, you look back at that turn where you chose not to grief. Would it have been better to just play the grief that turn?
It's tough to say.
Right.
There's some interesting decisions on quite literally the first turn of the game. Because are you supposed to play Fury on 1, which is a faster clock?
Yeah.
Or are you supposed to play Grief and bring that back and say, I'm going to take 2 of your cards?
Right.
Right? And then the Fury in your hand is probably not very good for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So that's a really tough call, as you're going to see a Grief select Ugin here and leave Calcano with an Ulamog. And it is also worth noting that Karn the Great Creator is dead now.
Yep.
As we head back Calcano's way.
So any Tron land here. Have to be a little bit careful with how many cards you draw with the One Ring, because of course we still want Calcano still wants that ensnaring bridge in play to prevent the Fury from attacking.
2 cards coming here for Calcano as a second burden counter is added on there. The draw step for Calcano this turn was a copy of the One Ring, so the ability to reset if necessary.
Right.
But you'll see here that Christian did draw 2 good ones here in Karn the Great Creator and Sylvan Scrying.
Yeah.
Very easy for him to get more cards out of his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just unleash everything now. You can Sylvan Scrying here for a tower if you'd like. That will net you 1 mana, as he hasn't made a land drop for the turn.
Calcano will Scrying now. 2 colorless mana floating since he went to do this through the Urza's Tower.
Yeah, so would be 1 mana short here of being able to cast the Ulamog in hand. But of course also has Karn the Great Creator. If does Calcano also have the Metamorph? Let's take a look real quick. Does not. Could have gotten a Metamorph here to copy the Fury and kill the Fury, but don't really care about the Fury, honestly.
Yeah, no,
bridge in play.
the Fury, I would say, is mostly handled at this point.
Yeah.
It's big, it's angry, and it can't attack.
And it's just staring at that bridge.
That's
Can't
right.
cross it.
No mana floating now for Cal. He'll play another One Ring. Reset this one.
Yep.
So he'll gain protection from everything until the next turn.
Yep, and that protects Christian Calcano from a Thoughtseize or a Grief to take the Ulamog out of his hand.
And now there is Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the powerful Planeswalker has arrived once again. It will start on 5 loyalty, as it always does. And now Calcano is going to investigate what kind of card he can take from outside the game and add to his hand.
So has access to 1 colorless mana. Does he want to just use Karn here to find a cheap card to play? Perhaps something like a Haywire Might in case Jake draws the one of copy of Blood Moon in the deck?
I think it is entirely possible that on this turn we may see Calcano just plus this. Not sure if there's anything in particular he wants to grab. And I think he's going to double check here.
Like, what's the best option here for me this turn?
Again, because he does have protection from the One Ring entering the battlefield this turn, a Thoughtseize or a Grief is of no concern.
Right.
So whatever he does search for will be staying in his hand almost certainly.
Yeah, the other one mana play is Pithing Needle, but I'm not sure that there's actually a card to really Pithing Needle in the matchup here that, at least for the following turn here for Jake Beardsley.
Kakano's going to -2 that Karn and go a searching through that sideboard. And it's going to be Sundering Titan. Not a bad choice with the 2 Blood Crypts out there. And Beardsley will draw a card.
And this should lock it up here.
Yeah, it's pretty darn close to locked, I would say. And that is going to do it. Tron flexes its muscles against Rakdos Evoke as Christian Calcano win game number 1 here over Jake Beardsley. Game number 2 coming soon to you. Paul, that was a pretty good one between these 2 very powerful decks.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see both decks do exactly what it wanted to do, right? Both decks were able to execute their strategy here. Now, Christian Calcano was on the play that game. It's obviously very, very big.
Huge.
This time, swings it around. Jake, now on the play, can take potential turn 1 expedition map or anything like that that would allow Christian to find Tron.
Yes. And that may have also weighed into the calculus for Jake on whether to evoke Fury or to evoke Grief, because I think maybe on the play, maybe you'd rather evoke Grief.
Right.
You know? And take a couple of cards. That gives you the opportunity to catch something like an expedition map, as you mentioned, as opposed to when you're on the draw, you evoke a Fury and say, I got to try to kill you as fast as I can.
Yeah, this 4-3 is just simply not going to be enough time for me to actually get you down, because that's a 5-turn clock on the draw against Tron.
Yeah.
They just have so many ways to find what they need.
Yep, and that's exactly what you saw in that first game from Christian Calcano.
I will be on the playlist.
A great tournament that we've had the opportunity to watch here all weekend long in Barcelona. We got to watch 6 rounds of the Lord of the Rings Limited, which was a lot of fun. A lot of powerful black and red spells. So those green decks maybe performed better than people expected. Took me by surprise. I didn't expect them to do very well at all. But we saw them perform admirably. And the modern portion, where we had 10 rounds of that over the course of 2 days, we saw some pretty wild decks and some wild matches all weekend long, partner.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I want to talk about here is just Christian Calcano up a game here. I want to turn back the clock a little bit.
Sure.
Last modern Pro Tour that we had, also
right here in this building?
Right here in this building, same month, July.
Okay.
4 years ago.
Okay.
Taralf Severin on the same deck.
I do recall.
Winning it all.
Yeah.
Could potentially have back-to-back Tron decks taking Modern Pro Tour.
Tron is this funny little animal in Modern. It's been around for a while.
It's going to stay around for a while.
It's going to stay around for a while. Some people love it. Some people loathe it. But here's the one thing. It does win.
Oh, yeah.
It does win.
It's consistent. It now has kind of a mid-range game you can play, and that's a natural Tron here from Christian Calcano.
El Natural.
El Natural. What better time to have El Natural than in the finals?
As a former Tron player and someone who's played against Tron plenty.
Former? Are you really?
I'm a changed man.
Okay.
I am.
All right.
I mean, I might be going back after this tournament, but as a former Tron player and one who's played against the deck quite a bit, there is no worse feeling in the world than when they keep 7.
Yep.
Now, they mulligan some, you expect that. They keep 7, whoo, boy, you're in.
Right. And that's the thing. With this specific matchup, you want to mulligan a little less if you're Christian Calcano, because oftentimes you're looking for the Sylvan Scrying or the map to try to get the Tron. But because there's so much, there's 8 hand disruption spells in Jake Beardsley's list, sometimes you have to keep these hands. But, of course, on the other side, when you're Jake, you're like, oh, no. I mean, even if I have hand disruption, it's going to be tough.
Now, game number 2 is underway. Both players are going to keep their 7 cards, and it is notable here, partner, that Jake Beardsley has a turn 1 Thoughtseize that he is choosing not to cast because Dauthi Voidwalker is in hand, and the ceiling of that card in this matchup is extremely high.
Yeah, that is incredible. So Jake choosing not to try to take one of the Tron search cards out of Christian's hand and actually choosing to slow things down here and go set up a Voidwalker into Thoughtseize line where you can go, hey, I'm going to take your Karn or your Wormcoil Engine, or maybe Ulamog.
Or maybe that one. Or maybe
that one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Dauthi Voidwalker this weekend, we have seen some absolutely ridiculous things from this Dauthi Rogue. And remember, the Voidwalker, it's you play it.
This is a turn 3 Ulamog, Cedric.
With a cast trigger.
With a cast trigger, oh my goodness. I mean, the earliest I thought you could ever play that card was turn 4.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
But apparently, oh my gosh.
턴3 울라모.
Incredible.
소트 울라모 끝. 게임 끝.
He kept a great.
Right.
His hand is awesome.
Yeah.
님들아 저 되는 거 아니야? 소트 치고 울라모?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He not only that, he had natural Tron plus the tower to play Ulamog on 4.
Right. He had turn 4. Not good enough.
But, you know,
not good enough.
Turn 4 Ulamog, that's like kind of medium.
He's like, medium. I mean, and Jake doesn't know, right? He's gonna find out.
Oh, I think Jake's about to find out. I think we might see. I think we might see a smile from Jake in just a moment.
A fist pump?
We got a little bit of a.
울라모!
That's a hit if we've ever seen one.
개웃기네. 야 가져라! 이러고 주네.
Boy.
옛다 이러고.
Jake ever the consummate professional in the finals of Pro Tour?
Taking notes?
Gonna write down the rest of it.
아이 씨발 옛다.
Gonna write it down. It's not gonna matter.
But I'm gonna take some notes.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
Oh god.
There is a swamp.
Nice Rakdos combo deck. This is not the combo I had in mind though.
Oh boy. There is Crooks.
하나 더 날려. 아이 몰라. 아이씨.
It's like, Kalkano, please continue.
지쳐 그냥 지쳐.
And now the ceaseless hunger.
지지.
Yeah, all right. Let's.
3턴 올라먹으로 락토스가 이겼어요.
Beardsley is going to tie things up here against Christian Calcano. Rakdos Evoke.
이게 매직이지.
This was the most played deck in the Pro Tour. Yeah. That's why. I get it now. Ties things up here against Mono Green Tron.
And I want to say, you know, the typical play pattern of these Thoughtseize decks. I mean, you have the curve of turn 1 Thoughtseize into turn 2 Voidwalker. That's kind of what you would think a typical mid-range strategy should do.
Yeah.
But no. Here's Jake recognizing that the line that leads to the higher chance of victory there, especially when Calcano keeps 7,
yes,
is to be patient.
I think that's a big part of it, is that Calcano keeps 7, and so, again, most of the time Tron, it mulligans a time or two because it's trying to find just a couple of different cards to work together, and it's a deck that mulligans very well. But when your opponent keeps 7, that means they probably have Tron rolled up in some form or fashion and at least one payoff, which incentivizes you to actually take the Voidwalker line, especially when you're on the play.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to keep a 7, it's one of those situations where you go, you know, I don't think this one Thoughtseize is going to be enough, right? You kept the 7, you're going to have multiple ways to find this Tron. I'm going to be in trouble. Instead, I'm going to try to take a Karn Liberated or an Ulamog or a Wormcoil Engine and try to get you that way.
Yeah, well, get him. Jake Beardsley certainly did. We're going to take a short break. We need to recover after that nonsense. So when we do come back, it's game number 3 of the finals of the Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings, between Christian Calcano and Jake Beardsley, right after this.
던져주면 개웃기네.
Welcome back to the finals of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. We are here in Barcelona, Spain, and as beautiful as that architecture is, I don't think I've seen anything as glorious as what we just saw in game number 2 in the hands of Jake Beardsley. A turn 3 Ullmark. Don't mind if I do.
I think that might be a new record.
컨슬이 올라면
I dare
감동이
somebody
있다.
to pull that one off turn 2.
Unbelievable stuff here in the finals. And you know, these two decks, Paul,
락토스
part of the
파이팅!
reason that they were played so much this weekend and why they've seen a lot of successes, they are just incredibly powerful decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about this Rakdos Evoke strategy is, when you first look at it, you kind of think, okay, well, maybe this is a mid-range deck, right? Maybe it's a mid-range deck. It's got Thoughtseize or whatever.
아, 락토스 덱
Kind of-
천천히 짜야겠다.
mid-range game,
안 되겠다.
But it also
못
just has
참겠다.
games where you just get free wins on top of that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the hallmark of a deck that's successful, or what you need for a deck to be successful in Modern a lot of the time. I mean, we look at decks historically. It's like, hey, I have this really insane combo, but I can still win these fair games, right?
Yeah.
And having that combination is what allowed Jake to kind of make it this far. And you know, he apparently has another combo up his sleeve, which is just Hand Disruption plus Doughty Voidwalker.
Yeah, and that combo continues to look very good for him on the Sunday stage. Looked great in his last match against Dominic Harvey, and boy, it's never looked better than it did in game number 2 there against Christian Calcano.
이게 누군 덱에서 비춰주는 거야.
Here. Paul, anything stand out to you as far as potential changes that could take place from either player? Because we're in the thick of it now. The two main deck games.
게임이나 보여줘.
Absolutely. I think the thing that makes a lot of sense for Jake Beardsley is, of course, to go to the full 3 copies.
첫 턴 라가반.
Historically been the type of card that you want to board in against Tron. Slow down.
아, 근데 라가반 개 비싸잖아. 아, 락토스 어떻게 짜지?
So Jake's certainly going to be bringing those in. Probably going to be taking out those 2 copies of Fatal Push at the minimum in terms of the cards that he has in his sideboard. Now, from Christian's side, he knows about the Blood Moons.
Yeah.
And there are multiple Haywire Mites that he has in his sideboard. So I wouldn't be shocked to see at least one of those Haywire Mites get boarded in, perhaps leave one in the sideboard because you have Karn the Great Creator to search for, or potentially just bring both of them in.
Yeah, Haywire Mite's an interesting
아,
card.
라가반 개 비싸.
It does solve that Blood Moon problem, but it actually, in my opinion, maybe pulls a little extra duty because it does block a Ragavan.
Yeah.
And that
Absolutely.
certainly does come up because this
아이, 더럽게 비싼데, 덱?
it plays a lot of those, and this, one could argue, is Ragavan's best matchup.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of splash damage too.
패치 5개, 여섯 7개, 패치 7개.
Jake Beardsley playing a slightly unconventional version of the Rakdos Evoke deck. Instead of playing Seasoned Pyromancer, opting to play 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror
Uh-huh.
instead.
Sure. So it looks like Jake has found a hand that he is happy enough with. Calcano doing a little
큐리랑 이런 거 재판 하겠지?
is still not satisfied as Christian. But remember,
보호마스터는 밴 되겠지?
had been oh so successful here.
내가 구하기 싫으니까 점점 덱 가격 낮춰야겠다.
Past and present.
어쩔 수 없다.
Mind going down a card or 2.
The Calc will be on the play. That is a 1-lander. However, he
아니, 뭐야, 패치가 더럽게 많이 들어가는데?
Chromatic Sphere.
맞아, 이거?
Ancient Stirrings. But of course, when you're playing against the Rakdos Evoke deck, you have to just assume that turn 1 they're likely going to take something out of your hand.
I think it's a safe assumption.
밴 안 될 거 같은 거부터 좀 구해놔야겠다. 천천히 구해봐야지 뭐.
Now it looks like Calcano might be keeping this one. You see a hand with multiple copies of Sylvan Scrying, a Chromatic Sphere, an Oblivion Stone is the payoff card. There's an Expedition Map, there's an Urza's Mine, and there's an Ancient Stirring. So there is some redundancy insofar as, can I get myself to 7 mana?
Right.
He has the cards to do that. Now, does he find the right card or cards once he gets there?
뭐야, 얘 핸드 왜 이래?
And it looks like Calico went
투멀한 거야? 뭐야, 지금 왜 게임 소리가 지금 나와? 이 새끼들 이거 잘라야 돼.
But a decent looking 5.
Yeah, I think this 5 is a totally reasonable keep.
방송 진행하는 잘라야 돼.
Targeted by a discard spell, you're doing okay. Now, this puts Calc to the test right away. In game 1, he was able to assemble very fast.
Right.
Now, that might not be the case here.
No, absolutely not. Needs to try to get Tron. Ooh, my goodness. That's a turn 3 Tron, folks.
He was able to do it again.
Turn 3 Tron. Wow.
He was able to do it again.
There you go. Of course, still needs to find something here.
He needs the payoff.
Right.
The 7 mana.
뭐 그냥 시원하게 첫 턴 표류했네.
Last time, found a 1 ring.
That's right.
나가만 깔지도 않고 그냥.
Oh, yeah.
이게 답인가 봐. 무조건 빨리 패는 게 답인가 봐.
Lots of great draws here for Christian Calcano.
And you see Jake's hand. It does have that incredibly powerful Dothy Void Walker in it. Alongside
라가반을 하지도 않네.
Masters and a polluted
어허.
deck. Currently missing a discard spell is Jake Beardsley. What could be one small step away from finding one.
Right. And with
근데 라가반을 깔지도 않았어. 라가반 그냥 퓨리 밥으로 줬어.
Bowmasters, he says, I'm in for 8. 8 is great. 8 is great. You're 12.
그냥 에라 모르겠다 그냥 어?
Now it's void.
에라 모르겠다인데 그냥?
Assuredly. And look, this
퓨리 갖고 그냥 빨리 패서 죽인다. 이게 플랜인가 보네.
on the draw, it puts on such a fast clock. Look at this.
And by the way, this is a potential lethal attack next turn.
Yes, it is.
This is an attack for 11 with an Orcish Bowmasters. That's 12.
That's right.
Christian absolutely needs to find a way to survive this turn.
That would be another turn 3 kill, just a different way of doing it.
This is the more fair. I don't even.
I don't even know at this point.
I don't know what, but it is a turn 3 kill.
What do we draw? And there's this mine. That's
무르자는 있는데 드로우가 될 게 없으니까 일단 이거는
so in this situation.
타워 깔고 맵 친 다음에 렐릭 돌리고 잠깐 렐릭부터 돌리고 타워 깔고 렐릭 돌린 다음에
So relic.
드로우 되는 거 봐야겠는데?
Play and bust. That's going to cost 2 mana, which will leave Calcano with 5.
One ring.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I think that has to be the card that he finds.
I don't think Karn does anything.
I don't think it does either.
Right. So he needs to find a one ring here off the relic.
You have 2 floating? Yeah, that's okay.
So Calcano has 2 mana floating. Let's bring it down to 1.
All right. Could find a sphere or a star. Yep. That would help cast Ancient Stirrings potentially.
Does he do it again? Does he find the one ring?
야 그럼 쪼지 말고 빨리빨리 해라.
No.
썬더리 타이탄.
And this is gonna be a turn.
다음 턴 썬더리 타이탄 나오긴 해요. 근데 그래도 보자. 아니 죽는 거 아니야? 오크 페이스 맞고? 이겼는데?
Plus make your discard plan. That came up short. This game, the turn 1 Fury, plus some additional beatdown plan.
Gonna get it done.
It looks like it's gonna get it done.
Had a couple of draws there, Christian Calcano, but what an explosive start here. This
뭐야 바르셀로나 트론의 성지야?
such
근데 락토스한테 쳐맞고 있는데?
unbeatable starts
Yes.
against most decks.
Most played deck in this.
끝난 거 같은데?
The appeal of
그쵸 어택 오크 끝.
It's hard to not read.
컴백.
And there's just
오세요
not
어택.
counterplay.
No.
Right?
맞아요.
Can't do anything. Turn 1.
Yeah. Calcano's gonna take all that damage.
오크 페이스.
There's the Bowmasters. And that is
그치 와 락토스 우승하나요?
is one
토텀 퓨리로 우승하나요?
in his first pro tour of becoming.
아 여기서 답이 나왔다. 첫턴 라가반 이런 거 필요 없어.
An incredible run.
얘가 여자친구인가 보네?
For Jake Beardsley.
얘 계속 비춰주면서 좋아하는 거 보니까.
Matches in my first pro tour? I'm just trying to think. Maybe like 3?
I know the answer to that question for me.
Yes, please.
No. Pro Tour San Diego 2004. I 0-3'd my first draft.
Okay.
It was a
대경이는 매직 언제부터 할 거야?
when it was all limited, of course.
Right.
I 0-3'd, and I think I may have played.
나는 다음 달부터 다시 할 거야 매직.
I was out of the tournament at that
Right.
point.
Draft something fun.
Maybe I won a match in the second round, but I don't think.
But you were already out,
Ah,
basically.
yeah, I'm tournament's over. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Exactly.
It turns out, for most of us, these things are pretty hard. Yeah. For Jake, clearly not.
아니 다음 달이면 이제 슬슬 해야지. 그 다음에 스탠다드 나오기 전에 박제해놓고 준비하지. 다음 달에는 해야 되지 않아? 이번 달까지는 놀아도 다음 달에 박제를 해놔야지. 그 다음 달 MIQ 할 거 아니야.
And Calcano,
그냥 다음 달에는 해야 될 것 같은데? 스탠다드 나오기 전에? 이제 않을까?
Look, I want to be really good at this. You know? And he put in a lot of work. I've known Christian for a really long time. And I remember when he was just okay on the PTQ circuit, and then he
밸런스 패치도 한대잖아.
and the finishes went from making day 2 to making top 32 to making top 8s to hoisting the trophy.
밸런스 패치 끝나면 그때부터 하려고. 이사하는 것까지 생각해서 대충 슬슬 하다가 이사하고 나서는 이제 쭉 하려고.
So much time and so much work, and not only that, he traveled everywhere to do it.
If there was a Grand Prix,
Yeah.
I mean, not even necessarily just in the United States.
No, that's what I mean.
Right?
Yeah.
He would. I mean, if there's a Grand Prix in Manila, you'd probably see him there somewhere in the top.
You search those standings online.
Oh yeah.
Did Calcano go to? He's at this one too.
아니 뭐 제대로 하겠지. 지들도 정신 차려야 될 거 아니야.
He has become great at this game.
스탠다드 아무도 안 한다고 징징대더만 지들이 개판 만들어 놓고 아무도 안 한다고 징징대는 거 꼴 보기 싫어도 해체 안 되잖아.
Yeah.
He happened to be in Athens. I mean, Christian Calcano, American. He was in Athens.
As one is to do. Just happened to be in Athens when a Magic tournament is.
Yeah, and he qualified for Athens after qualifying for the regional championship through a side event in Naples at the regional championship in Naples. And because he qualified in Naples, he had to fly back to Europe.
That's right.
To play in the regional championship.
That's right.
Got the invite, and here we are.
Easy road.
Yeah.
Easy road.
There you go.
Just went to his local store and
should have been grinding in Europe.
Yeah.
Right? Should have been grinding in Europe all this time.
That's right. Beardsley Calcano, game number 4 on the way. As Calcano will take a look at his opening hand here, you do see at least an Urza's Tower. Boseiju and Ugin is the payoff card, but it looks like he might be a little ways away from Tron.
Yeah, no, you have one Tron land and a map.
아 눈물은 빼고 이 새끼야. 눈물은 빼라고.
Too bad.
Yeah.
흐로 바꿔 흐.
But you're not thrilled about it, and I don't think
눈물 빼고 흐로 바꿔.
about this hand because again, the Tron deck doesn't mind taking mulligans, and look, we just saw what happened last game.
Right.
He got
무슨 강제 증명하는 거 같잖아. 눈물 흘리니까.
victory, but if you can do that regularly, like I'm sure he has in this tournament, it's going to lead to a lot of victories.
And I think Christian kept here, right? Because you're seeing Jake Beardsley.
그래도 좀 괜찮아지지 않을까? 나는 그래도 요번 스탠다드 바뀌어가지고 모노블랙이랑 대경아 너 스탠다드 좀 봤냐? 요즘에? 모노블랙이랑 미드레인지 쪽으로 바뀌었어. 지금 되게 할만해.
This hand does have a little bit of built-in, I suppose, redundancy thanks to the One Ring.
이제 아트락사만 날리면 되겠던데? 진짜로? 그럼 밸런스 괜찮을 것 같은데 아트락사 날리면?
Into Feign Death, right?
Yeah, because there's nothing in the graveyard.
Exactly.
Right.
The only creature that would be that would hit the graveyard first would be the creature.
요즘에 할만해. 나 좀 해봤어. 괜찮아. 할만해.
Yes. So Jake, and
근데 할만해.
I will point this out as we've watched Jake over the course of.
그래서 밸런스 패치 돼서 아트락사 날리고 결혼 발표 이렇게 2개만 날리면은 진짜 깔끔하게 할만할 것 같아.
Oh yeah. Not shaking. Doesn't really seem especially nervous. I'm sure deep down inside, maybe
hiding it well.
Hiding it well, though,
Yeah.
for sure.
그러놓고선 다음 블럭에 또 개 씹싸게 내놓고선 왜 스탠다드 안 하냐고 징징대면 진짜 종아리 맞아야 돼. 얘들 회초리로 종아리 맞아야 돼.
Is this the keep or the mulligan?
그때부터는 용서 없어. 그냥 회초리질 해야 돼.
Oh,
Given the split between
I think that's the. Is this a mulligan to 4?
I think so.
Wow.
That's actually a pretty good mulligan.
That I mean, that's a turn 2 blood moon.
Yeah. Pretty good mulligan.
야 대경아 너는 매직이 망했으면 좋겠어?
Yeah, I was like, man, if that's a mulligan to 4, that's a mulligan to 4.
왜 최악의 경우만 말하는 거야?
It's Ragavan. It's a couple of fetches.
설마
And one more card that we'll have on our card viewer in just a moment.
5코급은 좀 그렇지.
Meaning a black card will be a good draw.
Right.
진짜 그러면은 망한다 매직. 사람들 안 그래도 지쳐 있는데.
Absolutely. Jake mulled a 5, but it is a good 5.
It's a relic of progenitus here.
아니야 근데 솔직히 키키즈키가 선 넘었던 거지. 키키즈키 빼고는 아트락사만 어떻게 하면은 아직까지는 밸런스 괜찮다고 봐 나는. 내가 키키 나올 때부터 말했잖아. 이거 나오면 안 된다고.
Calcano's going to start by sacrificing this copy of relic of progenitus. New card coming.
Wants to find another Tron land to play this.
아마 대경이는 그때 나랑 같이 매직 했으니까 잘 알 거야. 내가 키키즈키를 어떤 시야로 바라봤었는지.
Will he deploy the crypt or not? I would assume that he does. Yeah, and there that is.
So now you can't get comboed out.
근데 그거 밴 했으니까.
An undying effect.
Here comes Ragavan.
The card that a lot of people were afraid to play.
That's pretty fair.
그러니까 그런 식으로 좀 재밌는 덱들이 나오고 해야 되는데 지금은 뭔가 연구하고 이런 재미가 없어. 너무 그냥 한 방 터지면 끝나고 다 이러니까. 그지? 아기자기하게 만드는 미드레인지 매치 막 그때 모노그린 어그로랑 막 이런 거 게임할 때 재밌었잖아. 수싸움도 있고. 그지? 그리고 UR이랑 할 때도 카운터 싸움하고 이런 거 재밌었잖아. 지금 매직은 그런 게 너무 없이 그냥 땅 안 말리고 까면 무조건 이기니까. 그때가 그리워. 그때 재밌었는데. 다 모든 게 키키즈키 때부터 빠그러진 거긴 하지. 인플레이션 너무 심해져가지고. 근데 얘네들은 스탠다드 파워 줄인다고 한지 얼마 안 되지 않았나? 스탠다드 너무 세네요. 파워 좀 내릴게요. 이러고선 키키는 거야. 황제랑. 환장하겠네 진짜.
As good as this card is, and boy is it good, it is not the fastest clock in the world. Nope. And the cards that you reveal off the top of the deck from Tron, you generally can't cast.
Right. We're correct.
그래도 이제 좀 기대를 가져보자. 얘네들 이야기한 게 있으니까.
There's a grief in Jake's hand. He can just hard cast this grief now off the treasure.
6코 나와? 5코보다 더 센 6코?
And here comes grief. Now here's as we make our way.
소름 돋아.
Oblivion Stone's going to loom large.
아 근데 그러진 않을 거야.
It's on the battlefield already. Calcano has access to another land in the expedition map that he has on the battlefield, and Jake may be incentivized.
이거 뭔 상황이야? 웃고 떠드는 사이에 무슨 상황이야?
Because this is not enough pressure, right? Calcano will eventually get to land number 5 if you don't take the map.
Yes. So this is actually a real decision here for Beardsley between, in my estimation, the One Ring and the expedition map.
Right.
I don't think Ugin really works itself into the equation here, Paul.
Yeah. Something you worry about a little bit later here. There are some immediate.
근데 저거 돌덩이 때문에 유리할 게 없긴 하다.
Beardsley's hand. Pardon me. Another Ragavan.
돌덩이가 어쨌건 처리는 하니까 그 전에 최대한 좀 압박해놓고 핸드 헤이트 해놔야 될 것 같은데. 근데 5코가 나온다고 해도 5코 자체 색깔이 원래 좋은 풀커 색깔은 아니잖아. 근데 전에 있던 거 3만화에 미친 로얄티로 나와서 그랬던 거지.
Likely gonna play that and cycle it here. As
거인?
if he plans to
거인 뭐지?
the expedition map and play the other expedition.
우로?
It looks like
we're fetching a power plant here.
Yeah, it looks like he may want to start by just cracking expedition map. So that's what he's going to do. Certainly an argument to be made.
우리 이제 쓸쓸한 얘기 그만하자. 행복을 한번 바라보자. 행복하게 한번 보자.
Assuming that you're able to actually blow up the Oblivion Stone, then it turns your Tron online for the Ugin that's hiding out in your hand. So there is.
안 돼.
Yours is mine.
Yep, and I imagine it's gonna.
그러지 마.
Sphere.
그러지 마.
Potentially crack.
Potentially crack.
You could wait on that one.
I think there are reasons that you could make. There are reasons you could argue, pardon me, to keep the sphere on the battlefield.
Right, but what if you draw an Ancient Stirrings that helps you, that guarantees your land drop?
Yeah.
Turn, right?
Yeah. Do you want to get deeper in your deck right
이제 나올 것들이야? 지금 나올 거 예상한 거야?
Because if you keep the sphere around, if you draw a Boseiju, you have the green mana, right, through the sphere, to kill the blood.
This is a chromatic sphere.
뭐가 나올지 모르겠어. 나는 이제
I think you want to.
사실 환경이나 이런 것보다는 얘네들이 어떤 방향성을 갖냐가 더 중요해서 환경이 뭐 어떤 플레인이 그러니까 어떤 차공인 이거 시공이니까 뭐 이런 거 쓰고 뭐 어떤 차원이니까 뭐 쓰고 이런 거 잘 모르겠어. 그냥 밸런스적인 부분만 생각하고 있지. 근데 이제는 그 정도로 빠그러지는 거는 안 나올 것 같은데. 많이 패긴 했다.
All right, I mean, Calcano still has plenty of life to work with here at 11.
야, 돌 굴러가는데도 이거 까는 게 맞아? 돌이 몇 만하지? 굴러가는 거? 5만나 굴러가지 않나? 돌?
Right?
And find some new cards on his next turn.
Unless Calcano just draws the land and cracks the O-Stone right away.
What did we draw? A chromatic.
반지 있네, 반지.
No. So this seems like a pretty simple just cast one ring turn.
That's what it's looking like.
So Jake will get some additional draw.
아니, 그러니까 밸런스 패치를 얘네들이 열심히 하겠다고 했잖아, 대신에. 그러니까 환경이 좀 천천히 바뀌더라도 밸런스 패치 해가지고 맞춰주면은 노는데 지장은 없잖아. 어차피 우리가 뭐 재밌는 데 하려고 굴리는 게 아니잖아. 토너먼트 중심으로 하니까 밸런스만 맞춰주고 토너먼트의 경쟁적인 그 덱으로 게임만 잘할 수 있게 해주면 사실 문제 없다고 봐 나는.
Draw the land naturally and just pop the stone, right?
We agree.
But you know, that's the backup plan.
Yes.
Backup plan.
Yes. Feign Death is actually pretty notable here that Beardsley has found that. Going to discard 2 copies of Ragavan, 2 cards coming. It's another copy of Fable and it's a Thoughtseize. Remember, Calcano has protection right now, so that Thoughtseize is not good on this exact turn.
Right. You are correct. You can still attack and get a token here.
Sure can. So
그치, 나와 보고 일단 밸런스 패치 보자. 아트락사 놔뜨는지 날리는지.
And we'll pass the turn back.
Yeah.
정신머리 있는지 없는지 보자.
With that Feign Death, that grief will come back.
Well, it's interesting.
But there's a Tormod's Crypt
There you go. There you go. So it depends on a couple of factors. We'll cover it when we get to it.
드로우 돌.
Another draw here for Calcano. Calcano would love to just naturally draw this land, maybe by activating that one ring, but there is some risk associated with that, like not finding the land.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not, I feel like you just need to draw something here. For example, even if you found another one ring, you'd be pretty happy to play it this turn.
Yeah. There's a high ceiling.
Yeah.
On activating that.
이거 땅 안 나와서 약간 애매해지긴 했네. 그죠? 다음 턴 맞으면 어찌되었건 돌 굴러가도 그 다음 끝날 수도 있는데.
Like you mentioned, is just play Chromatic Sphere.
일본 애들?
Play Haywire Might, excuse me.
뭐 일본 애들 그래도 한동안 계속 성적 괜찮게 나왔으니까 월드 때는 잘 하겠지 뭐.
If Calcano can get this Blood Moon off the battlefield, Ugin's going to take care of the rest.
Yeah, you're totally right. If he was able to find a Tron land here, for example, could have been able to go Haywire Might, kill Blood Moon, still have access to an activation on the Oblivion Stone.
Yeah.
Right? With the Urza's Tower and Power Plant that still would have been left over.
다음 턴 맞는 거 아프긴 하거든요, 이거. 7점.
Now, Ancient Stirrings is the draw off of the Chromatic Sphere. He does have a green mana floating, so it's extremely castable at this stage of things.
심지어 손에 저거 있고 부활시키는 거 있고 소트도 있고. 야, 이러면 1점 남는 건데?
Are going to see an activation of the One Ring. That's one card. That's a second card. How did Christian do? A Karn the Great Creator and an Ancient Stirring.
야, 땅 죽어도 안 나와.
Paul, right now, Calcano sits at a virtual 8 because
땅 죽어도 안 나오는 중.
And Jake will be able to attack next turn, right? So you have the Haywire Might. You have a green floating. It's a little awkward though, because you can't sacrifice it unless you play it this turn and sacrifice it on this turn. That'll put you to 12. You kill the Blood Moon, and I suppose it's not a lethal attack, right? You go up to 12.
이거 돌 굴려도 이겼거든요? 잠깐만, 아니다. 돌 굴렸을 때? 아, 참 어떻게 되지 순서가? 돌 굴릴 때 치면은 이걸로 무덤을 먼저 해야 같이 없어지. 아, 씨발. 복잡해. 잠깐만 보자. 같이 들어가잖아. 이거 못 돌리잖아. 그죠? 돌 굴리기 전에 걸어주고 나갔다 들어오고. 이긴 거 같은디?
Beardsley may be one turn away from winning his first Pro Tour in his debut.
But you find the sphere, you don't have the mana. You don't have the mana to play Sphere, Haywire Might, and crack the Haywire Might.
Sorry. No, you're good. Can Calcano find a way?
Yeah. Really tough spot here. Turn 2 Blood Moon doing so much work in this game. Christian on the cusp of nearly coming back. Needs to find land number 5 here for the stone, but on the other side, Jake, 1 win away. First Pro Tour.
1 turn away, 1 attack away.
Winning it all.
이거 대경이가 만든 거 있잖아. 이거 3초인가 4초 고민하면 없는 거라며. 3초 룰인가? 지나면은 해결책 없는 거라며.
Chromatic sphere is the choice off of the Sterns.
3초 지나서 가져왔으니까 해결책 없는 거 아니야? 엔션트 스트링 한 번 더 친다? 땅 찾아와야 되니까.
Christian will play the sphere.
그래도 해결책 있나? 없는 거 같은데, 그죠? 딱 나왔네, 마인. 불 굴리고 3만화. 있나? 돌 걸리고 3만화로 1만화 저거 깔아가지고 내 거 먹는다? 힐한다? 그러니까 그걸로 절대 반지 먹어서 에너지 달 거.
Calcano's going to use the colorless. There's the
원래를 지금 가서 블럭을 한다?
Sack the Haywire Might, kill the Blood Moon, unlock your Tron lands.
그냥 지금 먹는다?
I was curious if this would be another option, which is he blows up his one ring. Yep.
Okay. And
because O-Stone takes care of the rest.
그래도 락토스가 이긴 것 같은데 지금 일단 7대.
There's 2 options there between the Blood Moon and the ring, and now we've been working in the ring damage. That's no longer there.
7대 때리고.
Going to transform now into reflections of Kiki Jiki. Fury was the draw.
소트 치고.
Here come the creatures.
누구를 부활해야 돼? 얘를 부활해야 되나? 어쨌건 만화 뽑아서 퓨리가 인스턴트 맞나요? 퓨리 인스턴트 맞아? 인스턴트는 아니네.
There is a Thoughtseize. Oblivion Stone, Ancient Stirrings, Expedition Map, Karn the Great Creator, and
아니면 지금 퓨리를 지금 깔아놓는다? 퓨리를 깔아놓고 아니 말이 안 되잖아. 퓨리 깔면 없잖아 그게. 아니 그냥 퓨리를 5만화로 깔아놓는 거야. 5만화로. 근데 상대가 할 때 나왔다 들어왔다 하면 더블 스트라이크 탁 쳐서 죽이잖아. 그죠? 투매 지금 이거 하나 있잖아. 그러니까 퓨리를 그냥 깔아놓는 거지. 깡으로. 깡만화로. 그 다음에 돌 돌리면 퓨리 부활 어택 끝.
Calcano will draw.
그냥 얘가 살면은 1점 남죠.
Sundering Titan was the draw here for Calcano.
어딨어? 얘잖아.
That's something to play towards.
퓨리 그냥 까는 거 별로였나? 별로였나요, 님들아?
That we previewed a little bit earlier, right? There's a Tormod's Crypt on the battlefield. There's a Grief in play.
그러니까 별로였나?
In Jake Beardsley's hand. If the Tormod's Crypt wasn't in play, Christian Calcano would sacrifice the Oblivion Stone, and Jake Beersley would be able to save the grief with the Feigned Death. But because Tormod's Crypt is in play,
아, 뭐 어차피 돌 굴리고
point here,
한 클락 안에 안 끝나면은
grief out of the graveyard.
아 모르겠다.
Because you just cast
뭐가 맞는지.
And because it's targeting the creature while it's in play
Right.
and not in the graveyard,
어?
there's no
드로우 라볼?
to win that battle.
So there's a 4-3 in play then. And Christian would go down.
야 치워봐 돌 치워봐. 드로우 라볼 한 거 같단 말이야. 치워봐 돌.
That's also true.
Or Bowmasters. Ooh, that's another card Jake can draw.
Yeah.
Just flat.
지금 돌릴 거냐? 이제 얘 턴 넘어가면 이거 돌리거든요. 키키.
Oh, Jake's draw for this turn.
Oh my.
야 키키 돌리게 해준다고?
Now Christian waited.
He's gonna crypt right now.
Sack crypt on yourself, yeah, sure.
지금 누구 턴이야?
And now
Pop the stone.
he will blow the Oblivion Stone. So there's going to be a response here from Jake. He's going to
그렇지 얘 턴이지. 얘 턴에 한 거죠.
the grief with the
이런 핸드 털고.
Yes, he will.
Grief trigger.
야 그리고 만화를 왜 써? 이거 쓰면 되는 거 아니야? 이거 어차피 없어지는 거 아니야?
Christian.
Take a big card. Then he can feign death.
님들아 이거 써야 되는 거 아니야? 이거 쓰는 거 맞아?
To play.
This is really, really tough. So,
Might want to use those treasures though.
well, my assumption is that we're in the attack step.
Right.
So there's probably not a ton that he can do with the treasures at this stage of things.
Right.
Or like he'll
but
probably use some at some point. But
well, isn't it still better to just use a treasure?
Sure,
here,
sure.
Given that the O stone is popping.
sure,
Right.
So if we kind of go down the list, and this is exactly what Jake is doing right now, you're going to count the mana. There's 7, 8, 9. There's 10 total mana for Christian to work with, assuming no land.
아니 돌 굴리면은 봐봐.
It's like, okay,
짱돌 굴렸어. 돌 능력 뭐야?
Ancient Stirrings, that's a redraw. Don't know what you're going to hit.
Right.
Probably care about that.
카운터 없는 모든 지동물 터쳐. 그지?
Well, okay, that's
이거 다 터지잖아.
But I'm getting a
야 이거를 썼어야 되는 거 아니야?
So, don't
That
think
doesn't matter.
I don't think I care about Sundering
어
Titan.
저 날라가.
So
야 왜 이거 왜 안 써?
no sense to me.
I do too.
Grief, yeah. Or I'm gonna pay for it like with
Okay, now he.
정신 이제 정신. 아. 이 새끼 만화 이거 날렸어.
resolve. Stone activation resolves.
So now O-Stone's gonna resolve.
Grief will come back.
땡 존나 큰 거 쳤어. 이거 키키 못 갈잖아 이러면.
Grief is going to come back from the graveyard.
Gonna take Ugin.
That is the assumption
이거 때문에 키키 못 갈잖아.
between you and I. And
병신짓한 거야 이거 님들아.
Stirrings and Titan.
And was that a slight misstep though? Not using the treasure. Can't play Fable of the Mirror Breaker in your hand.
You're good to go.
that's a really
Turn,
good point. That's
right?
that's a
That's
very
big.
good point. That's a very good point.
Extremely relevant here.
Okay. Now, Paul, there are a few people.
와 이거 키키 못 간 것 때문에 지면
Oh.
아,
man.
진짜.
All right, here it is.
Time to draw.
We have Tron.
He finally got out from underneath that blood moon.
All right, Ancient Stirrings.
That's where this turn begins.
What will you bring us?
The top 5 are a surprise. Karn,
칼은
Warping Whale, Sylvan Scrying, Relic of Progenitus, Oblivion Stone,
Oblivion
Karn,
Stone,
taken
Karn.
immediately.
All right. 5 mana available.
Post Karn, absolutely. Remember, he hasn't played Elena for the turn, has Calcano, and he has drawn a forest for the turn.
So 6 mana available. Has to be mindful of Bowmasters, potentially even Lightning Bolt, right? So if you just get a Wormcoil Engine, you can't block, right? So might need something else. We've seen him get
와 결승에서 이런
Ensnaring Bridge.
개 말도 안 되는 댕을.
Might see it again here.
There's Karn. Down to 3.
뭐 있냐? 베타스컬 같은 거 있나? 뭐 있지?
Will Christian try to
오마나?
hide behind an ensnaring?
아,
bridge once
브릿지.
again?
Yes.
The answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
이거 키키 있으면 키키 공격할 수 있는 거 아니었어?
There's his land.
못 가나?
Oh man.
There's the bridge.
브릿지 깔고
There's the map.
1만 스트링?
This is the map.
아니다 맵? 핸드 몇 장이야?
Last card is Sundering Titan.
And his last card is
Oh,
Sundering
right,
Titan.
that's Sundering Titan. Remember, Jake
핸드 썬더리 타이탄 하나?
Christian is at an effective 2 life.
Beardsley's draw. That's a Thoughtseize, I believe. And if it is, that does solve the Sundering Titan problem.
Yeah. And I'm still looking back at that last turn, not sacrificing
No,
the
I think
treasure,
that's
not having the Fable in play here.
It's absolutely huge. You noticed it right away. And not having the Fable here means there's not a 2/2 Goblin, which wouldn't be able to...
드로우 라볼 밖에 없다. 답은 드로우 라볼 뿐이다.
Wants to deploy Fable. That means he's not doing other things potentially. Now, he hasn't drawn really anything of consequence this turn with the Verdant Catacombs, but the inability to draw 2 and discard 2 this turn, and maybe it comes 1 turn too late.
Right, because you're looking for that second bolt.
Yes.
You're looking for some Orcish Bowmasters.
Yes. What seemed so minor at the time, because, well, my lands are Blood Moon, they don't really matter, they don't really do anything. Those treasures were free resources.
Right.
So,
하면 죽인다?
Jake is going to evoke Fury to take care of Karn, keeping the bolt that Christian does not know about.
Right.
Play a Verdant Catacomb.
믿을 건 라볼뿐!
Calcano can, of course, sacrifice this expedition map on the end step. I'm not entirely sure what he'd want to find in this spot, but it is an option.
Perhaps a Boseiju, just in case Jake finds another Blood Moon. You know he's going to play Sundering Titan this turn. Get a Swamp and a Mountain off the battlefield, perhaps.
와, 카른 또 나왔어, 씨.
That's some action. Wow, that is a draw here for Christian Calcano.
아, 라토스 지겠는데, 이거?
Access to 7 mana here with what's on board, with that Karn the Great Creator off the top.
The Great Creator indeed.
Yeah. Like, what are you afraid of here? How can Jake kill you?
All right, so
반지 가져오나? 에라 모르겠다. 불안하니까 일단 반지.
It's a little unfair.
Oh, he probably has a bolt.
뭐 가져오냐?
How can I gain life? How can I gain life?
Right.
찰리스?
This Wormcoil Engine is typically a card that you see in the sideboard.
Yeah, it can be over
there.
there.
Is a Chalice of the Void. Do you Chalice for 2?
For Bowmasters, maybe?
We saw Alex Hayne do that in this exact same matchup.
Okay.
In the last round yesterday.
Okay.
Do you Chalice for 2 so you don't get Bowmastered?
You're not going to challenge
because
for,
there's only 2 Lightning Bolts in the deck in most lists.
Sure. You're not going to chalice for 1.
Right, you have
too many ones.
But you don't need Sylvan Scrying anymore. Do you Stonebrain? Just Stonebrain the Bowmasters?
Okay, so the sideboard over here. Leveler, I don't think we're there. Stonebrain, it's not impossible.
Now, does Jake have a way to kill artifacts after sideboard?
거의 다 왔다.
Take a look. Pirate Spellbomb, that sort of thing. Nothing really notable. You see Beardsley's sideboard here of what's come in, and some of his options.
So this is what's in his sideboard. So that means he boarded one of the bolts out.
Okay.
Right?
Let's take a look.
Okay.
I know you have his 75 in front of you. Just how many bolts he has access to?
아, 라볼.
Completely fair.
발리스타?
Because things may have changed between game 3 and game 4 too.
발리스타는 좀 약한데?
There are 2 lightning.
야, 라볼! 들어 라볼!
That's interesting. That's funky. All right, Calcano's going to go with a walking ballista.
Ballista.
비탄이 뭐지?
Jake's going to draw. If 1 lightning bolt's in, you might think the second one is. What is this? 2 mana.
이만화 뭔데?
Voidwalker?
Boy, that card's going to hoot. The only person who knows what that card is that Jake drew is Jake.
아, 이거요? 네, 여기에 카운터 올라가 있는 거고 브릿지 깔려 있고 핸드 한 장이라 어차피 1박일 아니면 공격 못 가요 지금.
Has a card to discard.
잠깐만, 크록사? 크록사를 안 깔았어? 핸드 빌 때 깔아서 그걸로 데미지 주겠다는. 잠깐만, 이거 크록사를 이길 수도 있겠는데?
Right? because of the ensnaring bridge, you don't want to die to a dashed rag event. There is a walking ballista in play though.
Well, you just want to be empty-handed because you so you want to be empty-handed because you have a bridge, right? Now, Croxa, if you don't discard a non-land card, you take 3.
If Christian plays everything in his hand and the Sundering Titan,
핸드
he could go lightning bolt.
요번에 쓰면
That's it.
크록사
But remember,
로 죽일 수 있거든요. 핸드 없을 때.
activation here from Karn. That would be another reason to chalice for 2, by the way. Croxa.
Yeah. We know that Calcano boarded.
일단 썬더링은 깔 것 같고.
Did he board in both?
Okay, he's tapping mana. I think this might be Sundering.
Okay, this is Sundering Titan.
Okay.
But if he doesn't get something with this Karn, well, if he gets it, he's probably playing it.
I would be shocked if he didn't. So okay, here's the Titan.
Yeah. I'll target your swamp.
This. Okay, and remember, once Titan resolves, when it comes into play, you choose a land, and those are destroyed. So those are long gone. Jake is down to 2 lands. Christian loses his forest.
What does Christian have again in hand?
Chromatic Star.
You keep it to play around Croxa.
Will he play around? Oh boy.
Oh, is he playing it?
Boy. Okay, so he's gonna sacrifice.
If you get a tower, that's 1 extra mana.
He'll sack a map.
Yep.
And Jake is
right.
That's fine.
Right.
That's fine.
Oh, this is so close.
Jake says that. Yep. Do whatever you'd like.
Jake's just going, please, just
empty your
play
hand.
everything.
Please just empty your hand and staring bridge player.
Come on. I don't want to have to think.
Tower and Star.
Gonna play the tower, right? It doesn't matter because discarding a land, you still take damage.
스타를 안 깔 것 같은데?
Calcano has 4
얘도 크록사 생각하고 있는 것 같은데 근데?
He can also just leave his mana up to activate Walking Ballista. Because that's 4 mana. And so that might incentivize him to keep the card.
He's touching. It looks like he wants to put that star into play.
Okay.
Calc really needs to figure out what he wants to do with that Karn, though.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
He's doing a lot of these other actions, but he hasn't used the Karn yet.
It looks like he may have a question here with the Karn.
Yes, I believe it is.
It says up to, right? I think so, but it's in Italian.
Oh, gotcha.
Just making sure.
Yeah. Up to 1 target.
긴장되는 순간.
Players want a little bit of clarification with the Karn.
So if he just ticks up and plays the sphere,
it's not over.
It's not over because if he cracks it and finds a spell.
That's correct. It's not over. Okay, so he's plus the Karn. Is he actually going to hold this? I would be blown away.
Man. Hold it, Croxa. The thing is, there is some incentive to keep it in hand. There is incentive to keep it. Remember, because you can put a counter on Walking Ballista.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's the main reason here. Oh man. All right. Hold to you.
Blood Crypt.
Is he just gonna
I
hold it?
I think this is Blood Crypt. Well, I don't think you have a reason to cast the bolt, right?
Yeah, right. You need to surprise kill.
Okay.
Oh no.
Let it
Here we
rip.
go.
Okay.
Christian's like,
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Then I'm thinking.
Calcano's down to 2.
I mean, yeah, that resolves.
You'll be at 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll still pass. Alright, and on your
Is
upkeep,
Jake gonna? Okay, so Calcano is gonna put a counter on the Walking Ballista,
He's gonna kill the grief
and it looks like that's my assumption. Yeah, if you're
before
gonna do
feign
that.
death.
Okay, sure, in the draw step.
Yeah,
Or
I'm good.
upkeep draw. Definitely not the draw step.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
You think Jake's just gonna go for it?
Draw.
I think
Is he just gonna go for it and just hope?
he drew a Bowmasters.
Oh, that's so close. Okay. So Calc down to 1 here.
오, 1댐.
Can't draw any extra cards.
All right, so
와, 얄궂다.
now that you've been bolted down to 2,
Right.
I think the first place that your mind probably goes if your calc is Bowmaster damage.
That's a 4F.
Yes.
Right. That is a 4F.
So I don't want to go down to 1. You know, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Go to 9.
Now Jake is sacrificing the land. He is going to cast.
야 이겼다.
And Calcano has come
팬 있지롱.
with the chromatic star that he didn't play. Unreal.
Okay. Still not out of it though.
Now, if Calcano can find a way to get his Sundering Titan off the battlefield, Jake's lands go bye-bye.
Well, you want to get that
Oh, really?
battlefield. You can just
and
kill
you can win the
Jake.
game this turn. And now there's a
Haywire Might. Haywire Might, then Snaring Bridge, and that's the game.
So you do this. You play your mites.
브릿지 깨고.
Bridge. How close was this game?
This right here? This is a game of magic right here.
This
Okay, good.
Magic the Gathering.
This is a game of magic right here.
Pump it up.
Ballista with the counter, and that is it. We are all tied up.
Game 5 left.
아 1점 얇았다.
Jake Beardsley, Christian Calcano, game 5 for Pro.
피차는 게 문제가 아니고 죽어요.
The way. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if I can handle any more of this, Cedric.
Oh man.
But we got one more.
We got one more. We have one more in us. What a game.
That was a nail biter. Oh my god. I mean, you saw the look on Jake's face. He's just like, all right, crooks are you.
What you got? It's time. What you got? It's time. And Jake tried and just I can't
저는
believe he didn't play that chromatic star. It's a new card.
야 저는 락토스로 참가했거든요. 락토스
Going
희생.
back a few turns too, the heads-up play of using his Haywire Might, not to kill the Blood Moon,
to kill the One Ring.
to kill his One
근데
Ring.
요즘에 저도 덱을 많이 안 굴려봐서 제가 뭐가 좋다 말하기 솔직히 조금 애매하긴
Oh
해요.
my goodness. Whew. We are going to take a short break here from
I
Barcelona.
need one.
Boy, do I too. When we come back, game
네, 저는 참가 이걸로 했어요.
competitive magic. A Pro Tour champion is about to be crowned.
락토스 희생.
Don't you dare go anywhere.
그리고 그린도 나쁘지 않다고 생각하고요. 모노그린. 근데 제가 매직을 한 달 조금 넘게 쉬었기 때문에 제가 말하는 게 맞는 답이 아닐 수도 있어요. 그래서 저도 그냥 좀 간단하게 생각해서 말한 거긴 한데 님들아 왔다. 이거 왜 팔까? 이거 왜 팔까 님들아? 이거 왜 팔어? 밸런스 패치 때 아트락사 간다는 뜻 아니야 이거? 시그널 아니야 시그널? 이제 램프는 사라지니까 램프 사라지기 전에 팔아먹어야겠다 할인 찬스 이거 아니야? 제발 아트락사 밴 좀. 잠깐만 덱들 좀 볼게요.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings here from Barcelona, Spain, and we are going to a Game 5 in our finals. Everybody, that was one of the most incredible games of Magic the Gathering I have ever seen. In this room, I need to tell you all at home, it was the most tense. You could hear a pin drop. There are people over there watching this game in the feature match area. There's us here on the desk at the edge of our seats, heads and hands. Just absolutely incredible. Monty, you're feeling some...
아니야, 아직 남았기 때문에
No, I'm doing great.
사라지진 않을 거고.
That was a Pro Tour.
이건 사인이야, 맞아.
Game. That was,
판단은 사인이야.
both players are just playing this incredibly. Nobody's losing here. We're all winning. Just forgetting to watch that.
Yeah, we are. At multiple times, you know, we thought, oh, you know, this game is done. But being able to pull it back, Will, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm on the edge. Like, you know, Jake looks so good in such a good position at a turn 2 Blood Moon, Ragavan, it all going through. Christian.
아니 진짜 아트락스랑 가야 돼.
Ever ago,
이것 때문에 재미 없어졌다니까.
Game number
아트락스
5,
때문에.
which is what everybody wants at a Pro Tour final. So much emotion on the line here, so much on the line. I'm lost for words.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't remember a time being at the desk watching a Pro Tour final, all having everybody just absolutely glued to our seats as the pendulum swung back and forth in that match. Monty, going forward here into game number 5, what are you thinking?
I don't know. I just really hope that both players at least get to somewhat execute their game plan and we have a nice, interactive, exciting Game 5, because at this point, there really is no bad outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic game of Magic we had, everybody. It's time for a Game 5 here at Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings. I'm going to send it on over to Cedric and Paul.
말 듣기로는 이것도 많이 있는 것 같은데 이것도 한번 연구해볼까?
Ooh, baby.
요 덱 좀 연구해볼까요? 디얼크 치는 그리고 상일이요? 저는 기본적으로 좀 편하게 할 거면 모노그린이랑 락토스 정도가 좋아 보이고 뭐 생각 없이 할 거면 그냥 화이트도 괜찮고 일단 그렇게 생각합니다. 자, 근데 개 좋은데? 이거 락토스가 되게 좋아 보이는데? 핸드 2개 털고 문 깔면 성공에 많이 유리해 보이는데?
Exile the Orcish Bowmasters, here comes Grief. Well, a Tron lands here for Calcano alongside an Ancient Stirrings, a Relic of Progenitus, a Wormcoil Engine, and a copy of the One Ring. You'll note that Christian does not
못 빼야 되냐 이거?
this stage of things, so that Ancient Stirrings currently can't be cast. Right. We've seen the power of the One Ring and its ability to delay the inevitable. The Wormcoil. And what you're seeing here, Paul, is I'm going to take your payoffs, right?
나쁜 상황은 아니에요. 지금 나쁜 상황은 아니야. 문 깔리면은 다 해결되니까.
That's right. He has a Delta, Bolt and a Blood Moon, and we head back over to Calcano.
근데 대신에 땅이 하나 나와주긴 해야 돼 본인도.
That's not a bad place to be, as there is a power plant.
아 칼은.
Calcano will pass the turn back over to Beardsley. Beardsley has drawn a swamp.
땅 나왔다. 땅 나왔다. 락토스 우승.
We're going to head back Calcano's way.
땅 나왔거든요.
It's an Urza's Tower to go along with the one that he already has. So he's going to start by sacrificing that relic, exile the graveyards, and draw a new one. Calcano has found another copy of Karn the Great Creator and passed the turn back. Now, we've mentioned, Paul, you and I, the difference between the Fury Clock and the Grief Clock. Yep. Grief attacks for 4 a turn. Fury...
야, 락토스 우승이다! 문 깔고! 날모!
It's going to take a little bit longer with the Grief here to close out this match.
Correct.
라볼도 있겠다! 클락 줄죠. 잠깐만, 상대가 1점 안 째지. 안 죽겠구나.
But Calc has a lot to fight through here, right? I mean, we're talking about the Grief, the Blood Moon, and he's still missing. He needs to find a way to get the Blood Moon off the battlefield, and also
문!
to find that last Tron piece.
Yes.
좋았어.
Yeah. So Jake has 3 of these after sideboard, and he kept the hand with 1 of them in it.
야 제발 라볼 하나만 아니면 라가반.
He's got a tower.
라가반으로 지금 한 대 때리면 이기거든요.
Sylvan's Shrine
doesn't do it.
doesn't do much of anything.
Yeah, Calcano wants something like
턴 넘겨.
Star into
라가반.
perhaps, or an Oblivion Stone here would have been okay.
아니면 차라리 땅이라도.
1, 2, 8. This is another copy of Grief, discarding a Grief. There are 2 copies.
핸드
of
턴다.
Great Creator. Can't break those up. Can take one of them. So right now for Calcano, he needs a land or something that's like a land to be able to cast Karn this turn.
Is it Karn for Ensnaring Bridge again? Now remember, this attack next turn puts Calcano down to 4. Jake Beardsley does have a lightning bolt, so that's 1.
That's right.
But not 0.
아 라가반 하나 나와주면 좋았는데.
Needs an untapped land next turn.
라볼 라가반.
Boy, and you can see Calc knows it. He knows it, and Jake's fingers are crossed. Boom.
원코일? GG. 턴 끝.
And he's gonna pass.
라가반 좀 나와라.
In for 4 with Grief. Beardsley with the Fury, and
don't
we'll
think he
pass
has a
the
draw.
turn back, and I don't think he does either, partner. And Christian Calcano.
끝. 락토스 우승.
Jake Beardsley is
락토스 우승.
Tour
신난다.
the Lord of the Rings champion.
Incredible. Welcome.
와 락토스 덱 짜야겠다. 안 되겠다. 짜야겠다 이건.
Not a bad debut.
뽕맛이 있다. 뽕맛.
A bad debut whatsoever.
여자친구가 맞았네. 계속 비춰준 이유가 그거였네.
See him there with his girlfriend. Oh my goodness. What a way to celebrate your birthday, your first Pro Tour. And we're going to see him at the World Championship.
야.
Yes, we are. This is not the last time we are.
낭만 있는 덱이구만.
Played the most played deck on the weekend. And oh, by the way, this was his first time playing against Tron the entire weekend. He stands tall, and I'll tell you, that has a ring to it.
아, 이 악당들, 트론들 다 무찌르고 락토스가 우승했네. 이거 약간 첫 턴 퓨리 라가반 버리면서 하는 거 이거 좀 배울 게 있어요. 배울 점이 있네. 라가반 까는 것보다 무조건 첫 턴 퓨리 깔고 무조건 패는 게 맞네요. 얘가 다 그렇게 올라왔거든요. 트론 딴 애들은 진 게 라가반을 깔아서 진 거야. 퓨리를 깔아야 되는데. 아까 라가반 핸드 때 얘 어떻게 선택하려나 봤더니 그냥 퓨리 깔더라고요. 그게 맞는 거야. 라가반이고 뭐고 다 필요 없어. 그냥 퓨리 갖다 무조건 빨리 패는 거 말고 답이 없다고 느끼나 봐요. 아 그래도 락토스가 이겨서 좋다. 한 명 올라가서 약간 불안했는데 그리고 트론이 락토스를 다 잘 잡았거든요. 근데 얘 버전이 딴 애들이랑 좀 다른 점이 얘는 소트 삭곽이야. 딴 애들은 소트를 4장까지 안 쏘는 애들도 있거든요. 얘는 소트 삭곽이라 무조건 헤이트 빠르게 핸드 헤이트 한 다음에 말도 안 되는 강한 생물 빨리 깔아가지고 그걸로 비트 해가지고 이겼어요. 비팅해서 이긴 건데 확실히 트론은 그렇게 잡는 게 맞다고 느껴요. 나는 약간 다른 생각도 좀 많이 했어요. 사이드에 풀미를 넣는다던가 뭐 이런 것도 좋지 않을까 생각했는데 그런 걸로 상대 늦추고 이런 것보다 그냥 심플하게 빨리 패는 쪽이랑 역시 문이 되게 중요한 것 같아. 그죠?
I'm really excited to just continue to watch this guy play Magic.
This is a career to watch, and it's just getting started. We are going to throw things over to our news desk. That, of course, is Maria, Mani, and Will.
Hey, thank you very much, Cedric, Maria, Mani, and Will here at the news desk with you. What an incredible tournament we've had so far this weekend. Congratulations to Jake Beardsley, our champion, and what a
여러분들
it was. Mani,
내일은 아마 매직으로 할 것 같네. 메타게임 챌린지 좀 하고 싶다. 매직 보니까. 그리고 나서 좀 쉬었다가 매직은 이사 가고 나서 다음 달부터 좀 열심히 할게요. 또 이거 보니까 매직 하고 싶긴 하네. 근데 약간 락토스 덱 자체가 언제나 그랬듯이 핸드 털고 이런 좀 기초적인 매직 실력이 있어야 되는 덱이다 보니까 이것 좀 연습을 확실히 많이 해야 되는 덱이긴 해요. 랜드도 많이 안 들어가는 덱이라 원랜드 킵도 좀 잘 해야 되는데 그만큼 뭐랄까 이게
260.
약간 옛날 데스 섀도우 같은 느낌이 좀 있다고 해야 되나? 델버나?
One and done. Easy. Now he gets to run away with that trophy.
카운터 같은 건 안 들어가도 생물 같은 걸 좀 빠르게 만화 없이 사용하면서 플레이의 템포를 앞으로 당겨가지고 상대를 압박해서 이기는 덱인데 그만큼 멀리건을 좀 많이 해야 될 수도 있고요. 왜냐 랜드가 20랜드 막 그거밖에 안 들어가니까. 근데 덱 자체는 이거 덱 괜찮은 것 같다. 괜찮은 덱이네요 이거. 일단 프로투어 같이 보기는 여기까지 할게요 님들. 빠잉. 내일 봐요. 빠잉.